late as usual. I'm so sorry. We we've been planning for gosh weeks now for John and I to go live together, and then just had an email conversation because we're planning on doing it this weekend, and his schedule is so opposite of my schedule. So, anyways, we're going to do that tomorrow. So there's something going on in the background. Hold that thought, you guys. I'll be right back. Sorry. Oh my gosh, everybody left. I left, so everybody else left. It says there's one person watching. Oh my gosh, that must be what I get for delaying and delaying and delaying, right? Anyways, let me see. I got one more thing. Where did it go? No, it's not on that one. I need to go over to where the chat is so I can see what you guys are saying. But let me fix that. Okay. Whenever I have somebody else, and you can actually see the background that I have up for you guys to see, but this is good for now. We're going to talk about, the opening of the third eye. We're going to talk about DMT. We're going to talk about, the importance of it, the difference between oil or, your chakras cleaning, or is there even a difference? We're actually even going to touch on flat earth and globe earth, and we're going to talk about phenomena, clairaudio, clairsentient, the spiritual aspect of self-awareness, conscious evolution, enlightenment. I mean, we're going to just it's a broad spectrum of topics that sound like they're all separated, but in truth, they're all one in the same. They're all together. They all tie in together in one way or another. So I have been putting out some. They're I'm calling them like top 10, very short, goal-oriented type of content for anybody that feels that they have not quite had their awakening or full awakening or things of that nature. And, like the top 10 things to do, they vary. Although there's 10 things that are pretty serendipitous, they're pretty synchronistic that happen in the evolution of consciousness through each of us. The topics are that each of the steps are also unique, because what one may need to do for self, somebody has something completely different, but it still falls under that one step. I hope that makes sense. So it's not to be taken personally or to heart. It's a it's a broad-based guideline to help us gain the focus that we need to reach the objective that we're choosing and desiring to attain. So I put up, I think that the top 10 signs that you're awakening, which is pretty interesting, because if you look at the world stage, you may think that it looks chaotic. But when you look at the top 10 signs of awakening, or you're walking in this new understanding of self, and you think back on the process you went through, you're like, aha. It makes a lot more sense when you look at it from a perspective of been there, done that. And then you understand where things are coming from a different observational point and a different perspective, all things being equal. So it's all a matter of choice. But as a whole, mankind is going through a consciousness evolution and enlightenment, a changing of the guard, a new age of understanding. And you can look at hieroglyphs, you can look in the scriptures. This time period is mentioned everywhere, everywhere. It's been foreseen for a very long time. Did we know that we were going to be the lucky ones to be alive at the time of this transition? Well, probably before we came in, we probably volunteered to come in just for this transition because it's so amazing. But while we're here, you think about how your life progresses. You're a child, and then it's like that's a chapter in your book. Then you go to your teenage years, that's a chapter. Then you go to your 20s, that's a chapter, and you kind of move along, and and then you evolve through that way, of being. But now we're talking about an evolution that goes way beyond the chapters in this book. We're talking about levels of awareness and consciousness that goes far beyond anything that personally that I could have imagined even 30 years ago. Where mankind is today may look chaotic, it may look disastrous, but out of this chaos and confusion is growing pains. When you wake up, and we always, always revert back to when it first began to happen. I feel like everybody, like there was a big secret going on and everybody knew, and I was the only one that nobody told. Like everybody knew, all the elders knew, and they just were keeping it a secret, or or that, we were hoodwinked, lied to, deceived in some way. This place seemed upside down and inverted. I mean, all kinds of things were going on. And while I was going through that process of trying to recalibrate my understanding of self, who I am in this equation, how do I fit in, and what is really going on, and starting to root through the garbage and the gold, keeping the gold and the pearls and getting rid of the garbage. There's a process. And I'm going to say it's messy. It was pretty messy. It was for me anyways. So when you look at the world stage and it looks pretty messy, you got to understand that there's this, an age of enlightenment. Let's see. We had the revolutionary age, or the age of the Renaissance. Mankind as a whole has been through these processes of evolution. We can call it evolution. Now, let's not look at Darwin's theory. Darwin's theory is backwards. If you took Darwin's theory, it might sound like I'm all over the place, but really there's a rhyme and reason to what I'm saying. If you took Darwin's theory and you inverted it, start from the golden age, from how it was in the beginning, into the falling into the darkness, and then realizing that the symbolism has been around us since the dawning of this created realm began. And it was carved in and prophesied that, things of this nature were going to happen, but to leave some kind of remnant evidence in plain sight for when we have the eyes to understand it, we're able to see it, discern it, decipher it, and move through it. Okay. Let's look at the yin yang, the dark and light symbolism. It's the symbolism that, 30 years ago, I would have said, okay, it's duality. It's good and it's evil, good or bad. Okay. Discerning good or bad. Well, what if I was to tell you that actually, because if you really look at the yin yang symbol, how it's got that curve, and half is dark and then half is light, and then but on the dark side there's a white circle, and on the light side there's a dark circle, right? But what if it's truly how it's meant to be, how we were brought into here as being a spiritual being having a physical experience, which is a dual nature. It's two completely different natures. The dark would be the dense 3D realm. We're heavier here. We feel things, our senses, taste and things like that. It's a denser way of being, but never forget that you're a spiritual being also. So, and it seems like if you look at Darwin's theory, He starts with the monkey man and he evolves to man, right? Let's start from an evolved creation from the golden age that fell into forgetfulness as we decided we wanted to broaden our consciousness into being able to have the free will. We've always had free will. We've always had dominion, but we wanted to broaden our consciousness of choice. But when we did that, we introduced some things that, maybe weren't quite expected the way that we thought that it would transpire. We didn't think far enough ahead. Being a pure being, you don't, full of just love and light and wanting to have an experience for expansion and growth like this place can do, like none other, and having an expansion and then having children, and then they come into this matrix, and their entryway is through the womb. So they come in as remembering to forget. So everything is taught to them by their parents, and it's supposed to have been passed down in the purest form as the first ones who came in. Well, things got forgotten. And over the time, generations were born into this new expansion of expanding our consciousness. Then they started to harm each other and oppress each other and wanting power over one another and warring and killing each other. Do you think in the very beginning, those pure beings that came in, the first ones I'm talking about, like the first ones to step foot into the realm, the ones that were cheering and clapping as this physical realm of instant manifestation, because you come in fully aware. When you come in whole, you know everything about everything. But then the ones that came in after to populate, and to make this place tangible and real, would come in through dividing and having the one turn into two, male and female, and then to procreate, to bring in others, to have an authentic experience of expansion, of remembering to forget who you are, and then being raised up in a nature of good and evil. And, you have to tromp down another divine being, mind you. Remember when we trodden down our brothers and sisters, we are hurting another divine being, which kind of makes sense why there's spiritual laws that came into place to tell us to stop doing that. You don't want any debt, then stop hurting your brothers and sisters. If you love your enemies, you don't have any enemies. Okay, back to Darwin's theory. Okay, so if we take that and we go backwards, thinking about, they know that the brain capacity and the thinking capacity and the rationale that they're calling, what do they call what do they call him? Let me get where I can see the chat so you guys can help me out. The man, oh gosh, the ancient man. What do they call him? They show him with hair, a big forehead, and and he's dragging his wife or woman to the cave, and okay. But they know that his head was bigger. He had more brains, physical brains. And they know that he is 74% more of his conscious awareness and his brain matter. So if he's using 74% more than what we use today, they average that the average person today uses approximately 24 to 35% of this matter between our ears. Okay. That's changing also, guys. So, stick with me on this. But what I'm trying to explain here is when everything's inverted and backwards, we kind of have to take a observational, using the left side and the right side of our brain in balance with one another, and get the perspective of what the heck is really going on. Everything we need to know, everything, that we're seeking, everything we're searching for is within us. There's nothing outside of yourself. Just like the Bible will, you guys hear me talk. Sometimes I sound like a broken record, and I don't mean to be sounding that way. But it tells you to go in your prayer closet, meaning by yourself, quiet your mind, Get, all of the distractions. This place is a delusional, distracting place to keep us confused, keep us busy looking at the outside world and occupied. So we will not get to know self. And I'll get more into why I feel the way that I do, about this. So, okay, so now we started from the beginning. You come in whole, you divide it in half. You got a male and female. You have children. It's your responsibility to teach them all everything that you know. Okay, and then we talked about resets on another chat not too long ago. And resets have happened. There's a famous one that just about everybody, no matter where you're located on this realm of existence, you know about it. The flood, the great flood that washed everybody away. Well, when you come in originally, you don't have a beginning of time and ending of days, okay? You would have to be physically killed while you're in your physical form. To be captured in your physical form. And even when you're killed in your physical form, well, you just go back to your nature, your spiritual nature, where you came from before you incarnated into this realm. So why are we afraid of death? I have no idea. But anyways, so they come in pure, they know everything, and they're to teach their children. Well, okay, you don't age. They didn't age. So it kind of made them stand out. And then, later on, you hear about them being worshipped as gods. Because when things started going sideways, after, if you live eternally, you could have children eternally, there wasn't a certain amount. And then the female would no longer be fertile. It wasn't like that. There wasn't. When you understand unlimited is unlimited. And when you have that understanding, you come in with that understanding, it doesn't go away from you. So the first ones that came in, they knew this. You got together and wanted to do an expansion and take everything I tell you in discernment and prayer and get your own affirmations on it, because we're going through a process now of restoration. We're going through the process of going back into the golden age. We're going back, like the teachings that Christ taught the disciples for, well over 3 years before he was captured and taken to the cross and taken out of the way because of the power structures that they didn't want people to know this about themselves. I know what Christianity teaches. I was raised in that doctrine. I was raised in that upbringing. I was raised with the surface level of reading the scriptures. And although I believe they could very well be true and authentic stories, there's levels to everything, just like an onion. You have to dig deeper. You got to get into the meat and potatoes and get off the milk. We always start, just like I started in the beginning of this stream, we start off as a child, and that's like a book. And then you go into your teenager, that's a book. And then you go into your 20s, so that's a book. You go through different chapters of your life. Same with going through our transition, our process of going into the restoration of, it's known as following the water bearer, or into the age of Aquarius, the golden age, 5D, seeing into the unseen realm. All of these different terms, which actually all mean the same thing. So, okay. The importance of his teachings. Why would those 12 men, even though what he was saying seemed so fantastical, and most people had a hard time hearing what he was saying, but they stayed with him because they said he had the words of truth and the words of God, and there's power in the words that he spoke. And he himself said, "You've seen me, you've seen the Father. I've seen you, I've seen the Father." So what was his message? What was he telling these people as he was going to these different places where he was able to pull things from the unseen realm of abundance and feed, what was there, thousands of people? So he fed multitudes of people. out of the unseen realm of abundance right before their eyes, raised the baskets of with what was it, 3 fishes and 2 loaves, or 3 loaves and 2 fishes, or whatever, and the baskets were filled over and everybody was fed. There was thousands of people. And then he would ask them a question. Do you follow me because you want this to spring up in you? Do you want the wells of living water to spring up in you? Or is it because the physical senses were satisfied by getting your belly full? Because to be honest with you, it's a serious choice that we make. You hear the call, you answer the call, and you follow. And when you're following it, you're learning and you're unraveling. And then you are going from that hairy, let me see if you guys answered what is he called? That man, is it I don't know. Oh, ancient man, Arcturian, or what is he? Not Arcturian. That's alien. Oh my gosh, they have a name. They call the caveman guy. They think he lived in caves, and then okay, we can bird walk it into that. We're seeing these structures that are being unearthed and coming into our awareness and perspective that are in mountains, of carved into stones with such precision and beauty. Are those the cavemen? Did they build those megalithic that stood the test of time, that are coming into our awareness now that we're able to admire, that we can't build yet, today in the amount of time? And to think that, they had what? They didn't even know what fire was. So what did they do? How did they make those structures with their club? I mean, you just think, use your logical mind on this. I'm not telling you to usurp your logical mind. I'm saying to be in balance with it. If you guys can Neanderthal, thank you. That's it. Neanderthal man. Okay. Neanderthal man is the one, that used 74% of his more brain power than we did. And his brain was actually bigger. His head was bigger. He did not look like this baboon or monkey-ish looking guy. He didn't have this protruding forehead with those eyebrows sticking out. They're very sophisticated divine beings, looked more similar to an angelic taking a human form, and they didn't see in color. I don't know how many came in, but I wrote the theory of the originals. I've made 3 videos on it, but just didn't seem to get enough interest to go through the trouble of turning that book into a production. It's a lot of work to do that. I'm sure you guys understand that. But when you come in and you're divine, and your roots, you were standing there as this place was created. You knew that you were going to come into a place that you were going to be able to take physical form, and you understood how energy works in instant manifestation. You spoke through thought. You didn't have a name. You didn't worry about names. I mean, that was like the furthest thing from your mind. But as people multiplied, of course, then they started, having to come up with some way of saying, what, I want you. And then everybody comes, they're like, well, no, I want you. So, the physical part of it came as an after the fact, as we were learned to navigate in a realm such as this. In the meantime, able to toggle back and forth into our spirit body through thought and move at the speed of thought and still speak to each other no matter what area we were inhabiting and investigating. We could still call upon each other and then meet and have discussions with one another. And come into agreement. Well, let's try this out and see how this goes, through what we would call council meetings. And everybody, would have equal say, very intelligent, enlightened beings. So we weren't Neanderthal. We weren't full of hair. We didn't descend from monkeys. And then, of course, there's the theory aliens come in and tampered with our DNA and things of that nature. I don't know, what I think about that, but I do know this, that resets have been attempted, but we know how love is. Anybody that's alive today has a concept of love, and love for your children and love for your family. And, okay, let's just think about Noah. Why Noah was spared. He thought that he had a visitation from God, right? Okay, what if that was actually his ancestor, one that came in the beginning and didn't want his whole lineage wiped out? Because it says that there was giants in the land before and there was giants in the land after. And then so where would they come from? Well, it would come from anybody that was, born into that kind of a situation that didn't get it filtered out of them completely and go through a purification process, which seems to be what's going on in the consciousness for all of mankind at this moment. So they were still under the delusion of physicality and not quite comprehending that the equality of each other, and oppressing your brother and sister, or brother or sister, in any way of their rights to be expressed and to experience, is breaking a spiritual law. If what they're doing is against you to oppress your rights of being, expressing, and experiencing, then they're breaking a spiritual law. When we oppress one another, stifle, harm, or do anything of that nature, we are breaking a law against another divine being. And with all things being equal, you can say we're all divine, we're all God's children, or you can say we're all brothers and sisters. Doesn't matter, whatever you're comfortable with. You break a law against your brother and sister in the spiritual realm, there's some things, safeguards that are put in place to make sure balance sheets were equaled out, because you don't want the cross-contamination into the other realms. If somebody completely lost themselves and carried themselves with some, delusion still in them into another realm, it would spill. It would spill and cross-contaminate. But guess what? We are our own judge. So when we leave, we go through what is like it's like a life review. You go through each chapter of your life, everything you did, and it's not what we think. How we think here is so backwards. It's every time you stopped and smelled a flower, or every time you bent down and pet an animal and showed love, unconditional love. Anytime that you did something that you wouldn't have, but you don't think twice about it. It's just your nature. You just do it. It's just something that you just do. Those are the things that are the most important, and those are the things that are looked at. It's not the things that we think that is observed in that nature. So, but if we earned our living off the sweat of the brow of others, and we made ourselves fat and happy and rich and stepped on our brothers and sisters in order to be that way, we will judge ourselves for that and send ourselves back in order to clean up our balance sheet. It's simplistic. I think we try to make it more difficult because it's hard to understand with seeing the things that happen in the world today, what we're capable of doing to each other, to think that when we leave from here that we're only love, and that there isn't a place that people go to that harm another, that they should suffer. That's a very physical and a three-dimensional way of thinking. That's that eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth thing. So that's old covenant. That's old gnosis under barbaric man that fell into, what do you call it, Neanderthal man, something that was fallen into, not from how we were in the beginning. we fell into a barbaric, hit woman over head, drag her to a cave. We did not come in that nature. That's a fallen state. It was prophesied about from the beginning. These things were all talked about. So anyways, so the third eye, some would call it the baptism from above. It's also, I've been talking about the cleansing of your rainbow, which is a promise of God. The rainbow's in you. I mean, some of these things are so simple and so plain. It's just hard to understand how people can, how they can miss it. But also, if you are into, like the Egyptian archaeology, and you look at the Eye of Ra or the Eye of Horus, whichever that you prefer, it shows the pineal gland, and everybody focuses on the pineal gland, but they forget about the pituitary gland. When, it's just like the left-right paradigm, yin yang, they have to be in balance, and they both handle different things. And then the hypothalamus then makes that oil. And that oil then radiates down your spine. And when it hits the bottom to the root chakra, the red, it will sit there. And if you fight the urges, because you'll feel it, you'll feel certain urges that are physical urges, it will shoot back up. And that freaking bridge is open, and bam, you have what some call a spiritual experience, the Kundalini awakening, a Holy Spirit baptism. But this is also what we talk about with the energy flowing and clearing each of the areas of your rainbow. And then you got a flow, that energy flowing through you. That also opens the bridge. So it's terminology. You can look at it in a physical sense and see the physical representation of it in your own body, and get it. If that helps you get the concept of what is, carved in stone, or even in the scriptures or the Quran or whatever book, Buddhism, whichever, it doesn't matter. There's truth buried in each of them. There's I guess you would call it the exit strategy. The exit strategy is in each of those books. If you know how to see it, if you know how to discern it, if you know how it appears, to peel back the surface level of the mundane physical attributes of it and go into your that pluck that one eye out, so your eye be single, because you won't see that kingdom unless you've got that single eye. And that single eye, it rests solely in the center of our brain, between our eyes and the center of our brain. And our science today is discovering, that this thing is actually there. The physical representation of it shows up. It shows absolutely no other purpose for being there, except for if you put it up against a hieroglyph of the Eye of Horus or Eye of Ra, it matches. It matches. And where you see the stem go down, just think of that as your spinal, your brain stem. We've heard of spinal taps. I mean, these are things that, I'm going to talk. I'm going to go 3D, 4D. I'm going to take you from 3D. I'm going to take you up and out into 60 thinking. So just kind of follow along with the flow, and take what resonates and chuck the rest of whatever I say. If you're prepared to hear it, you'll hear it. If you're not quite ready, take your time and be patient with yourself, because it's always choice. Okay. We have a physical representation of the third eye. The third eye, when a baby is born, is at the roof of their mouth, sitting at the roof of their mouth. As the baby develops from drinking the milk and stuff, and they grow, it sinks up, and it is between our eyes. It's dead center in our brain. People think left brain, right brain, right? Two sides. Okay. Well, actually, there's three chambers. We have the top and we have the two sides. Actually, we have one in the back too, so we can go four sides. So they call this the reptilian brain, or the monkey mind, or the one that gets in our way. But we need to raise up from that, get out of the right left paradigm, be in balance. Third eye, which they say it doesn't actually serve any purpose as for our thinking, or doesn't make our hands move, doesn't make any of our organs or any of that happen. It's just there. But it's the key to unlock the door into the spiritual realm, into the unseen realm, into the realm of abundance, of the beauty and divinity that rests and opens that gate or that bridge, or allows that Holy Spirit baptism, to see into the unseen realm. Then we will hear people talk about being clairsentient, clairaudio, clairvoyant, into realms of seeing things that seem to be one of fantasy, or it's not fantasy. That's the crazy part. It's not fantasy. That's reality. What we think is fantasy is reality, and what we think is reality is actually delusion. So that gives you an idea how backwards things are. Okay, let's take let's go on a little journey together. Okay, so we just left off on fantasy and delusion and how inverted that is. Now I want us to step back and history, as it's been taught down through like mythology and other means of us understanding how things have transpired in the past. We can go shortly back as when the church was burning the witches. Let's start there and we'll go backwards. Okay, what were they doing wrong? What would somebody that we would consider a witch, what were they doing so wrong that was so offensive to the religious of that day that they would do such horrible things? A lot of times they were healing people without them needing, pharmacology or pharmaceutical type of remedies. They were able to affect nature and crops and harvests. They were able to work with the elements. They were able to do things by their nature because they stayed in their nature. And to the religious, that to them seemed blasphemous and scary. So what people fear, they will then remove or destroy out of fear. Fear, false evidence appearing real, makes people do things that they wouldn't normally do. Okay, now let's go back further. Let's go back, let's step back before, let's go back to the days of Abraham. If you follow the Bible, then this is long before Christianity or even Judaism was even created or manufactured, or those stories were put into the Chronicles. He was in Ur, and there's always symbology behind where they were located. So if you think about the land of Ur and what was going on there, they had multiple deities, multiple statues that they would pray to. Where did they get the concept of these multiple statues of multiple deities, male and female, that they would pray to, that they thought had these wonderful miraculous powers, and why they thought that they lost them? And then Abraham said that none of those gods spoke to him when he went out into the wilderness journey. Sound familiar, guys? And that's where he finally heard that still small voice that pulled him out of Ur and says, come on out of there, and I will show you the land that I'm going to give to you, the land of milk and honey. So he followed the intuition, that inner guidance that was within him. He didn't make a religion out of it. And as he came across a slave man, he paid the bounty and freed him. He didn't expect for him to follow him or serve him. He said, you're free, go do what you want. Now, he chose to stay with Abraham, but that was his choice. So when we take the concept of that time and that era, it sounds to me like there was confusion there with the multiple gods that they were outsourcing, but Abraham was able to self-discover and move by the intuition that was within him. Okay, now let's go back further than that. Before Abraham, let's go back to Enoch. Enoch before the reset with Noah. Excuse me. And Enoch was said to be able to traverse the heavenlies and the physical. And at this time, there was some that were deemed as the fallen ones, and that he was having to go to the throne and intercede on their behalf and blah, blah, blah. Okay. So now let's pull that story into it. Now I know that Enoch is what you would call extra biblical, or it's not in the Bible. It's been removed out of the Bible. And a lot of these books that have been removed are jaw-dropping, eye-opening, and can peel back the layers so fast before you can say what happened, and you'd be like, oh my gosh, wow, I get it. I get it. The ones that, he wasn't beseeching on behalf of anybody that could not approach themselves. Most times when those that didn't approach, they didn't approach out of fear. They were concerned about, either fables or myths that they heard that, if you've seen God and live, you can't live if you've seen God, right? Do you not see your brothers and sisters here around you every single day? You're still alive. They're a fractal, they're a piece, that divine essence is in each and every one of them. So when we start to understand these kind of things, the fables and mythology and the fear starts to fall away. So Enoch, yes, stayed one in his purity from the teachings from the ones that came in the beginning. He understood and was taught from the purity, and he toggled back and forth to his light body, to his physical body, light body, physical body. But who was he talking to and beseeching on behalf of? Was it the ones that oppressed others in their ignorance and were wanting forgiveness? And, they understood a little bit of the information, but not quite all of it. So they got some of the teachings rooted into them, but as time went on, things got watered down. So they didn't have the full truth that Enoch walked in, and they used what they had to oppress others, but they still understood the concept of being, without beginning of days or ending of time, which can make us understand why they were told that they would actually watch their children be born and become mighty men, but watch them fall and die. So they had to know enough about themselves, or remember, or was taught enough, or was trickled down from the beginning to where it got to them, that they knew about how the length of their lifespan is unlimited, or they would not live to see such things happen. So these things start to all make sense as we get things unlocked. And like I said, mankind is going through this huge purification and renewal process at this time of restoration out of the Silver Age back into the Gold. So understanding that part of knowing our beginnings kind of helps us to know why we do the work we do and where we're heading to. Where are we going? What lies ahead? I mean, it's an amazing conscious evolution of restoration, beauty, and divinity that is springing up in everybody. There's no longer a need, and there hasn't been a need. Christ made that clear when he rent that veil, that there was no longer a need for an intercessor. There's no longer a need for anybody to stand behind a pulpit and tell you anything. Everything you have is within. Everything. Seek and you shall find. So if that was your religion, I mean, follow it, read it, and understand what we're told. Go by it. I mean, my goodness gracious, And when we're tearing down our brothers and sisters over our ideology and our thought process and our perspective, and it's tearing other people down, then where's the problem lie? Does it lie in the person we're tearing down, or does the problem lie within an error, in our thinking between our ears? These are choices, personal choices that we make as we go through the process of cleaning the inside of our vessel, opening up that rainbow within, or having that oil secrete from the pineal and pituitary gland into the hypothalamus. If you want to go physical, it does secrete an oil into the hypothalamus that does radiate down our spine to the base, which would be the root, the red, sits there. It shoots up to the 33rd vertebrae in our spine. It rests there for 3 days. You can call that 3 days in the grave. And then after that 3rd day, it shoots up into your pineal, and that door opens, and then you have access now to the divine consciousness, the divine mind, the divine within. There was something else I wanted to add to that process. You start seeing into the unseen realm. The unseen realm becomes more tangible than the seen realm because it becomes more real. It looks more real. It is more real. All of the empty spaces that science is telling us that separates in between even atoms, even our physical body is filled with a lot of empty spaces in between to construct what we observe through our natural eyes as a solid item really is mostly empty space. So how do you, reconcile that in your mind? Unless we go back to the beginnings, how did this all transpire and what the heck is going on? So what is real and what is delusion? Our science is catching up with it. Our ideology, a lot of it is outdated, and people are being restored. Looks darn chaotic on the stage, but then we remember, where were we when we got knocked on our tuchus and found out that everything seemed inverted and upside down? Things begin to look a little different for us. Then we start to interact with the what's going on around us in a different manner. We start to treat each other in a gentler way of being. We understand the equality and the sovereignty and the troddening down over somebody else's rights to express. It's just, it leaves us. So you don't use what is being opened up within us, what's being opened up in the access that we're being given. People do not tend to use it to oppress another. It's those that have a limited understanding of the very nature of the power. You have any idea how powerful you are? Goodness gracious, let me tell you. You are the most powerful being walking this earth, and you have the say-so and the authority on how you wield your power. You always have, and you always will. And that's something else that's coming in to the expansion conscious evolution of knowing self. I wanted to show you guys something, since you guys know that I have this super chat and stuff, and I need the support from the community because I'm monetizing very few of my videos now. I'm just not, and I'm going to tell you, you can tell by my view counts. I think YouTube's mad at me, but I'm going to rely on the community. And another announcement is I'm going to renew my notary public certification. I'm going to go ahead and try and do that a little bit on this side. Before I share this technology that was actually that we talked about. And we talked about on here about that technology that I was like, oh my gosh, I experienced this energy harness thing. Well, somebody actually captured something on film that it just hit me. You know how with those things will just like, whew, you're like, whoa, okay, that might be it. I might be looking at that, whatever that phenomena is. Yeah, that happened today. So I'm going to share that with you. But from 2014, I let my notary certification lapse. I'll tell you why. Okay. When the divine time comes for us to be doing what is divinely appointed for us, it will be the right time and it will reveal itself. Well, at that time, apparently it wasn't the divine time. I needed to be spending time going and seeking within and unraveling and processing whatever I needed to do. Because I happened to, one of the clients that I had, he had a power of an attorney, and apparently the guy that he had the power of attorney on, this guy tried to lure me, 8 hours out of town to do a notary job. And I told him to get a notary down there. Then he tried to buy my journal off of me. Anybody that's been a notary public knows if you're a notary, that journal, you guard it with your life. That's your lifeblood and people's information. You guard it. It's a job. It is I wouldn't call it a job. It's a position with a lot of integrity, a lot of trust, and you take care of that and you value that and you value the people you take care of in there. So he tried to buy it off me first for $5,000. And I was like, I thought he was kidding. And, then it got up to like almost, I think his last offer was 50,000. But in the meantime, he tried to lure me at, 8 hours out of my area of living to go and meet up with the gentleman that he had the power of attorney over, that he was signing documents. Well, in my journal, I put who's in front of me. That's our job. Okay. So he wants that darn journal. My car gets broken into. Well, I was out on a notary call, and if I'm on a notary call, my notary stuff stays with me 24/7. I don't leave it in my car ever, 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 ever. And then if I'm not on a notary call, it's locked up. You wouldn't even find it if you search for it in my house. Good luck. Bring your lunch. Anyways. So my car got broken into in the midst of this. All I took was my Garmin, and there was money in there. There was all kinds of stuff to take, but they just took my Garmin. I think they were looking for my journal. Anyways, the next thing I know, my house is filled with detectives and police officers. The man that he wanted me to meet in San Diego was buried underneath his sidewalk. So meaning he knew he died. He buried him and then had his sidewalk poured on his house over the top of where he put this man that he was taking his funds for, acting like he was alive. Okay. Creepy. So who the heck was it that I was going to meet in this in San Diego, over 8 hours away from my home? If that man is the same man that, and he's under his sidewalk, there wasn't good intentions. So my intuition was telling me, go find somebody down there local. So, but anyways, I let it lapse. Let me explain about what a notary public. It's called common law. It's law of the land. It's not maritime. It's not lost at sea. It is actually, it is the law that most people have forgotten about, but it's an actual legal and binding law that actually supersedes it. If you go into the black garb courtroom and somebody's got a notarized document or from a common law court of the land, supersedes anything else that can be done in the black robe courthouse. So understanding even those fundamentals of that will help bring structure and equality, and pretty much anybody is a judge, and then you get the jury of peers, and you can't know the person, and you can't have any connection. And if you're chosen to be a judge over a certain affliction, that where people would come and one would have a complaint, another, and then it would be heard by a third party that has no affiliation with either of them, so they would be completely unbiased. That's what we have set up here, and it is still active. It's still where there wouldn't be notary publics. There just wouldn't. There wouldn't be a need for them. But they come under the header of common law, not maritime law of the land, law of land-bearing divine beings such as we, where we used to take our grievances to a third party long before any court system was ever established, or police department or militaries and all of that, because, I wanted that sheep and that one went over and just took my sheep and da-da-da. You take your grievance to an unbiased and it would be, heard and taken care of. No harm, no foul, no. I mean, things have just gotten so out of hand to how what we're going back into of how we handled things in the past is where we're heading back to. So it's like Neanderthal man. We fell into Neanderthal man, but we're walking back out of it into the age of respect and equality and all of the beauty and divinity that comes along with that. So we have covered the third eye opening, or Holy Spirit baptism. Doesn't matter what language. Let's lose the labels. That's one thing that we need to do, is lose the labels of anything that we're trying to determine is sacrilege or blasphemous or whatever. And let's all get over ourselves first, because we have an ideology and a perspective on things. Doesn't give us the right to impose that or oppress another sovereign divine from expressing, especially when they're expressing themselves and it does not oppress or restrict our rights to be. So it's learning to live with one another in a respectful, harmonious way without encroaching on one another's space. And I'm not talking about social distancing bullshit. I'm talking about live and let live. The saying, do what thou wilt. The saying, do what thou wilt, also goes along with as long as it does not encroach, rob, or oppress another free will divine sovereign being. It doesn't mean that you can say, oh, well, they're not awake, so they're not a free will divine being. That way, you guys. Well, it doesn't matter what our status of awareness of self is. It doesn't take away from who we are in truth. And when, when the scales pop off and we see this uniqueness about each of us, you can't unsee once you see. That's one thing about peering into the unseen realm or getting wisdom that comes from places that you just like, wow, how did I figure that out? You're tapping into something that is so phenomenally amazing that you almost think it's off-worldly or that you're touching into the Godhead, and you possibly could be. But that doesn't mean that everybody doesn't have equal access, because it's choice. We can choose. And but yeah, I just noticed that the people that are coming into their own, the nature of them is not to be abusive or to use anything that's gifted to oppress or harm another. It just doesn't seem to be their nature. As we come out of confusion of, knowing from, discerning self from outside voices, or reacting to what's going on outside of us, which means, just write the word down, reacting. So if we are looking outside of ourselves and we're defining ourselves and we are reacting, what we're doing is we're running in circles and we're perpetuating a cycle. So what mankind is going through is we're coming up out of this cycle. So where we were once going like this, with the haves and the have-nots, the class system, and all this crapola, we're coming up out of that, and we're heading on a trajectory. Instead of going like this, we're heading on a trajectory that's going like this. So we're not going in circles like this. We're going like this, slow and steady, but we're going as a whole, not all at the same simultaneous, instantaneous moment, but it will happen in a twinkling of an eye that when the tipping scales hit, this place will transform. I mean, once enough people know how to operate and how powerful they are, how they're able to have their sovereignty, and they remove it from all of these millions of places that distract us for our attention. They want us to pay, giving over, paying our attention, which is energy, and our power over to a situation, which is wasting. And then what it does is it strengthens up that situation because we're giving it the power for it to be through the deception and convolution of the backward delusion of reacting to what we see outside of us, and where we're now coming into the time of understanding everything, all the power, you're sovereign, you have the right. And I'm not going to tell you guys it's easy. I'm not going to sugarcoat it. It's difficult when you see crazy stuff going on in the street to not, have an emotional. If you're going to have an emotional, but that's pretty normal because your heart expands. But don't hold that space and don't feed your power into it. Just hold, view it as an observer, as you understand how when you're in observer mode, when you take flight into these other realms of understanding as an observer, and do what you can with the power bestowed in you, which is, oh my gosh, unlimited. And go towards that outcome that it is that you desire, not the outcome that's being fed into you or told to you that should be the best outcome, or how to judge or deem something, or how to gauge, because your inner compass is a heck of a lot more reliable than the hive mind. I'm just going to tell you that straight up. Your inner compass, your subconscious, your what would you call that? Your gut, your intuition, the vibes that you get from certain people, all of these little sixth sense triggers that we have going on within us. They're all there for a purpose, and we're starting to look more to those than to outside information to get our nourishment. And we're taking things back onto ourselves. Okay, hi Wobbly, how are you? 007, preliminal. Let me say hi to you guys. I'm sorry. I just been going on a tangent. Richie, shoot me an email if you want to pop in. Same with you, Wobbles. Let me see what else we got here. Biker Babe. I'm going to share a story, a couple of interesting stories. And Christopher Goodwin, who helped me out with Neanderthal man. I couldn't think of that to save my life. I was like thinking, kept wanting to start it with the A, and I would, thank you so much for that. Inner Knowing, Michael Fontaine. And I think I got there. I think if I missed you, preliminal. If I missed anybody, just say something. It's not intentional. I truly, I'm not trying to skip over anybody. Anyways, okay. We talked about that weird technology, and then I've got some really cool stories I want to share with you guys. But let me. I want to share something with you guys real quick. That I don't know if you're familiar with this channel's third phase of the moon. Hopefully they don't ding me with a strike. If commercials are played on this one, it's because of I played a little bit of third phase of the moon. But what I want you to pay attention to is the technology. That's what I want you to look at. Is the technology that is being shown here in the speed and the propulsion that it goes. So, and this is one that just got released today. And if I forget, you guys, please remind me. I want to talk about divine appointments, because I met somebody on Wobblies, which he doesn't go live as often as I'd like him to. But, so it was like by divine appointment I was there, and then I'll get into that after, but remind me because I want to share that. But let me share this. Hi, Doc Michaels, how are you? Okay, let me share this screen with this unusual technology in which we just talked about not too long ago. Come tab, and it is the one with that's it. Okay, and then I'll be able to close it down. Hopefully it'll help my stream health. Let me see. I'm going to go back to StreamYard real quick and mute me. I'm going to mute myself so you guys can hear real good, okay? Really? You can't hear it? Okay, hold on a minute. Gosh darn it. Ugh. Go into here. Check out my audio. Okay. Okay. Well, yeah, it's set up. It's set up to go through the Yeti. I wonder if I got to make sure that I'm just not muted or something. Maybe that's what the problem is. I'm so sorry. Okay. Show it to you again. Basically, it's the visual anyways, but they are talking about it. So I do want you to hear it. So I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I am able to see the chat. Thank goodness. So I was able to see Christopher let me know that. Okay, let's go back over here. Because I'm able to hear it through my earbuds. I'll turn it up some more too. Let's see if that it's cranked all the way up. Okay. Still no sound? I wonder if, hold on. Gosh darn it. Okay. What I'm going to have to do is I'm going to have to play this sound through my speakers is what I'm going to have to do. So just a second. Since I'm in here by myself, that will work. So for now. And then if Richie comes in, then I'll switch it back. Okay, let's see if that'll, let me turn these up. Not to blow it out. Let's see.
The stars, and they managed to capture some incredible imagery, things that still can't be explained. Watch this.
It's not very loud. I'm sorry, you guys.
So we're looking at this video, and I have to tell you, it was leaked from an insider who works up on the mountain. We're not going to name any names, but they thought third phase of the moon should take a close look at this craft that comes into the camera's imagery, and they managed to capture it. But let me tell you, this leaked information, maybe the world wouldn't have never seen it unless we were given the heads up. So we appreciate people from around the world giving us the information as needed, because
let me back it up a little bit for you guys. Not to that one, just to this one.
But they have some great observatories up there checking out the stars, and they managed to capture some incredible imagery, things that still can't be explained. Watch this.
There it went.
So we're looking at this video, and I have to tell you, it was leaked from an insider who works up on the mountain. We're not going to name any names, but they thought third phase of the moon should take a close look at this craft that comes into the camera's imagery, and they managed to capture it. But let me tell you, this leaked information, maybe the world wouldn't have never seen it unless we were given the heads up. So we appreciate people from around the world giving us the information as needed, because people need to wake up. We're not alone. But after looking at this incredible imagery coming in, we could see this craft moving at almost supersonic speeds. It's hard to tell. It's time-lapse video, but it seems to be in the stratosphere, super high. It leaves a trail behind it, and this is pretty unusual, being that the Mauna Kea, it really doesn't capture anomalies such as this. It's one of the first times that an astronomer who worked up there wanted to give us a heads up, and they are scratching their heads, and they want the people to kind of
down, Richie,
be woken up as well,
to be able
like
to
they
see
are.
The first time
we don't know all the answers, but right now
it was like
kind of unexplained. Brett, any thoughts on this incredible imagery?
Big shout out to the person on the mountain that actually sent this and gave us insight, because if it wasn't for people like you, that's what it's all about, getting the information out. And yeah, hats off to you. Guess what, Blake? What we're looking at here is there's no frequent air traffic in this area. There's some anomaly that's screaming across the stratosphere, and the telescopes on the mountain actually captured it. This is not an event that happens all the time. This astronomer would know what's happening, what kind of traffic is over their vicinity. This is very odd. I'm thinking there's some sort of test. Space Force comes to mind, maybe extraterrestrial, otherworldly craft that made a visit over the Mauna Kea. What we're looking at is not normal, not conventional. The speeds are just enormous.
Absolutely, Brent. To take note that the Mauna Kea is approximately 14,000 feet in elevation. So when you're looking at this video, you could surmise.
Let me explain. This is from an observatory, okay? And the observatory, a time lapse is going at shutter speed. Click, 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 which is why that it appears to be a little choppy, but you still get the idea as it's put together as a flowing object. But you see it is kind of going chop, 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 because they have to say it's time lapse, because of the way that it was captured was through time-lapse photography through an actual observatory that is snapping off every millisecond an image. So I hope that helps explain. It's not like when we set our cell phone on taking time-lapse video. This is from an observatory. And I'm going to say something about this channel, Third Phase of the Moon. They have gotten very, very picky about what they will air now. I haven't seen them post a lot in a long time because they have to rifle through CGI versus authentic. And they have a real difficult, task here to find out what's authentic. And there's some criteria. And if I'm going to share the link with you guys to this video, it's really not very long. But this is the one that interested me because it zinged me, because I feel that it is of this realm. I believe it is technology that we have. I believe it is of a secretive type nature that is being brought out to help mankind, as we discussed earlier. But the other two that is shown on this one, they talk about the tree being in between and the perception and how they go through the process of weeding out the, I guess, wheat from the chaff, the authentic from, the fakes that they get sent into them all the time, being of a larger stature. Third phase of the moon, pretty much everybody's heard of them in some regard or another. But this one that I'm sharing with you guys was given to them by a source that they've worked with and trust for a very long time, but it is under time lapse because of it. So like click, 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 and that's why it's not a smooth filming. So, and it kind of blew the guy's mind when he came across it. So, he anonymously leaked it out of this observatory to them for them to share with the public. But this just kind of fit in with some of the things we've experienced here or talked about here lately. So just an interesting, it zinged me when I saw it. I'm like, oh, talk about divine appointments, because I haven't seen these guys in forever. And all of a sudden there they are showing something we just talked about. It's just weird. Anyways, I'll let it play for a few more minutes, and then Richie, I'll send you over a link.
Is the height of this craft. So it's 14,000 feet. This thing looks like it's at least another 30,000 feet in the sky. So we're looking at something that is, at least in my opinion, 70 to 80,000 feet in the sky, approaching the stratosphere. This is an incredible image. And again, we thank the people on the ground, up on the mountain, giving us this information. We appreciate it. I want to thank everybody who joined us on this incredible third phase of moon live.
Okay. Let me stop sharing and let me fix my settings real quick. And I'm going to throw the link for this into the chat for you to check it out for yourself. Because all we can do is go by experience and observation. And through experience and observation, we grow. And through sharing with one another what we experience, we can either take the wisdom that somebody offers, or we can toss it and go through and have have a experience or experience it ourselves. Personally, if somebody is going to share some experience with me that is of a nature that I may not want to experience. I mean, there's some things that we go through in life that are unpleasant. I mean, let's be honest. And if somebody's able to share the lesson learned from an unpleasant type of an experience, then, and we don't have to go through it ourselves, I'll grab that wisdom. I'll try and learn that lesson. So that way I'll, it's like dangling that rope into that rabbit hole. I'll try and grab that rope and pull up out of it, because, I've went, a long time in the dark. I went a long time without people talking about such phenomena, where my spiritual nourishment should have come from at the time when all this was coming into my awareness. It wasn't happening. Now, I did get affirmations from 3 different pastors when I started speaking languages that I had no clue. And my husband and I were, come on camera for a second. My husband and I we were freaking out, because we're like, oh my gosh, from our upbringing, do you need we call them, what do the Catholics do? Exorcism. Yeah. Do you need an exorcism? We didn't know what to think. That's how out of left field. And now I'm speaking in these languages. It was in a prayer time. It was like I would be in meditation. I'd go into the zone. And then these words were coming out that I didn't know. And then thank goodness that the churches, the people that I spoke with were very knowledgeable, at least were able to discern one of the languages because of, I guess from seminary, they actually studied and understood the Aramaic and the Hebrew, because they said that those were two of them was Aramaic and Hebrew. And that I was saying a beautiful praise of, the glory of this place and of what we're able to do and learn from a place such as this. So that brought a lot of peace to my husband and I. But please understand, when you've got things going on of a nature like this and it's not talked about, it's taboo. You fumble around in the dark for a really long time. So, I will grab the rope of the wisdom so I can avoid going through certain issues or experiences I may not want to. If I can grow from somebody else sharing an experience, I'll go that route if possible. But a lot of times, it's going through the experience is where we get the growth from. And that's okay too. It's like there's no right way. It's either you can, you take the gnosis that somebody else is offering and apply it and do your best with it and grow from it, or you can leave it. It's all a choice. Because always remember one fundamental thing, and that's that you hold the power. You are in charge of you. You're in charge of all the power and authority and everything bestowed in you. And oh my goodness, are you one heck of a powerful being. If you think about the gazillion things that are distractions in order to convolute us down to a manageable point, it's a heck of a lot of effort going on in the bread and circus realm in order to dilute us down. So just think about, as you're narrowing those scopes of all the bread and circuses, thinning all that caca out of the way. And yes, this time, inner knowing, I said caca. And you're coming into the gnosis of self-awareness of who you are in truth, your power, and what you're able to do. Look out, because you're amazing. I mean, my goodness gracious. And the more people, as we're going into this golden age, the self-awareness, self-discovery, self-empowerment, respecting each other's choices to be and express and experience, we then will change this place, because it's mainly empty space that's just been manufactured through the imagining faculties to manifest into a tangible way for us to have a physical experience here. So it's just amazing. Okay, before Richie pops in, I've already sent you the link, babe. I want to talk about divine appointments. Okay, this is amazing, actually. The other day, I popped in and Wobbly was live, and he had a bunch of musicians and stuff, and he had one person on there that I'd never seen before. It was like the first time. And you know what? If Wobbly knows him, it's like, oh, I know they're cool. If Wobbly knows him, he's like really down to earth guy. Probably the most stable personality that I've met. He's pretty stable. He is what he is. He's very down to earth. He's gentle, though. He's very kind. He's very talented. He's just he's very level-headed and down to earth. Reminds me of the hippies, or the peace and love. But I can live off the earth if I need to. I'm grounded, but I also take flight. I don't, just well balanced, very nice guy. But there was a gentleman on there, and as soon as it was his turn to sing, I was floored, absolutely floored. Okay. Well, then I noticed he was doing a stream. Just a minute, Rich, I'll add you. He was doing a stream. I went ahead and subbed him. Well, I was asleep and I woke up and I decided that I wanted to make sweet and sour chicken and fried rice in the middle of the night, midnight munchies, which consisted of having to preheat my oven and go through all of these steps. So I went to see what was going on YouTube at that wee hour of the night. Well, this person that I heard on Wobblies was doing a live stream, and there he was belting out music. So, I got to listen some more. I got to listen to more of his range. And then I put my stuff in the oven. And then he sang 2 songs. I almost burned my stuff because he was saying 2 songs after I glazed them. And I was like, oh, but it didn't. It all turned out perfect. Anyways, the moral to the story is I woke up for a reason at that time of night, and he was on that time of night. And then you never know who knows who when you're on platforms like this. You don't know, where I was raised. You don't know my, who I know or who I ran into or who people may know. Okay. That are friends, because when you stop putting people on different levels and platitudes, the respect for each other also enhances. Anyways, I got off there and I was heading back to bed because I had ate, and then I stopped and I went back, or turned back on his live stream, and I said, "Do you mind if I give your information to somebody and let them listen to you? Are you interested in being in a band?" And then I asked him where he was located, and he let me know all of that and that he was interested. Lo and behold, it wasn't but the next freaking day, that person and whom I wanted to, that I brought up to him after waking up in the middle of the night, want sweet and sour chicken, and being able to hear him sing, and then, talk to him a little bit, contacted me. So, when you talk about divine appointments, it's always up to the receiver, though, when you are in the middle of something like that. It'll be up to him if this person reaches out to him, if he looks at that email and says, I'm not quite going to trust that. Maybe it's junk, because I'm on YouTube. Or if he opens it, because everybody is sovereign and has the right to choose. But for that contact to get with me the very next day, and just so happened to be having some problems with their singer, think that's a, way too coinky dinky, to, or serendipitous, and very interested in, was going to go because he knows the person that I'm talking about trusts that I have an eye and an ear for certain types of things, and is going to check him out. So we'll see what happens with that. But I did want to share that with you. Divine appointments happen. We get woke up at weird hours and we come across, strange things, and why I was drugged back to the computer when I was dog-ass tired with a full belly ready to go back to sleep. Well, that person that is actually the leader, the organizer of this band, contacted me the very next day with problems in that very area. I don't know. It's just amazing. Let me add you in. It's just amazing how certain things work out for the good. And I mean, it'll be up to him where he goes with it. I mean, right? So you never know an opportunity is going to knock, or the right person, or not even necessarily the right person. I'm not in a band. I just know some people, I met Poison before I don't know. I don't even think Poison's that big, and they're all right, but they weren't. There's only one person in that band that I would even be friends with, but I met Rat, I've been to many concerts, and well, I grew up down in the Southern California area, and they would go into Pomona, and there was these warehouses, and then the bands that were on the upswing would all come together, and they would share these spaces and practice in these, like they were like big warehouses, and then sometimes they would do like all three bands would get together and have a gig, and all these people would come in and stuff, so we could either watch them when they were practicing. Some people could come in and hang out where they were practicing. And then it was kind of open whenever they did these like party gigs. And then all three of the bands would play together. All three of them, Poison was one of them, are doing very well today of that batch. That's just an example. But what I'm saying is you just never know who's going to hear you at what time. And it was like, it had to have been some kind of a divine appointment to even see him on Wobblies, because I'd never seen him before around Wobbly. And then for him, wake up and want that food, and then for him giving me enough time instead of nuking something and munching and going back to bed, to come on YouTube and see that he was live singing his heart out. So just amazing. Hey, Richie, how are you doing? Can you hear me?
I'm okay. Yeah, I just wanted. Have you got an echo? Is that all right?
I don't hear an echo.
Can you hear yourself? I mean, when you talk. No? Good.
No.
Okay, because I got you on speaker. I got you on a speaker, not on earphones. My camera's still on the blink. I'm sorry. No camera.
That's okay. That's okay. I just turned mine off so we could save on bandwidth and strength, and that stuff. All of that good stuff. And the only thing that I hadn't touched on yet, and we can get into this together if you'd like, is DMT. A lot of people talk about going on ayahuasca journeys and exploring in that nature and traveling in that nature. And a lot of things that are not talked about is DMT is a natural substance found in 40 or 50 different plants, but also it has something to do with our serotonin and our body chemistry. Our own physical body makes DMT. And the interesting thing is as our body will make DMT, like our brain or our pineal gland will suck it up. It like goes, and it wants it really fast. So DMT, although when you look into it, it says that it's illegal, it's this, it's that. Well, then you're a walking illegal rainbow, because you make DMT in your body by nature. Your body naturally makes it. So you can travel, and you have these experiences. I don't know. Is it the DMT from your own natural being? Who knows? But or you can have it through a shaman or whatever methodology. But don't feel shame about, because as I often say, it's not what goes into the man's mouth that defiles him, it's what comes out. It's what comes out of us. What are we putting out into the world? Not what's going in. It's what's coming out. So so that was the other topic that I wanted to make sure that I shared, because it's just important, and it's a part of the awakening process that we go through with whether you call it third eye Holy Spirit or a spiritual ecstasy type of an existence. Did you know that actually they used to call it DMT and the pineal gland back in ancient times the gateway to God? Just do a little research. Don't take my word for it. Just look into it yourself. So then you'll find out.
It's a really fascinating subject, because when you look into the hieroglyphs from Egypt, the Eye of Horus seems to depict the pineal gland. And DMT is a really, really interesting subject. I read the book by Rick Strassman called DMT, the Spirit Molecule. So Rick Strassman, American medical doctor, atheist, didn't believe in spirituality or any of that, but was fascinated by the reports that he was getting from his friends and stuff of DMT experiences. And so he petitioned the government, you know, he applied, and it took a really long time, but he got a grant. He got released to do a 5-year study on DMT in a controlled environment. And the difference between his environment and the environment that it's naturally done in the rainforests in Peru or wherever it is. I forget where it is that it actually, where they drink ayahuasca. I think it's Peru, isn't it? And between the two, obviously in Peru, you're in a rainforest surrounded by nature with shaman and you know, if you're doing it in that setting, you're doing it with the tribe that's, you know, completely invested in nature, and it's a very, very natural experience. Whereas this experience that Rick Strassman was trying to recreate in his laboratory was very clinical, and so all the reports that come back from the clinical experience are slightly different to the ones that have come from from people that have had an ayahuasca experience in the rainforest. But the similarities between the stories on each side are it's too coincidental. It's too, you know, they're seeing that people are reporting the same sort of experiences. I personally, if I was going to do it, I'd want to do it in the rainforest in Peru with a shaman, and I'd want to connect with nature. A lot of what these guys in the laboratory were experiencing was like I said, very clinical. So they were finding themselves on operating tables, being operated on by aliens, or what they perceive to be aliens, because, you know, insectoids and tall greys and that's those sort of entities. But there was no fear. There was like that one of the reports, the guy was saying he was being eaten alive, but the feeling that it sort of the feeling that it created, he felt like he was having sex. That was the report. There was no fear. It didn't feel bad. It actually felt good. And a lot of the people, or most of them, were saying that the entities that they were encountering were giving them really warm feelings of love, and, you know, like motherly love. That's what the description was. It was like motherly love. But there were these individuals, completely separate from each other, totally unique experiences with so many similarities between each experience. Rick Strassman determined at the end of it that DMT is the spirit molecule, and he thinks that it could be the chemical that's released that allows us. It's like a gateway into the next life, and I think DMT is a weird one, isn't it? Because they say that, you know, we do produce it in the brain, but they're not sure when or how much. They don't really know much more than the fact that the pineal gland produces DMT. They don't. They've hypothesized.
Can you imagine?
It's when you're born. It's when you're born and when you die.
Check this out. They try to arrest you. They say you're under the influence of DMT, but your body makes it, so we really can't tell if you've ingested it or your body made it. So I guess we'll have to just drop those charges.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I'm always thinking like the irony or the honoriness of of it all. But it's not just, you know, I know that there's certain shamans and things like that, but there's other people that, you know, they use that and they go on these journeys and they're just as valid, and everything that they
Yes,
see and perceive
yes,
into that unseen realm,
absolutely.
it's
Because
true
it's
and
a real
authentic.
place.
It is a perception though, because you can perceive something as an insectoid, but that's in your perception, because next time they can look like a freaking angel. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Because if you're scared
yeah.
when you go in, you're going to perceive that.
Al-
It'll
Although
affect your experience. Yeah.
I don't know, I'm not. I don't know. I don't know if they're different. You know, if you're perceiving the same being in different ways, or if maybe where you're at in your perception means that you're only able to perceive. Maybe there are some entities that you can perceive and some entities that you still can't perceive yet. But what you touched on it. You mentioned how the brain. So in our brains we have receptors for all the different proteins and stuff. And one of the things is cannabinoids. So you've got these points on the brain. There's I forget how many receptors there are, but there's these receptors. It's the same for alcohol, for cannabis, for all drugs and proteins and all kinds of stuff. There's specific receptors, and only those receptors will take in what it is. So for people that can't get stoned, they smoke weed and they just can't seem to get stoned. Because I know a couple. Their receptors on their brain aren't working the same way. But with DMT, every single square inch of your brain, your entire brain acts like a sponge and sucks it all up.
And it's firing off. Think of your brain as the electrical impulses that shoot off, you know, and just like your heart's a magnet, your brain is like a brain and a CPU, but it's electrical charges that are shooting, you know, always igniting through your mind. And what you're saying, and I'm agreeing with you, when you are, you know, whether your body made it or whatever, and you're having an ecstatic spiritual feeling traveling, or if you've ingested, you're firing off more within your brain. The reception or receptoids or the sensations are enhanced to a degree that you're functioning more at a wholeness than you are in the third density realm of operation. So, okay, go ahead, continue.
So the DMT, you can only inject. This is what the ayahuasca's for, because you can't. Your stomach acid has enzymes in it that break down the DMT, and you don't ingest, or you don't metabolize the DMT. So they mix it with that vine, and that allows your body to absorb it when you ingest it, or you can smoke it.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say.
Ingesting it's supposed to be the best way. It's the most. It's not necessarily the most intense, but it's certainly the longest. Like your trip will last 3 to 4 hours rather than 30 minutes.
That's what I was going to say. I think if you smoke it, it'd be very limited, and then
very,
if you ingest it's got to go through the system, and it may take a little longer to kick in, but it's going to be a longer ride.
It takes 15 to 20 minutes, doesn't it? And then you have to go through this purge. You vomit an awful lot, and it's the beginning of it is very yeah, it is. You purge. You drink the tea, and then and everybody purges. It's not some people purge and some people don't. Everybody purges. Everybody that drinks the ayahuasca vomit afterwards, like about 20 to 30 minutes after.
Have you done it? Have you had that experience?
No, I know several people who have done it, and there was a girl here. I'd organised to do it here because there was an ayahuasca retreat, and I knew the girl Sarah that organised it, and so we were talking about setting up just a trip up to the mountains, basically, not using the retreat. So we just go into so we could basically lower the cost of it rather than paying, I forget how much it was, but it was a whole thing where you got a massage and all of it beforehand. This was just going to be me and a couple of mates, and Sarah were going to go out to the woods and do it in a much more natural setting. But it didn't happen in the end because, you know, the way it is for expats, things change quickly sometimes, and she suddenly disappeared. So, yeah, it never happened. But I know several people that have done it, and they've all said the same thing. And all of the testimonies and the videos that I've watched, everybody seems to purge. It seems to be part of the process. It's actually the shamans see it as part of, it's like a purging. You're purging out and cleaning your
cleaning
body,
up the temple.
ready for this trip. So Rick Straussman, when he did his clinical study, that was done using pure DMT straight into the vein intravenously.
Ooh.
And it didn't matter how the trip only lasted about 30 minutes. And 30 minutes later, they could go and trip again if they wanted, because the brain just sucks it all up. It's like it can't, it's almost like a protective measure. I thought it was almost like a protective measure. It's because you cannot afford to be, as a physical being, you cannot afford to be in that spiritual realm and not in control of your body for too long. If you're
always tethered.
Yeah, you're always tethered. But if you're on a DMT trip, they're incredibly intense. They're total out of body experiences. It's ego death. So your body's no longer there. So if you're, I think it's a.
I think that's probably why it's normally, you know, when people have it, it's a spiritual. He kind of fell out on us. I'm sorry, you guys. He'll be back in just a second. When you have such an experience of that nature, that you have a shaman or somebody there as a guide to make sure to ensure your safety and well-being. You want to do that with somebody that, you know, is trusted. I'm not recommending, and I'm not what do you call it? I'm not discouraging. I personally have not had to have my journeys don't come along with after a DMT experience or a shamanistic type of a thing. So, if I'm receiving and you're receiving and you're able to grow and glean and naturally make, then there's really, no reason to have to alter our body chemistry. A lot of times, even with anything that if we ingest it into our physical body, well, first of all, let me do this disclaimer. This disclaimer is there's nothing here that can harm us unless we give it the power to. Because remember, you are all powerful. Okay, you give everything its authority and say so. That's up to you. But if when people will ingest certain things, then what it does is it stops that area of the brain as the receptors, like what Richard was just talking about. They will become dull and they will not activate. And people that have chronic pain problems and things like that, the ability to make the natural chemicals to dull pain sensations that we normally have become inhibited because of the opioids or whatever is ingested from the doctors. It dulls out those senses, and so then we're not able to create those in our body. I'm not sure if that's the same with DMT, if it limits that to a point where you can only then travel when on, you know, a shamanistic journey, if it limits it in that regard or not. I'm, you know, not the expert on that. You know, you'd have to defer to somebody that's more versed in it. But I can tell you that our body makes it. It is a part of our natural body chemistry, serotonin levels that is made. And he's right. As soon as our body makes it, that pineal gland hogs that stuff up. I mean, like wants it immediately. Whether you're having an NDE, OBE, whatever, it's going to hog it up as soon as it's made in our body. And our body makes these different chemicals and secretes these different chemicals into our body stream all the time. So, you know, they would call that the doorway or a gateway into the spiritual or into the unseen realm. It was actually a praised and an honored thing to actually have the third eye or the, you know, above awakening happen to the into the divine consciousness, because once you gain that access and you are fluently going back and forth now all the time, you don't lose it. Everything that's opened up and that's given to us is without repentance. In other words, once you have it, it's yours to keep. Once you get gnosis, it's yours to keep. Once doors open, it's yours to keep. Once you get a bigger portion, it's yours to keep. So keep that in mind. Let me add him back in. Keep that in mind over everything that goes on these spiritual journeys, awakenings, whether with a shaman or somebody that's very well versed in these type of things. That once you gain whatever it is that you gain, wherever it is that you go, it is yours and it's precious to you and it's yours to keep. Welcome back, Richard.
Hey. I just got chucked out. It just dumped me right out. Said something went wrong.
Well, YouTube is like, I think they're mad at me because, like, if you look at my accounts and all that, it's like, because I'm not hitting to monetize all my videos now.
Yeah.
Hey, life happens.
So it's not just the pineal gland, Michelle. It's the entire brain. The entire brain acts like a sponge and sucks it up. It's one of the things that he noted. One of the things that Rick Straussman actually in his investigation was it was very surprising to him how the entire brain sucks it all up. Just like I said, I think it's a safety mechanism just to make sure that you don't.
The research that I did, I'll pull it up real quick if everyone wants to see it, is that the pineal gland opens it, which then expands out to our entire brain and gets everything activated. Just like when you open up when you get that pineal gland open, where they talk about the third eye opening, like the flower, it blooms and you activate it now.
Michelle, the pineal gland's at the center of the brain. Right. So in order to get to the pineal gland, it has to pass through the rest of the brain. That's why the entire brain acts as a sponge and sucks it. I guess, sucks it to the pineal gland. But it has to pass through the brain to get to the pineal gland.
For a minute on that topic. I'm going to look it up real quick.
But I really I'd love to try it. But I have enough respect for it to say it would be very foolish of me to go and just do it without somebody there who was a kind of, like a shaman, somebody that was well experienced, had a lot of experience with traveling in that realm, because it's different every time you do it. Certainly I think for anybody that's starting, anybody that's doing it for the first time, the differences between the smoking it and ingesting it, the testimonies for smoking it say it's very quick. You smoke it and it's bam, you're straight in all these colors, and it's very psychedelic and crazy. It's a little bit scary, but it's very intense, but it's very quick and it's very short lived. Whereas when you ingest it, it creeps up slowly. And one of the things, Dakota of the Earth is one of my favorite guys to watch
Can
about
you
this
see that?
sort of. Yeah.
Okay, it says there's some evidence that DMT is also produced endogenetically, and in other words, it is produced naturally in the body, specifically in the pineal gland. So I'm thinking it goes to the pineal gland, but it actually is produced in the pineal gland. In the brain, when smoked, the average dose of DMT is believed to be somewhat between 30 and 150 milligrams, and the onset of action can be felt almost instantly. So that's just the top one that just showed up. So it does, I guess it's made. The other one that I said, it said that it is when it is produced, which would be along the same lines of where, like the oil that is produced from the pineal gland and the pituitary that opens up the third eye, like the eye of horse, eye raw, goes down your brain stem, and then it would be like, that would be the travel methodology, and then you crack open that have that third eye or Holy Spirit or born from above experience. It would be almost like
It's governed
major
by the
hit
lunar cycle. That one's governed by the
DMT.
lunar cycle, isn't it? It's,
Some people say that it could be by your birthday. It just depends on your perception of observation. It can happen for anybody at any time. Okay, let's see what's the brain. You guys in the chat, if there's any of these articles that you're seeing that you want me to open all the way up, say something and I'll do it. And that goes to you, Richie. How psychedelic DMT promotes the production of new brew. Okay, we're not worried about the brew. What we're looking at is the effects. That's Wikipedia. Everybody adds to Wikipedia. DMT, no effects and risks. Okay, your brain on DMT. I know. I want to know about the brain producing DMT in the brain. I mean,
they can't actually, as far as I'm aware, and I've done quite a lot of research into it. They can't actually prove that the pineal gland creates DMT. It's still a kind of a theory, because they don't know when it produces it. They can't say that when you dream, that is because your brain has released DMT. They can't actually prove that that's what's happening. That's one of the reasons why Rick Strassman did the 5-year study on it. The book's really, really good. It's well worth reading. I've got it here actually somewhere, but it's well worth reading because he's atheist.
Tryptophan.
Because this doctor's atheist, and he started off absolutely, completely flat denying the existence of a spiritual realm or of God or of any of that. And by the end of his research, he's absolutely convinced that the spirit realm is a real place. There are real entities that live outside of our perception, outside of our ability to perceive through our 5 senses.
I'm going to read this one just really quick. I'm not going to open up any of these because I don't want any of them to spam me or whatever. I don't want to accept their things. But it says The Science of DMT and the Brain. Okay, this is from July 5th, 2017. Not too old, but not exactly up to date. But it says
who is it by? Who's written it?
BeckleyFoundation.org. So it's a college. The Science of DMT by the Beckley Foundation. Okay. For such a simple and widespread molecule that it says it's ditryptamine, DMT, has done a remarkably good job as frustrating scientists, famously dubbed the spirit molecule by Dr. Rick Strassman. The tryptamine alkaloid produced an intense psychedelic experience when ingested and appears in trace amounts in the human blood and urine, suggesting it may be produced within the body. So that's what I'm saying. If they tried to test you for it, your body produces it anyway. So how do you test your body for something that it naturally produces? Just the point I wanted to make out there. So anyways, and here's the bottom one says, does our brain produce DMT? This is Natural Sources Drug by Inversecom. This one is from June 28th, 2019. The evidence that the mammal brain is capable of making its own DMT is very strong in rats and humans. Rats? Really? Why'd I have to compare us to rats?
We are very
Okay.
closely linked to rats.
Okay, that's why they always are messing with those poor mice and rats. Okay,
Yeah.
this study corresponds to Arthur Jim Borinjo, PhD, and it tells the universe and crystals. And I'm not going to open it up, but so there's plenty of information for anybody interested about DMT, that it is indeed made naturally in our body. So people have these amazing experiences, and they're seeing into the unseen, but it's a natural part of our evolution of what we're going through. So just amazing. It's just astounding, the things that we're learning about self and the growth. But when I was researching it, I just looked into a little bit. They were talking about this, like I just said, the spirit molecule, or the molecule to see into the spiritual realm, that it used to be one of the sacred things that would go on within rituals, or a completely spiritual experience, not religious, not dogmatic, but a spiritual awakening, a rite of passage for somebody to go through such a phenomena and have their eyes open into this realm. And once the doors open, the access, you still go to and fro. It's just a matter of learning how to go back to and fro.
So the most fascinating thing, when that comes back from the shamans, from the retreats that are out in the forests, in the Amazon and stuff, DMT is used for basically battling your demons. That's the sense that I got from
I could
it.
see
Because
where it could be liberating.
They use it for addictions. It's known to cure addictions. DMT retreats are known to cure like long-standing addictions. So oh God, what's his name? Not David Childress, Graham Hancock. So Graham Hancock, he's got some really good videos about it. He's done it. He's gone out and he's done it. He's done it like quite a few times. He used to smoke marijuana. He used to smoke it a lot. He was a heavy smoker, and he didn't see it as a problem, but it started causing problems in his personal life that he didn't seem, he was pushing away. He was going out and doing these ayahuasca retreats, and on one of the retreats, it was a really, really horrific trip that he went on. It really terrified him, but the lesson he learned from it, when he came out when he came back from the trip, and he came back from Peru, never smoked weed again. And he didn't go out there to try to stop, but it's like the ayahuasca told him that he needed to, because it was actually he went crazy, and it was causing paranoid delusions and stuff. It was causing arguments. It was causing his nature to change, and causing arguments with his family, with his wife and his family and stuff. And so the ayahuasca kind of told him that he needed to sort it out, and he did. They all all of the testimonies that I've either read or heard on YouTube have all said the experiences can be quite terrifying at the time, but if you don't get lost in the fear, then it's a very liberating experience, and you come out of it feeling cleansed. And people don't come, it's not like other drugs where people are like, whoa man, that was great, let's do it again tomorrow. You know, it's not like that. Nobody that does it wants to do it all the time. It's enough. Just, you know, some people would do it once and never ever do it again, never need to do it again. It's like Bufo. There's the frog, the poison frog that they make poison darts, the Bufo thing. That's another one that apparently after the experience, you never need to do it again. It's enough of an experience to it connects you in such a way that you don't feel the need to do it again afterwards.
Well, I think it
that
would
really
take a little while to unravel, you know, everything that you see in there. You've got to ingest it into your consciousness and unravel everything
I
that
think
you've experienced.
on these trips, Michelle, I think on these trips we are given downloads that we're not going to remember when we come back. Nobody can actually explain what happened in their trip. Everybody says they can explain it up to a point, and then it's always like at that point I could see everything, I could understand everything, I knew why everything was happening, but I can't remember what it was that he told me. You know, it's all
Yeah.
like that. They all come back and they're like, but I wasn't allowed to bring that knowledge into this dimension because for whatever reason you're not ready for it, or the world's not ready for it, or it's just not meant to be. You know, these are things that we're meant to experience individually, unique individual experiences, and so you can't have somebody giving a testimony about something that is absolutely sacred, because if you need every single person to personally experience that in some way themselves, and that, or you know, it maybe it's that there's
What if it's
we're
the
not all meant
responsibility?
to see it.
What
We're
if they
not all
hadn't?
meant to see that. I
Well,
don't
what
think.
if it's like this because of, you know, like over time and with discipline and meditation, things unravel and become clear. Well, what if it is that maybe you're not quite mature enough in this realm to
Yeah,
handle that kind of gnosis because you may not use it for the
yeah,
purposes
exactly.
to bring up your brothers and sisters. But if you are at a place of balance and equality and see the divinity in everything around you, then you could keep what it is that you see because you're mature enough to wield that kind of power and authority within self. I don't know. It's
Yeah,
just a
and
thought.
do you know what? And I think those people that are allowed to retain that knowledge don't tell anyone. They don't come out and say, oh yeah, I've been given the answers to the universe and everything, and it's all on the DMT trip, and the machine elves told me exactly everything, and I've been allowed to bring all this information back with me. Then they're not. The ones that we would consider masters are still very, they keep so much of the I think that they keep so much of the information to themselves, because it's like when you're ready for that information, you will find it. And these, and you know, so let's say I went on a DMT trip and I was given answers, I was given information, like mind blowing information that I was allowed to retain in my conscious state once I was out of the trip. So potentially I was able to tell people what I'd seen. Perhaps, I mean, it could be all kinds of things. I think a large part of it is the language that we have to use. Our language cripples us. It doesn't allow us to explain certain things. There's certain things that are just beyond words, you know, like explaining to somebody how grateful you are in certain situations. It's beyond words. Words cannot express how grateful I am. That's why we say things like that.
I think a bit of Venom has a really good point there, because of consciousness really doesn't fit between our ears. Our consciousness and the consciousness evolution that we're going through is showing us that we're much more than this.
Sorry, I just thought this integral, man.
Oh, I know. Lee's here too. I know he's awesome. But the consciousness expansion that we're having, it's letting us know that this physical avatar is exactly that, is to experience. But we're not, that's not us. This is just something that we're experiencing this realm in, interacting in this realm. And it's amazing. But he's right. He said his brain doesn't fit between his ears, or, because of the gnosis that he has. He's right. When you break it down, you start thinking about the conceptualism of consciousness, how our body works, what's going on, what our thought processes are, the spiritual side, the other realms, the infinite possibilities and probabilities, the power that we hold within, what we're able to do. And it doesn't encapsulate, we can't fit it into this little avatar. We're so much bigger and so much more. And the distractions and delusions are to keep people seeking outside of self from finding the truth. And then when you start to thin all that stuff down and taking your power back onto self, you grow and grow, and it's just amazing. It's just so amazing.
I think bit of Venom's spot on. I think it's a transmitter and receiver, more than a storage box. We're told that we store our memories in our brain, but
no, we don't. That's in our consciousness.
No.
Yeah.
Our memories are stored in every cell of our body. I think our memories are encoded into our DNA as we're living. I think that's the whole point of DNA. It stores memories. So your hand, I remember it was Sadhguru, right? Sadhguru was talking about why being promiscuous is bad, because he explained why Indians don't shake hands. Indians put their hands together in front of them there, and they wobble ahead a bit, and they say namaste.
And they salute the divinity in you. I salute the divinity in me. Yes.
Yeah. I recognize and salute the divinity within you. I recognize and salute that you have a bit of God inside you, basically. And to touch, when you touch somebody, you're it does something. So if you shake hands with somebody and then you don't see them for 20 years and then you shake hands with them again, your hand remembers that hand that you shook. It's not your brain that remembers it. It's your hand that remembers it and says, oh, I recognize that handshake, When you see something you recognize, I don't know if it works with eyes, but certainly with touch, like there's testimonies for heart transplants and stuff where people have memories,
right, with the other
that seem to be in every aspect, down to the last detail, memories from the person that the heart came from.
Right. I'm going to give you an interesting example. I know you used handshake, but let's talk about somebody's physical being energy. Everybody has a unique energy signature. And just lately, I've been focusing in on a friend before I go to sleep, visualizing and feeling her energy and stuff. And I'm going to share, I'm not going to tell you who this person is, but I had the most lucid, profound observation of what I was able to see. It was so beautiful. I mean, it's beyond words. At first, I mistaked it, thinking,
There you
"Am I
go.
looking
It's
at?"
beyond words, man. It's beyond words. There are
Well, I
not
thought I was looking at
words.
something that
Words.
would look tribal, and then because I saw feathers, and I saw her, she was doing a certain dance, and she had her hair up in a braid, and then there was these precious gems like in the braid, and that to me made sense in my mind. I'm like, okay, it's weaved into the braid, and then she took her hair down, and then all through her hair were these precious gems. We're talking, sapphires and rubies and every color of the rainbow. And then I was like, how is that possible without him falling out? And she's dancing. And then, and I still was thinking tribal because of the feathers. And then I was shown later, like I'd say, unravel things later, because then it was the next night I would sleep and sing the same thing over again. She was doing her dance. And then I was shown that no, they're eagle feathers. And I'm like, eagle feathers? What is eagle feather? I mean, because to me, I guess I was seeing the reflection because they were colorful. I thought tribal, like she was a chief. She was powerful. Whoever it is, I'm not going to divulge who this
You
woman
see in her
is.
spirit animal.
Yeah, well, I seen her in her power and her authority, and she was very spiritual in tune, very graceful, very beautiful. But the feathers looked colorful, like what you would see like a chief wear for a tribe. But it was the light from her reflecting into these eagle feathers. The eagle feathers have a purpose. But then when she turned as she was dancing, I got to see the backside of her. And from her shoulder blades, when she moved her arms up into the air, these huge eagle wings were coming out, like she had these wings. Now when I was seeing her from the front view, I couldn't see them. I just seen some atop of her head, like what a chief would wear. But then those turned into the crystals. But then when she was dancing around, then when she turned her back, it was kind of from her shoulder, but it was just gorgeous. So when you talked about the handshake thing, people have an energy signature that comes along with them too. And we can peer into the unseen. Maybe it's her higher self. Maybe it's another aspect of her that's incorporated into her. I don't, there's no telling when we're talking about unlimited and infinite. All I can say is gorgeous. To just sum it up in one word, what I was able to observe was beyond. I wasn't expecting it. I've noticed that whenever I'm trying to set my intentions, I always get something I don't expect. And just like I said before, and this ties back to your what you get, what are the effects? And you were talking about that somebody did DMT, and then after their experience, they broke any kind of addictive type behaviors. I look at, if it's an authentic experience or if it's imagining, what's the outcome of it? What comes about after you have said experience? If there's a transformation that happens, by golly, that's an authentic experience. And you can't get around seeing an actual effect from somebody having an authentic experience, because there will be something that transpires, from the experience. Does that make sense? I mean,
Yeah.
you said they did A and then they got B as a authentic response to this experience. Now, is it going to mean that it's going to work like that for everybody? No, but you said that. You said everybody's unique. Everybody has something different to work on within, and we know that. But it's still, it validates the experience by the outcome of, the authenticity of it.
Yeah, definitely. I was going to say something that's popped out of my head again.
Sorry.
That's
what Venom is saying. It doesn't fit in his head. It just does it. It's outside. Just grab it. Pull it back in.
That's a good point. That's the 6 feet. Keep 6 feet distance. Exactly the distance that your heart radiates. So it's difficult to connect to other people.
Oh, well, it quiets down the noise in your head, though, doesn't it? When you're not connecting with all of the people and hearing everything going on within them?
Wow, yeah. Do you know what though? I think that's kind of. I think when people are screaming out inside in anxiety, if it's fear and anxiety, I think that is noticed more in the amongst people. So as empaths, we're all affected by other people's energy. We realize that pretty much most of us are empaths. Even people that don't think that they're empaths, if they're compassionate and they're able to, and they, most people are empaths, man. I think
What's DE? Lee said something about recently I went back to DE and have been more regular with it, really noticing some amazing results at this time. I don't know what DE represents. Do you, Richard? We'll wait for Lee to respond. DE. Okay, thank you. I've never heard of that.
Diatomaceous. What? I don't know what that is.
I don't either.
If it's something about what shape the Earth is or anything like that, I didn't drop that subject, but I've come to enough. I'm happy where I am, knowing that this Earth is a realm, and I don't know what the shape is, and I don't think that we're meant to know exactly what the shape is and everything, because we've got other things that we need to concentrate on. So it's a flat realm for me, where we're able to write reality. So I don't bother looking into different models of what it might be anymore, if it's one of the models.
Well, because you're going to experience, you're going to observe.
It's a type of clay that you can drink. What?
Well, Christopher Goodwin said silicone. So
you're drinking
multi-purpose.
Is it like
it. Hang on.
Hang on. Yeah, you're drinking. It's like a protein supplement kind of thing that you're drinking. Right. Okay. That's crazy. I've never heard of drinking mud. I've heard of caking mud on your skin and going for mud baths and stuff, but I've never heard of drinking.
Well, I would like for him to share more on that. So I sent you a message in your Discord messenger, Lee. If you've got a moment to spare, that would be awesome, because I'd like to hear more. This is something new into my awareness. I've never heard of it before. I mean, it's just, and you know me, I love to glean, grow, learn, and expand from whatever is offered. Always wanting to continuously grow in consciousness and expansion with my brothers and sisters. Hey, Wobbly Boost, I don't know if you were here when we were talking about you. But you're back now. Oops. No, we weren't. It wasn't anything bad. Nothing bad. But no, I've never heard of that either, Richie. So we'll see if he.
Earth is dirt shaped. Earth is dirt shaped. I don't know.
Dirt shaped. Well, to say that it's flat when I can see mountains, it's like, what? We need flat. It's not like a pancake. So.
No. But it's not a globe, is what I mean. It's not a globe. Okay. It has relief. It has hills and mountains and dips and things, but it's not the globe that they keep telling us that it is, and they keep trying to really ram it home to just keep. It makes total sense. It makes absolute sense why they've done it.
Concave Earth. Bee-boo in the bushes.
concave is
Don't
actually
mess with
more.
Bee Boo in the bushes because Mel loves Bee Boo. I mean, like that's her. Do not mess with Bee Boo in the bushes.
Bieber in the bushes.
Bee Boo. I think his name Bilu. Bilu is in the bushes. One that revealed concave Earth. He's a little alien guy, and Mel.
Concave
Like,
Earth. I think there is some sort of merit to concave Earth. It does. There's I forget who it is that's actually done a map, and he's saying that the maps that we've been given are completely, totally. Like we've never been shown a real map. I believe that as well. I agree with that.
I
Think we've
don't know. I
ever
just
been
think
shown
that
a real map of the Earth. I
they made
think
a
that
religion out of this freaking
they've told us
supposed
there's only
alien.
7 continents, and I think that there's actually probably about 30. We're just there. It's not been hard to keep people, because at the end of the day, how many people want to go and explore the Earth really on a day-to-day basis? How many people actually want to go and charter a boat and go and risk their lives in unknown territory trying to find new continents? There are not a lot of people yeah, there's tons of people that are like, oh yeah, man, that'd be so cool, yeah. And if you said to them, right, okay, no worries, I've chartered a boat, let's go tomorrow, they'd go, oh, do you know what? Yeah, but tomorrow, man, damn, yeah, I'd love to, but I can't because tomorrow I've got to get my hair cut. Nobody when actually presented with the opportunity to do it.
Well, you remember
really
I had the dream where I saw the perspective of the Earth, and it looked like a cookie sheet.
look like a cookie sheet.
Yeah, it was like a cookie sheet. It was a
That's
rectangle.
brilliant.
I was
my
like,
God.
I was like, what the heck am I looking at? And it was like
So
it was
you
shaped like
didn't
a
see
cookie
it,
sheet.
though.
That's
You
what I
didn't
was showed that where I used to live is now underwater. I'm like, what do you? Or I was shown this is where you lived, and it was completely underwater. And I'm like, I live underwater. Wait, what? I had to unravel that one too. But it was like I used to apparently live at a place that is now deeply underneath the ocean. But it was shaped like a cookie sheet. I don't know. I mean, I don't know why I see the things that I see. I don't know. But
when you say a cookie sheet,
thank
you mean
you, Wobbly.
you mean
Thank you. You're so sweet. Thank you.
oh, nice one, Wobbly. Do you mean a tray with sort of disc like, or
It's
indents
like what you bake cookies on,
with lots
pan.
and lots of like a pan with lots of what's the word? Not dents, recesses for the cookies.
Flat.
It's flat, but with bowls.
It's a flat rectangle pan that is like almost what I'm showing is almost the size of your oven. Like you could cook pizzas on it or whatever. It's for baking, but it's a cookie sheet.
Is each of the cookie, each of the holes for the cookies, right? Is each one of those a realm?
I don't know if there wasn't any like holes for the cookies. I mean, it was just.
Oh, you just mean just a flat pan?
Yeah, it was a cookie sheet.
Oh no, I'm thinking of a cupcake. I'm thinking of making right. Okay.
Yeah.
My mum used to have one of those trays.
No, and then that's where I got the ream of paper thing, because that's like a ream of paper is what 8.5 by 11, right? So that's kind of like shaped like a cookie sheet. A cookie sheet is a rectangle. A piece of paper is like a rectangle, and then you get a ream of paper, and there's like 100 thick, and it's like realm on realm on realm that close together, stack. So we traverse back and forth, and then as our consciousness is expanding, we're noticing subtle differences between each of these realms in which we are traversing back and forth through. And as we're expanding, we're noticing more and more. So people are calling that the Mandela effect, when in truth, it's your consciousness is expanding. You're becoming more observant to your surroundings. You're absorbing more, and it's not the matter between your ears. It is your evolution of your expansion of taking the sovereignty and power and authority bestowed onto you and activating it within your life. It's amazing. I know that's a mouthful, but I mean, it's just the people are just
You know,
So
the book
amazing.
analogy, or the page, reams of paper analogy works well for each of us individually as well. If you think of each of our
Yes.
lives,
And
each of
each of
our
us have a ream of
perceptions,
paper. Yes,
yeah,
I brought
each
that
of
up. Yes.
each of our own individual realities, yeah,
Mm.
is a sheet of paper within that book. So that's how it's our
So we've got the
universe.
super ream that we're all quantumly entangled into, and then we've each got our own ream of paper that we traverse. Yes, yes,
Yeah.
yes, yes. I mean, it's really quite phenomenal. When we start to really try to wrap our little noodle, which is the one that's between our ears, you know, into, and we try to put it into a logical left brain, which is now we're only using a quarter of our brain capacity, and we already know that they gauged it we only use 24% of our brain. At this time, where they used 74% more brain from Neanderthal man, okay, till today's man. So to say that he was a hairy monkey is just it's just being ignorant. But anyways, so now we're going, we're trying to fit the concept of such a phenomenal place into such a small, tiny compartment in our mind and make sense of it. So
Into a box.
you have to come
Put
outside
it
of
into a
that.
box, don't we?
You have to expand outside the limits of the boundaries or the boxes and allow your consciousness, your spiritual self, your true authentic self. Then that's where we grab the information. We can pull information in from our consciousness into our vessel at any time and access. But realize your consciousness is something that can't be encompassed or put, like you just said, limited into a small section of any part of
That's
our
the
vessel.
thing is. So that's what models and paradigms do. That's what all of these theories from science has done. It's trying to, and that's
Yes,
why
a bit of venom.
that's why we've
What's
got
that?
so many boxes, and people are jumping from one box into another box, and there's people that seem that they can't seem to contemplate the fact that there are lots of boxes, and they're just hopping from one box to another, and kind of rise above it and see. Oh, look at all
I
those
got
boxes
kicked
down there.
out of that realm, Richie. I don't think you were here that night when I was sharing that one. When I went to that realm of delusion, where it was like an
Mm.
amusement park. I'll go on camera just for a minute because I don't know who was here that night when I shared that. But there was okay. I was in an amusement park, and I'm going to tell you, it was packed. So, and I seen people that I knew who were once living, but I'm not going to tell you that everybody that's in that realm is. Passed on. I would say that some of them may be asleep and alive in a physical avatar at this moment. And it's like a place of all distraction. The place was packed. Okay. And I was on this ride and I was trying to protect these children. There were some children and they got on this ride and this thing, it was like a circle, right? It was a circle over here. And then there was a circle over here. So, it's kind of like you're running in circles. All right. And then when you get into on this ride, there was no security, like they weren't being held in by anything. And it appeared in this place to be like an amusement park, place of distractions. Once you're in this thing starts to spin, and this one starts to spin. And then like that boat ride thing that tosses your stomach, it swings back and forth. So you're going in circles and you're going back. And I'm trying to hold these children back. One thing I noticed is in the motion, I'm waiting for my stomach to throw because that's like one of my favorite rides. My husband hates it. He's like, I hate the boat. He didn't like his tummy thrown.
I
I'm
like
waiting for it because I love, roller coasters and stuff like that.
when you
But
go over a hill faster
I
than
didn't
car.
get any sense of motion. I had no spinning. I had no back and forth. And I'm holding the children back. And that's where, it was actually Lee that made a comment underneath of the stream. Apparently he watched it after. But this is the one where I saw there was these bugs. They were all through their heads. And I seen them like onto their foreheads and stuff. These little black bugs, and I was like really zooming in through my observation. I was able to look at myself from up here. I saw myself on the right, and then I went from there to there, and then I'm looking at and trying to zoom in on it. They were not head lice. I just wanted to clarify that they weren't head lice. They were these little black bugs, and they were, you know, like I said, onto their foreheads. They were visible. And then I looked at the parents, and the parents were kind of like slunk back, like not really paying attention, kind of like a zombie, you know, and they had them all over their head too. And I was holding back the children, and the parents are just kind of like, oh, they're not interested. We're spinning in circles pretty fast. We're going back up, you know, like, so out of it. Anyways, after that ride, this woman and these two gentlemen, showed up and told me I had to leave. They told me that I wasn't welcome there. In the meantime, you know, I'm walking out, and some people decided to come with me. And then they started swinging these things. They were like, look like a hockey stick. Some of them look like you know, ice hockey. These like a hockey stick, you know, toward me. And I'm looking at them. I'm like, what are you going to do with that? Because because I go to these weird places all the time. It's become like a normal thing. I'm like, you can't do anything to me with that. What do you? And then I confronted the one that portrayed a female. No, just because they portray a female or a male, I want to be clear on this. I am not aware of being male or female when I'm in this realm of perception. There is no male, female of myself.
You're androgynous.
Yeah, I don't feel like I'm a man or a woman. I'm just there. I'm just there. So, but she was like a woman. She had silver hair, shoulder length. And I told her, I said, you tell me the truth, because you have to tell me the truth. You can't go against my sovereignty. Why are they doing this when they know that they do not have permission in any shape or form to touch me? And then she was forced to tell me the truth. She said, yes, you know, they can't touch you. They can't hit you. And they just wanted me out of that space. They did.
They can make you think they're going to hit you, and that's what they want. They want you to cower in fear.
Yeah, but I wasn't, though. They couldn't move me on the ride, and then people were following me out. And I don't know. I don't, you know, this is the first time that I actually was able to retain this place. And I was like, what the heck was I doing there? I don't like, but because I think a lot of people do not quite understand they're awakening to self, but they're not sure of everything they're doing in their dream work. Because everybody, you know, my perception on that, everybody's a dream worker. When you are asleep, your spirit don't sleep. You don't have no reason to sleep. There is no night or day for that. You're working. You're busy. Okay. Some are going into this place, and they're pulling people out. That's kind of what I got from it. Is there's some going into these type of realms, and they're pulling people out of these realms, and it's work. So you'll wake up and you're like dog tired. You're like, dang, you know, I slept all night. I should be feeling great, but I feel dog tired, like I've been working all night. Guess what, my friend? You probably have. But I'm going to tell you, you know, she didn't want me there. I was too self-aware, because I guess I was given the gift of knowing where I was at. But I wasn't the only one that wasn't being tossed around or distracted. There was others that were amongst this place of delusions and amusements and bread and circuses that were focused. Now, they were blending in a little better than me, Miss Sword, stick out like a sore thumb, because I was very aware of what the heck was going on. And, you know, I got the boot. But could they really kick me out of there? No. The reason that I went out with them, and I don't know why, but people came out with me. I don't have no say. They're sovereign. If you want to follow me out, you follow me out. It's up to you. And it could be because of other workers, and they're doing what they're doing. And I was walking out the door, and they were already heading that way. It's not about, you know, pulling people out. There's no glory in it, because the glory is within each person. We go, and that's in the Bible. We go from glory to glory. and it's always done within our choices that we make within. But I was able to see this realm. It exists. I guess if there was to be a hell, that would be the closest thing that I would equate it to. And it looked like just a big amusement park filled with all kinds of distractions and delusions. And it was Lee that told me, he made a comment on what he believed the black bugs were. Oh, I'm trying to think of the word he used. Archons. I think he used the word archons, which when I think of the word archon, I think of like archaeology or archetype or principalities or rules and regulations put in place that are false. Something that is, archon, something, some kind of a false construct, archaeology. There's a lot of different wordplay you can go with that. That the bugs seem to be an interference from their receptor, which kind of ties into what Bit of Venom said earlier about we are constantly receiving and transmitting. And before we move too far, I know you want to comment on that, but he brought up library. And let's touch on that. Let me touch on that just really quick, because if everybody goes through what we call, some people call it the Akashic Records, the Great Hall, the Great Library, the super consciousness, the grand expansion of experiences that we can all access to gain wisdom and gnosis from places that good, who knows, because unlimited. Okay. That would be what I would consider the best library to gain any kind of gnosis and resources, would be from going through the Akashic, or where, because we deposit in there all the time. And that has to do, again, not with between our ears or physical manifestation, which, think about it, as above, so below. We have libraries here. So it would only make sense that we have library out there. So anyways, I'll let you take it away, but I want to make sure Bit of Venom knew I saw that comment, and I did want to respond to it, because I do have, I have a memory of going through the Akashic, and wasn't what I expected. I was looking for a place that's all books, the books of life, open them up, let's read. No, it was more like crystals and some kind of futurized electronic, even technology wouldn't do it justice. And not like Superman's cave, but it's gorgeous. And I don't even know if people realize when they're passing through, because we're in and out so fast. It's not like it takes any time at all for us to dump whatever for a data dump or a download. Some people call them uploads, downloads, or when we're adding information into the Akashic through our experience and expansion. But I finally slowed down enough to look around, and you guys, I'm sure everybody's perception of it is a little different, but I was just in awe of that place, just in awe. Okay, take it away, Richie. I know I've said a mouthful, so.
I was just going to say that what it sounds to me is those bugs sounded like parasitic. They're like some sort of parasite, and all of the characters, the people, seemed drugged, like hypnotized, drugged, zombied out, and so maybe one of the reasons why we're not able to get through to some people is because their spirit, their soul, is somewhere else. Has been they're maybe it's being held. That's what that place is like. People's spirits are being held hostage, kind of thing, just through distraction. And
it's through choice.
It's through choice, because they get distracted by all the, oh look, it's a park, it's a fun park, this is meant to be fun, we're going to have some fun, because most people, they just want to be happy and have fun and feel good. They don't want to, that's what we all want, really, is just to be happy and have fun. Um,
Yeah, the next part of that journey was I was sitting on the sideline of this huge pool, like I would say Olympic size, but it was much bigger than that. And I had shampoo in my hair. It was really weird. I'm like, are you brainwashing me? Because that's what, of course, my analytical mind. I'm like, are you trying to brainwash me? You know, and I was like, and then I got up and dove into that pool, and all of it rinsed out. And then when I popped up, I got to see my daughter, and but I have to plug my nose when I go underwater in my physical body, and I can't dive. I'm just going to tell you, in this physical form, I am a horrible diver. It's just not a strong. I love to swim. I spend a lot of time in water. I love water. Water's my conduit of clarity. But it was just odd that right after that, there I am getting my hair shampooed. And maybe subconsciously I'm like, ooh, bugs, shampoo my hair. I don't want none of that. I don't know. But that's where I ended up. And I could feel them like lathering and them rubbing my head and massaging. And then I just got up and jumped in and it all rinsed out. And I got to see and spend a little time with my daughter in that realm. But not of the realm of bread and circuses, but after like getting my hair washed or washing all of that away, all of that, I guess I should look at it for what it really is washing away any kind of blockages out of the way, and then coming up out of the water, then I was able to spend a little time with her. So I'm sorry if you guys are hearing that. I'm getting some messages. I thought I switched it. That the sound's coming through my, oh, it was, even if it isn't, it would still come through the mic. Okay, sorry. Go ahead, Richie. Did I lose him? Are you there?
yeah, back. There we go. I just got chucked off. Got chucked off the Wi-Fi.
I wonder if it's because of because
Can you hear
I
me?
got some messages. Yeah, I got some messages that came in, and then you were like, poof. So okay, we're good. Let me check the stream help. Says it's good.
Yeah,
Okay.
it does it. Every now and again. It just chucks me off the Wi-Fi and then reconnects. It's like, well,
StreamYard is evil.
it didn't actually kick me out of the StreamYard, so it's cool.
I've got StreamYard, I think, until June. I paid for a year, so we'll see. If I come up with the funds, I'll get it again. Because I like it for this. I like to have people pop on. I like people to share, and it's very easy.
I just use the free one. And you can have up to 6 people on and have you can have the banners and everything, but you can't put your own where the StreamYard thing is. You've got your avatar,
and you're
with the
limited on
StreamYard.
how much you can use it too.
And also you can do multi streams as well. You can stream on multiple platforms as well when you upgrade it. So it's good. You can stream on Facebook and Twitch and YouTube all at the same time from the same.
You can do that,
it's
and
definitely
I can use it unlimited. Where on the free one, you can only use it, I think, what was it, 10 hours or 20 hours a month?
Yeah, 20 hours a month, because I'm coming up to my limit. It's 20 hours a month. But I think, if you've got the money to get it, if I had the money, I'd get it for a year, because it's definitely worth it as a YouTube creator. It's definitely worth it for what you can do with the streaming, because it is good quality if you've got a good connection, and it's really nice that you don't have to download an application. It's all done on the browser, and if you do upgrade it, then you can download all of your streams. They're all held on their server for, I think is it 30 days?
I don't know. I don't download my stuff onto.
Yeah, it's all kept on for 30 days. So like when I was doing the Really Woke show with Roxanne she got StreamYard on her laptop, on her computer, and so when we got our videos taken down, and we got struck. We got a strike, got taken down for completely bogus BS reasons. We were speaking nothing but truth and using factual evidence, but that, you know, because of what's going on last year, we got taken down. But when you get taken down by YouTube, you've lost the video, it's gone. But every single one that you've done, if you've got any videos that if you ever have a video that gets taken down, deleted, and you by YouTube, Stream has a copy of it on their server, so you can download it again and upload it on a different platform. It's good.
Yeah, I've had problems with YouTube, like trying to put a copyright or whatever on them, but I've never had them, because I guess it depends if you're in the YPP program, YouTube Partnership Program. I noticed that even the rules and regulations are changing, that they'll put ads on whatever videos they want to now, but if you're YPP, you still have say-so. So I'd highly recommend people go for the YPP program and qualify and let your channel become monetized, where you have the say-so whether you monetize or not, rather than allowing somebody outside yourself to have control of the latest intellectual property.
The latest terms and conditions change. It's with AdSense, and now I have to pay American tax. I have to pay your government tax on my AdSense earnings as a non-resident of the US. I've only ever spent 2 weeks in America, and now on all of my YouTube earnings, which they still haven't paid me a penny since I monetized. I've not been paid a single penny, despite the donations that were made to Super Chat and everything. They've still not sent me the code. I've ordered it twice. It's now March. I still haven't received it after the second time of asking for it. So I've not been able to link my bank account. And they're still saying that I still haven't reached my threshold of 70 euros for them to release any of their money anyway. So my only experience of AdSense and monetizing my channel and everything, I think probably because of the subjects that I tackle in my videos, and that's why I've had videos taken down. I've had 2 strikes, and we got struck. We got strikes on the Really Woke show, and just because of what we're talking about, because the algorithm, because they don't want the truth spoken, because they don't want people to be able to use their own discernment. They don't want intelligent people to be able to use their own discernment to work out what's going on. So they censor the truth. And I personally, I'm thinking about demonetizing my channel myself.
It sounds like you're in the YPP program. I wouldn't do that. Don't go that far. Just make the choice to just not let them run ads. Don't demonetize, because then you just exited the program.
I don't put ads on pretty much. Most of my videos have not got ads on.
It's your choice, though, because it sounds like you're in the YPP program.
But because I use music and stuff, and I don't care about if I'm using somebody else's material as part of my video, which I do quite a lot, then I'm quite happy for them to take the money for it. I'm like, do you know what? That's cool, man. If people see it and they earn money from it, I'm basing my video on their work, so give them the money. That's cool. I've got no problem with that at all. And with music and stuff, I'm like, okay, if you want to be funny about it, take the money. I don't care. I'm not doing it for the money. I'm not doing the monetizing for the money. I'm doing it purely for the
obviously there's no money in that. Come on.
There is no money in it, man. I mean, they're still saying I've only got 69 euros 50, and I know that I had quite a few super chats, like a couple of tenors and fivers, and then the money that I've earned in ads, like €5 or something. It's ridiculous. Probably because I don't put videos on my channel. But yeah, it's supposed to be good for pushing your videos up in the algorithm, isn't it? That's the reason why I do it.
Well, like I said, you can just tell. I think I made him mad because of my view counts. But I don't care. I'm gonna, like I said, I'm gonna get recertified as a notary. I'm gonna do my thing, and I'll do the best that I can to bring the most to everybody that I can for as long as I can. And that is, good. I was hoping by now I would be in a position to help others, to be able to be. But not running in the red. But with the ad thing, that kind of freaked me out because I was running in the negative on my ads. How can you run in the negatives? I had more views in December when I started doing those funny little animal videos than I ever had. But I ran in the red. They took all of the ad revenue and then actually hit it in the negative. And I was like, oh, no, why should I run ads? Why should people deal with ads if I'm going to have to?
Well, they're saying that you've got to pay. You owe them money.
Yeah, I did a short video on it, and I showed it. I showed the graphs and stuff. It flatlined and went under. It went underneath, and then their excuse was, "We had to pay everybody back." You had to pay in 1 month. It was like 11,000 views, and I said, "You paid back 11,000 views that were advertised, that had whatever ads running. Even if you do the skip it after the 5 seconds or whatever, there's still a portion. You had to pay all of that back." But they said from the last July until present. But it's we don't do it for the money. Obviously, it costs money to do this, and I want to keep it nice.
That's the only nice. That's the only that is really the if there is any financial incentive, it is just to recoup the costs of presenting. What's presented, isn't it? Because it is expensive, man. It's expensive. The equipment's expensive. The software's expensive. The bandwidth, certainly here it is. So
yes, it is. But we do it because we want things to be nice. We want it to be nicer for people to watch. And now they've got they're playing movies and television programs are kind of taking over YouTube, and they're kind of making it more like regular television, actually, and it's taking the you right out of tube.
It's ridiculous. If you want news, the only things that they push are the news stations. The fact that these television stations, news networks, are allowed to get 1.6 million subscribers. They shouldn't be allowed to get subscribers. They have people watching them on the TV all the time.
And the next thing I wondered is, okay, wait, did somebody pay for those views on my video? Like, did somebody out? But then I thought, wait, no, because when Darkwolf and we investigated that, you have to show your subscriber amount for any kind of activity like that. I took that side and he took the dark side, like how you can remove subscribers and stuff. He took the dark side of those kind of sites, and I took which both of them are really bad, to be honest, because if you're buying subscribers and letting a YouTuber think they're doing really super well when they're really not, because you're thinking you're doing something nice for them, but really it's hurting them in the long run. It's giving them a false sense of security by buying views and subscribers, okay, without them knowing it. But you have to show your numbers. You have to show your subscriber amount, or they can't work with you.
Michelle,
so
we're talking about an incredibly corrupt, insidious organization that's been. I mean, it wasn't when it started, but that's what it's turned into, because it's one of the main arms of their brainwashing, because they realize that everybody's going to YouTube now. So the things that they want pushed, they allow to be pushed. They allow people to buy subscribers. That I think they even allocate themselves. I know that with Flat Earth, the whole Flat Earth subject, it's proven, because enough people have looked into it, found the advertisements, found the paper trails that prove that they're deliberately, the system is deliberately trying to discredit Flat Earth. It's paying YouTube channels to be globe channels, to be flat earth denying channels, to troll flat earth accounts. There are troll farms created purely for the flat Earth community, basically, because they're the things that they want pushed, they push them, and that's why they don't mind pushing things that people can be so easily confused over, like like The Secret, the big secret. It's true. The secret exists. You are able to manifest things into your life. You would be able to create a better life. But the whole point of The Secret is it really only works when you're doing it compassionately and not selfishly, when it's for the greater good, not just for your own individual ego. And if you're doing it for your own individual egoic reasons, you just want a better car and a bigger house and more money, and you want to be doing better than other people, then that's a very that's the dark side of The Secret. So they push that. And they let the channels get 10 million subscribers and 4 million views, and they allow that because they push it into everybody's face. But the things that are going to actually wake people up and make people actually use their own discernment and be able to see with their own eyes exactly what's going on, those channels and those subjects are shadow banned, they're belittled, they're trolled. Massively trolled, and they're targeted. Those are the targeted individuals. All of us that are trying to wake anybody else up is a targeted individual. It's just, yeah.
It is what it is. I mean,
It is what it is, man. It doesn't make
what tipped it off to me was when they revealed themselves to be it was YouTube Play. And I was like, play game, like a game. Like YouTube now is it's no longer a platform of sophistication and information. It's a game. So it's in any game, you put in your quarter, you play the game, when you went to an arcade or gameplay, they want money.
So you get your gold play card, don't you? Your YouTube Play trophy thing when you get 1 million subscribers or 100,000. You get one at 100,000, don't you? And then one at 1 million, and it's a play button. It's the YouTube Play button.
At the 100,000, when I seen Jacob Israel got his.
Yeah, so that was
100,000. I have to say something about Jacob Israel.
I love
when
Jacob.
I do too. Oh my gosh. Right after we lost Shannon, and I wasn't expecting this. I've watched him for a long time, but apparently it caught his eye that I had to really, be very humble and open a GoFundMe. I've never had to do that before, and it was a very humbling experience. Next thing I know, it caught his attention, and he's broadcasting it. And all kinds of people. It was $10, $20, whatever, but it brought in and it helped out so much, and he took his time to magnify that to a very broad, because he's got a broad spectrum of viewers. And I just thought, wow.
Jacob, I had no idea he'd done that, because I've spoken to him a few times. He's
yeah, he did that, and I will never forget it.
That's really beautiful that he did that, man.
Everybody does the most beautiful things for each other.
Energy when he's talking, and he's just so great, and you can hear the smile on his face when he's talking.
Cool. He tries to bring the most terrifying topics, and he puts it in a palatable way where it's digestible, as the humor and the delusion and deception that it truly is. He's giving it away, but he has a way of doing it with, he shows their hand without showing their hand. I just love him. But yeah, when he was doing that, he wasn't his normal cheesy, happy, he was very somber, very kind, very gentle with how he handled the whole situation. Very gentlemanly.
No, I can imagine. Yeah, I can imagine. He's a very sincere guy as well. He's
Mhm. It surprised, he wasn't the only one. There was several platforms that did this. I didn't ask. They just did it. And
I did it. We did
I
it on the
remember.
Radio Show.
I remember. I don't forget things like that. I mean, it's like, but I don't forget it. All of us, your heart changes. That's what I'm saying. Is we're going through an amazing period now. Mankind as a whole is, and we're going through this transformation. And as we go through it, and the more that we take responsibility, the more self-empowered and gnosis of self of what you're able to do, you wield it because you're going to wield it in a way that's not going to hurt anybody else or rob anybody else. You're not going to force them into an ideal that you believe to be true without, you're just not going to do that. You're not going to say your religion is completely wrong and foul because X, Y, and Z. And you're not going to try and prove all of that to them, because why would you want to prove somebody else's experience that they're expanding on is false when it's real to them?
Exactly. If you're truly enlightened yourself, you know that the last thing you're going to do is that. Like you can't.
I wouldn't say I'm enlightened. I don't like titles.
No,
I don't like levels.
Like you have to kind of meet people where they are, though, don't you? I think we talked about this a few years ago when we were in the that Purple Flame group in Discord.
That had to have been well over 2 years ago then.
Yeah. It was like 3 years ago, wasn't it? But you have to meet people where they are, because if you don't, you can scare them off. They're going to shut down.
There's a level of acceptance too. I mean, what's it matter to me what you believe? It's up to you. It's your choice. As long as you're not imposing it on me, I'm not going to impose what I feel and believe on you. I'm not going to force you into thinking the way I think. I am me. You be you. That's what keeps life interesting.
It's all about understanding the power that your perception has, isn't it? So understanding that whilst you perceive things this way, the person that you might be speaking to doesn't. They perceive them in a completely different way, according to it might be according to a paradigm, and you might think that the paradigm's false, but it doesn't matter. That's how they're perceiving the world.
And you know what? Since that's their perception, and knowing how powerful everybody is, they'll see it. This is not bashing flat or globe, but I'm just going to use it as an example since it's a hot potato. Let me throw some hot potatoes at you guys. Yeah. Okay. The people who believe that the earth is flat is a pancake. Okay. Not flat. Like, okay, it's got mountains. All right. Okay. And then the people that think it's a globe. Okay. Here's what I see. I look at, what do they have in common? Number one, what do they have in common? Both are unlimited. Because space is vast and unlimited and unexplored, that it's got unlimited potential and possibility. Flat Earth, it's unlimited. It goes on and on. It's the unexplored. It's the unknown. There's unlimited potential and unlimited possibilities and probabilities. Okay, so they got that in common. What is it that they argue about? They argue that there's no outer space, that we're under an enclosed dome or, whatever, and that a meteor's not going to come and hit us. Okay, so Flat Earth is trying to... Hang on. Now, let me finish my argument, because it's just a statement. It's not a debate. They're saying there's not going to be any meteor coming from outer space that's going to hit the Earth because outer space doesn't exist. We're on a flat plane, so don't worry about meteor strikes or all of this stuff, because we're on a flat plane. We're in outer space. They're investigating it, and then they observe the meteor showers, and then they watch them zip by, and they say, "Oh, they're beautiful," blah blah blah. But with the globe perspective, you can still have a little bit of ingrainment of fear that, ooh, if there's meteors out there, they could hit us. So there's still a little bit of fear there. With the flat earth saying, okay, and I'm just using, this is just allegory, parabolic type of a observation. With the flat earth saying, no, there's no outer space, there's no meteor, so they're removing fear. But what they have in common of the, unlimited potential probabilities, possibilities is awesome. Does it matter to me if you think the earth is a globe? Or is it going to make me walk away from you as a mind being?
Within both.
Do I need to dig my heels in on something that I cannot prove myself? I don't care what tests everybody does, because we're so powerful that we mess with even the constants. When I did the research on the constants of science, how the speed of light has changed, gravity has changed, everything that they said was a constant, or we're using for constants in measurement over our history, has come up to now all be a huge, big, fat nothing burger. So if the constants used by science to gauge things are in failure, what makes me think that I can go to a perception that is beyond the scope of reasoning and observation when I'm visiting realms that, like I said, could be as a matter of paper flipping up and down with observations of changes, or am I going to dig my heels in and say that, it's round, we're spinning unlimited, or that it's flat when I can't go and look for myself. And like I said,
you did say yourself though that when you went out and you saw the barriers to the fifth dimension, the Earth seemed like a cookie dish.
yes, I was shown it as a cookie sheet. Yes,
Yeah.
I agree.
Which is a flat plane.
I know, but what they were showing me was where I don't know what, why it was shown to be that way. I don't know. I can't give you an answer. But even when it was shown as the shape of a cookie sheet, I wasn't shown the whole darn thing. I was only shown, it was like a cookie sheet that I was looking at, and they were pointing in the ocean, and they were saying, you used to live here. And I'm like, what the heck? And then it led me to Atlantis, Lemuria. I know people think, oh, that could be mythology and stuff. No, honestly, you guys, I think that was the Silver Age after we fell from the Golden Age. And, when this place first started, the story of Adam and Eve came much later after, a reset had already transpired. Resets happen all the time. Where'd the Mayans go? I mean, that was the discussion that night, of these people who come into a wealth, a treasure trove of information, conscious expansion. They leave behind information or breadcrumbs, and poof, they're gone. Like everybody from that area or that group of thinking now just moved onward to someplace and are existing in another parallel or another realm of existence, because there's only so much we can learn from the third density. It's from duality. You go from the good and evil, and then you realize, okay, no, it's a dual nature. And then you go from dual nature to wielding your power. And then when you go from wielding your power, then what do you do from there? You'll get bored. Because infinite and unlimited is infinite and limitless. And to wrap our little 3D mind around it is difficult. Sorry, I probably just went all over the place, but I was trying to give the example of why would I try to impose my ideals onto another when ideals are more like a faith or a belief structure based on limited evidence that is from my perspective or my perception, and impose that onto another when they could be having something completely different. Like the flat earth sees certain test results, the globe people that believe that see different results. So how would I be able to persuade? Because it's just like science. So there's got to be some kind of a faith based idealism that goes along with it, and that's not using logic or common sense, that or our gut instinct or our spiritual essence or consciousness. That is using blind faith to follow after old gnosis or distractions that are put out there. And I that's just completely opposite of the message of freedom, sovereignty, and your essence and your right to experience and be and expand.
Yeah.
Because I'm not, I don't, because of, I think this came up because of the level thing, like, and calling somebody, even saying, oh, enlightened. We're going through, as mankind as a whole, to a certain degree or another, every single divine, beautiful human being is being touched in some way, shape, or form by this magical period that we are all going through, one and all. I didn't mean to quiet you down.
No, you're right. I'm, I'm just sharing. I'm just trying to share a link to this stream with.
Oh.
Sorry, yeah, so I've got somebody's commented on one of my videos.
Well, we're gonna probably need to add your channel to the StreamYard thingy. We'll talk about that sometime soon. We'll see if I get the funds up to pay forward again, whatever. Then, because it seems like you're pretty consecutive, and we bounce off each other really well. That we may do some work together if people like it. We'll let also the viewers be the determination on that, and just stream on both platforms, so that way if they want to throw those extra few pounds or euros or whatever into your account, and it can put you over that threshold. Once you meet that threshold, it sounds like you're right at the cusp. You will get the payout, but they get paid first. Just realize YouTube gets paid first, no matter what.
They don't have my bank details, right? And they won't take my bank details until I give them the code that they say they've sent me twice, but they haven't.
They didn't have to.
And there's nothing else you can do. All you can do is reorder the pin. All you can do. There's nobody to speak to and say, look, you haven't sent me, you've not sent me the pin. Nothing's been sent. Twice I've ordered it and nothing, or no, the first time they just sent it and told me that they'd sent it. And then after about 8 weeks, it still hadn't arrived. And so I went to say it hasn't arrived, and all you could do was order it again. So I ordered it again. And sorry, my TV's going crazy.
It's the energy.
It's actually going crazy. It's
Actually, we discussed this, like with the ideals and stuff earlier when I was talking about whether you believe that it's oil that comes and secretes from your third eye that goes down our spine through our rainbow and shoots back up and rests out the 33rd vertebrae into the pineal gland and shoots open, and you have that divine door open to the divine consciousness expansion. Or if you believe that it's energy that's flowing and clearing out any kind of chakra in your rainbow blocks, and then opening again, the same results. Why would it matter if my ideals are one way and your ideals are another way if the results are the same? I don't need to be dogmatic with anybody, because we all know in a deep consciousness, soul searching of self, because the answers are within, that the truth will resonate in us, and it comes frothing up. And once that door is open, it's open. Anything given is given without repentance. It's yours to keep forever and ever and ever. Even if we fall and have catastrophic things happen in our 3D life that are heartbreaking, you don't lose anything that you've gained. You may stay in a stagnant or at that level until you choose to move forward, but you never lose anything that you have already gained. Anything you've worked for and you've achieved is yours to keep, whether it's through a DMT experience, to have these engagements and encounters, or if it's through meditation, prayer closet, whether you follow Jesus or Buddha or Muhammad or whatever, doesn't matter to me. I'm so unbiased about any of that stuff. It's just, that's all faith. That's all ideal, or science even, maybe even called it religion after
I think
Scientology.
I think it's massively. That's all massively perception as well.
It's part of that
Individual.
circus show, going in circles. They keep you at the surface level a lot of times if you're confounded into that. I had to get detangled. I did. I had a lot of inner work of detangling, and I'm not gonna lie, it's work, but I had to do the work for myself. I had to choose to make the effort. So you can't. It's just like when you're picking a partner. Okay, you meet somebody, always in the very beginning of a relationship, there's a honeymoon stage. Everybody's on their best behavior. Then the real them starts to come out. Okay. When you see that person at their worst, or they're having a temper tantrum, or they're wanting their way, or whatever, argument, whatever, you need to recognize and realize, when you're viewing this person, is this person somebody that you want to spend the rest of your life with? If this is how they stay all the time, this is the best they're ever going to be. Because if the answer is yes, you're with the right person. If the answer is, well, if they will do this and cut their hair and stop drinking, or they need to put away the cigarettes, they need to, and there's you got a list. If you got a list of changes for them, then you need to step off, because the only one we have any say so over changing is self. So if we're wanting to oppress and control and change somebody, that is exactly what we're saying. We're saying we want to oppress and control you and mold you into the being that I want you to be. And who the fuck, excuse my French, am I to tell anybody to conform into my ideal? I don't have that right.
What always happens in those situations is the person, if they successfully change the other person, they get the other person to change their behavior, they're no longer the person that that they fell in love with in the first place.
Exactly.
You change, if you change one aspect of somebody, you change that person. So yeah, it's
and when they want to change for themselves, there's no resentment, because they're doing the work for themselves.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
They chose it. So, but if you're in there just mucking around with somebody, and then you don't love that person. That's not love. When you love somebody, it's an unconditional love. It's at their worst, it's at their best. It's not, I pick and choose, and if you morph into this, I will be with you. That's a control. You're wanting to control another divine sovereign. So when you meet a lot of people will call it their twin flame, or twin soul, or their divine partner. You don't have any desire or will to want to even mess with somebody else's sovereignty and right to be and freedom of choice. That all of that dogma and of control, hop on one foot, rub your tummy, and pat your head, and you can get into heaven. You stop using fear tactics. You stop, all of that stuff just kind of melts away. And it took me a long time to detangle. It did.
I love the way that Owen Benjamin does it. I don't know if you've ever seen.
About who? What? Say it again.
Oh, he takes the terrible mick out of Catholics, and he said, "Father, Son, and Holy Ghost, I'm the special boy God loves most."
But on my journey, I did, because that's all I knew. I sought for Jesus, and I sought for the help through Jesus. But Jesus, when I got the answers, he you know, as we've talked about, we all come into this realm with guides. We've got the governor and we've got the teacher. It's all within self. Okay. It's a fractal of ourself. It's the essence of ourself that is outside of self, which we can access. People just need to realize that they have that access. But anyways, I saw it through what I knew, which was Jesus. And then I asked to be led to a church. And every time I tried to go with my own willpower into a church, it was like my freaking hair was on fire. I had to get out of there so fast. I mean, it was, it was crazy. So I wasn't led to a church. I tried. That was on my own power, my own will. And then he led me out of dogmatic religion and judging others based on ideals that one puts on another. If we're not harming each other and we're not oppressing each other, we're not breaking any spiritual laws, and we're not trying to oppress and control another's expansion and experience. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Absolutely. My TV is doing
I was
something
making a
really...
joke about Scientology. Even science has a religion, Scientology.
I don't know. Scientology isn't even that, though, is it? Scientology isn't even science.
No, it's a spying. They spy on each other and take notes and blackmail each other later. It's a big old shakedown. No, I'm sorry. That was outline. I had no right to say that, because if you are into Scientology, I don't care. I mean, it doesn't matter. It's all in your perspective. If you grow from it, great. You know, but I watched a documentary on it, and that's what it looked like. A big shakedown. Oh, you're going to try and leave this religion? Well, we've got this information on you.
Well, I think the it's a CULT, isn't it? Basically, because you have to give them
they
all
own
your
a
money
lot
and
of property. They're filthy rich, and they managed to do it all tax free. So they're doing something that we don't know how to do.
Yeah.
They went under a religious banner. I do think that part of it, that religions, they should have to pay taxes, because most religions are so dog rich and they don't have to pay taxes because they claim this, you know, what is it, 501c3 exemption. But where is it going back into the community? Why are you living in a mansion, driving a Ferrari, and you're a pastor of a church? Where's all the hungry people that are being fed, or the homeless people that you're building houses for? I don't know. I have opinions on those things, but those are my opinions. I don't expect anybody to share them. I expect people to think for themselves.
There's clear links between the Vatican and DC and the City of London, which are, I mean, they're the three. That's the three pillars: Washington DC, the City of London, and the Vatican. Three independent sovereign states, independent of their of the nations that they're in. So Washington DC is not. It's not actually America, is it? It's Washington DC.
It's what do they call it? British Columbia or whatever.
Yeah,
District of DC, District of Columbia. Yeah. Yes, sir. But you got to also understand, though, the tribal ground, the land that a lot of the tribes reside on, is theirs. It's sovereign. It's theirs. They're their own state within a state. And I think that's pretty amazing in itself. And I think that it's justified and they're worthy of it. And, you know, to have that kind of authority over your land. Now, the federal still wants to oppress those tribal grounds. I wish they would kind of back their hands off it too, because sovereign is sovereign. They should be able to be their own sovereign country within a country.
In all honesty, Michelle, that sort of opens up an absolute can of worms as far as the land, who the land belonged to originally, what was there originally. The whole story of the discovery of America and the American Revolution and everything. It really is, as far as I can tell from the what seems to be picture, evident. You can see the evidence in the pictures, in the photographs, and in the rocks, in the monuments and the structures and everything. You can see that a lot was there before any Europeans arrived in America, and this whole, and before Columbus arrived, there's already enough evidence that the Vikings actually traveled further down south than long before Columbus. So technically, the Vikings discovered America, but if what the mud flood research and hidden history, if what that is pointing towards, if that's true, then the Indians were the remnants of civilizations that existed before the last reset. So,
and I have to say, some of the culture is some of the things that they pass down even today that they've managed to maintain is phenomenal.
Absolutely, and the stories, all of the Indians, all of the Indian stories, all kind of say that they came out of the ground, they came out from caves. They that's they existed.
I wonder if
below
those
the ground.
caves looked like what you were sharing the other day of those absolutely precision cut, beautiful.
I mean, those were
megalithic,
precision.
cut into the mountain.
The Ellora
structures.
Caves, which really isn't fair to call them the caves, because they're not. It's temples. There's over 100 temples, and there are caves cut into the wall, but it's a very small aspect of it. This small cave network is a very small aspect of it. What it really is just the most unbelievable sculpture of a huge piece of basalt rock.
It's beautiful.
One solid piece.
You showed many different buildings.
3 million square tons of rock that were removed, and they can't find it. They don't know where that rock has moved to. There's more rock was removed than remains, and there's a lot.
How did they move it? How did they cut with this precision? That's what I'm saying. The resets have happened more than we understand, more than we can comprehend.
I think they've been a combination. I think they've been a combination as well of perhaps people with bad intent have caused, maybe one or two. Or maybe it's the energy that we, as the beings that we are, maybe the energy that we emit causes it. Maybe the conflict.
You can create.
The conflict within us. So one of the things I think this life is a training. The earth realm is a training ground for our spirit to master, to really truly appreciate, master our emotions, become the master of our own emotions, because emotion is energy in motion. And it's destructive and creative. It's potentially very destructive.
Right, Shiva. We're all Shiva.
Within this realm, this realm is a chance for us to experience creation in a physical sense, and actually navigate the physical realm in physicalities, but still as spiritual beings. But we need to be able to, if we are our full potential, we have to be complete masters of our emotions, because it's potentially, it's what it is.
Are actually quite beautiful. Love is an emotion.
Yeah, so if the wrong people keep getting, if ego at some point always manages to get the upper hand somehow within the realm, and then so you get a small group of people that misuse the knowledge and hide it from people, misuse it, and that, as
Do
that
you
influence
remember
grows,
a
it
long
creates
time
a.
ago? Do you remember a long time ago I had that vision where I was given this information, and it then appeared to me that it was like carved into like a stone, and there was another individual, and they were given the same information. And what they did was they took the information and they ran into like what looked like a little city, a little township. And then I took what I had and I went and started replicating it on stone. You just gave me recall of that vision that I had on and the different uses of the gnosis, but that was just like a fraction of
Mm.
what of anything that could be revealed about who we are in truth. So they have just a minuscule fracture of the power, but they know how to draw it out of us by using scare tactics, fear, and to get results for us to create what it is that they're wanting.
Do,
And
do you
that's
know
how it
what I
has to be done
think
through
it is?
manipulation.
Michelle, do you know what I think it is? I think as because it's ego that causes people to do that. It's the I am better and I deserve more and I am
Yes, you
better
must
than you.
change.
It's
Mhm.
and you must change and do what I want you to do. That's all ego that sort of drives that. And maybe, well, we know as you
And you just
um
named the false trinity, the false construct trinity.
yeah, but as you get more egotistical, you definitely you lose touch with the spirit, and you go into your own little world, and you're not listening to your soul anymore. You go into your own
Yeah.
little world, and so and we say that they've sold their souls and whatever. They know that they actually can't use this power themselves anymore, because the price of having that knowledge and not sharing it and keeping it for selfish reasons is that you're no longer able to access that power anymore, and unless you use magic, or and which is basically using other people. It's not using your own. Magic is directing the energy outside of you, not using your own, or the black magic certainly. Um, and so that's why they know that they can still get what they want, but they have to do it through us. The only way they can do it is through us. We're the ones that still retain that right, that divine right
They have
to
it. They
create
still have it
reality.
themselves, but they know how to manipulate others to hand over their power and sovereignty behind what it is that they're wanting to see, which gives them the padded seats and the padded wallets and the haves and the have-nots. It's up to us to wake up to who we are, to take our power back, come to self, and to wield it responsibly and properly ourselves. I'm totally following you. I mean, that's
It's crazy,
you're
isn't
on
it?
that. It's like you're walking it out. I'm walking right there. I mean, it's just it's a
But
journey of self discovery. It's beautiful.
it's just same knowledge. Just that
And now they're concerned.
instead of
Here's
manipulating.
the concern. A concern is the internet. The internet connected country to country. But no matter where you're at, we all started talking. And then we were able to see, oh, you don't live like a barbarian. It's free over there. It's not. So then the media outlets through the television, the boob tube in our living room was no longer confining the people. This was brought up. I don't know if you remember. I don't know how much you kept up with the politics, but there was a big stink at Hillary. We're losing the info wars. Da, 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 da. It was a big deal about 15 years ago. And what they were talking about was that with this technology, we were crossing boundaries and talking to one another and sharing gnosis and sharing truths about what's going on in our own backyards. So the paradigm of the boob tube stopped working as it had been for years. We're at times are changing. Now they're trying to they're trying to put the genie back in the bottle. The genie of the internet, of us connecting country to country and talk. They're trying to shove it back in the bottle. Once the genie's out of the bottle, though, is that possible to shove that genie back? It's too late. It's too late. There's too many seeds that are blooming into, self-discovery.
All they can do now is damage control. That's all they can do for themselves is damage control.
And
So
they're showing their
the
hand.
gatekeepers.
Yeah. Yep. They're showing their hand.
Yeah, that's where the gatekeepers come in. So they've got already well established gatekeepers to basically herd all those people that are going, hang on a second, reality's not what they told us, and they start looking for it. And they've got gatekeepers there to shepherd and herd those people back into echo chambers and mostly
not everybody's going to stay there, though.
No.
You can't pen them up once you've got an animal that's been outside that fence, or I'm using that as this is a parable. I'm not saying people are animals by no means. What I'm saying is the taste of freedom is there. It's in their mouth. They know that something's not right, so they're not going to stay in that pen.
Quantum of Conscience gave the perfect demonstration of that. Is cats, right? He's got two cats that are separate to the other cats. He hasn't introduced them to each other. He kind of inherited them or adopted them or something, but he's got two cats that came into the family and he's had to keep them in a separate room. And he was showing how that room, he's done such a beautiful thing. He's turned the room into the cat room. So he's put these levels up and he's built scratching posts and he's made it a cat's heaven, what he would think, heaven for a cat would be if they were enclosed in a room. But he's recently, in the last sort of month or two, he's allowed them to come out, a screen door up in the hallway that stops it, so he's able to shut the other cats in the other half of the house. And now he's got the house kind of in two halves. So he opens the door when he's up during the day. He opens the door and he lets the two cats out of their room, and they prefer to go into the office where he is than be in their room. And he doesn't understand. He's like, but really they should love the room, because it's got everything they need in there. There's the food and the water and they've got things to play with. But no, they'd rather be in here. They'd rather be in this room. And he said, I don't think it's just because of me, because sometimes I come in here and they're just in. No, and he brought the camera in and he said, look, and they're just in here. And they were both asleep on his chair. He said, it's not just because of me. It's because nobody likes to be confined. Nobody likes to be confined to a space. And as soon as that space is opened up, people want to go out and explore. They're not going to want to stay in that room when they know that there's two other rooms that they have access to at certain times of the day.
That's true.
It is. Nobody wants to be kept confined. Nothing. No living thing, unless you're a plant that cannot move. No animated being that's able to to walk around. You can't confine a spider, can you? Or a mouse or anything. Nothing wants to be kept.
Or a bird. I mean, nothing really in nature is controlled like mankind, but nothing wields the power that we hold in our spoken word, in our thoughts, how we transmute energy into matter people just where people are coming into the understanding, knowing self and knowing their power. And then we decide where we're going to, what we're going to add our energy to, what, and we make our sovereign free will. Free will is a gift that's been bestowed upon mankind as the pinnacle. The pinnacle of all creation is mankind, and mankind is taking their sovereignty, their power, and everything back to self, realizing that we are not the world. We do not need to react, because then all we're doing is going in circles. But we're evolving, and everything screams this, from the Mandela effect to the phenomena to even that technology revealing itself and coming out and helping people, because it's like they're coming out and helping people that they know have gotten to a point where they won't harm them when they're trying to help them. Because think about, if you grabbed a thrashing animal that's scared, or a bear or wolf or whatever, and it's scared, it's going to be defensive, and it can harm you, right? With on a 3D realm, it can harm you, okay? But if you know that there's a being that is more accepting and that has evolved beyond the past of just being a three-dimensional, this is all I am, and you can now appear to them and help them without them thrashing around and causing harm, because you understand the power that each of these unique sovereign beings have, even though they aren't aware of it, then you'll start to open up and appear and do and put into action without having to be shadowy or in fear, or have people in fear of technology that's coming out and going to be seen more often. Because that was the message that I got, is they're out helping mankind, and it's technology they've had for a while. It's just and they were people. It wasn't no boogeyman, green man, or any elongated head or gray alien or nothing like that. It was, I got the impression they were people, very benevolent, caring, loving people that have this technology from some kind of a secret agency, back technology, like maybe it was found from the golden age before, and they have been able to recreate it and have had it for quite a while, maybe 70, 80, maybe 90 years that it's been around. But people have finally coming to knowing themselves enough and being secure in themselves that they're not going to hurt somebody that's reaching out to help them. So, that's why, we have these experiences. Why I am always surprised. You would think by now I wouldn't be, but I mean, that was pretty shocking, and it's so different. And I know because I talked to you that day. I was freaking out. It's like, dude, I don't know what to think about this. This has just happened. Oh my God, just when you think you know something, you find out you know very little about anything. But yeah, so it's just, it has to do with that. It has to do with the knowledge that is increasing, the technology that we have available to us today. We're crossing borders, and mankind as a whole. It's not that we're going to be a one world government and a one world religion of a man-made type of a control paradigm. It's going to be reaching across borders and respecting somebody else's culture and rights to be and rights to have that experience if they so choose.
I think the important thing,
7 billion different ways of looking at things rather than one, right?
The most important thing to remember is that it's going to be what you focus on. What you focus on, that's what's going to continue. So if all you do is focus on the bad things, and look at how much control they're getting, and you focus on what they're
and you're
trying.
Putting your power. You're giving them your power. Yes.
You'll get all you're going to do is continue to build what they're trying to build.
Mm-hmm. You're on that ride, that circular ride that's going back.
If you refocus your energy, refocus your attention onto what you want. If you want to grow something different, create something different, live in a society that is something different, you have to start at the grassroots, don't you? And and just focus on what you can do to help that happen.
But
Best thing.
before you even think about what you can do as in a physical action, we should always start with ourselves. Be the best version of me is all I
Yeah.
can be. I had to get all that caca out from between my ears and let the truth
That's
come
the
in.
whole point, though, isn't it? Because we don't have the right as sovereign beings to impose our will on anybody else. So the only way that we can change anything is to individually change ourselves into what we want other people
By choice. Yes.
by choice. You choose
So what
whatever it
what
is
is
you
there,
want
like
to see.
7 billion people on the planet or whatever they
Be
say
what
the
you want to
numbers are,
see,
right?
man.
So
Be
it
what
wouldn't
you
be
want to
one
see.
religion and one government. It would be 7 billion experiences and expressions of different, unique, beautiful, divine beings that we would be able to glean and grow from. I mean,
We can create
it's so
regions,
opposite.
man. We could have regions on the earth, right? Where is that that's what you're interested in? That's how you want your reality to be? You need to go to
Yes.
this region. This is where
Oh,
everybody's
yeah.
thinking like that, man. Go and
But
be
don't
with those
expect
people because
somebody
they all
to
feel that the
think.
same way as you. So go and,
But don't think that you're going to think exactly 100% alike, because you know what? There's only one of you.
yeah.
There's only one of me, and we're unique. And that's also what's so precious about each of us. The uniqueness. There's only one. There's only one like you. There's only one that can wield your power. There's only one that can do what you do. There's only one that has been through the experience and expansions that you have. I don't
That's
know.
one of
I
the
just, this is a pretty deep conversation, actually. we're
it's, I
going
think
into the deep end of the pool.
it is definitely one of the most damaging things about the Big Bang Theory and this scientific paradigm that they said that everybody we're just an accident. We're just these little biological
An accident.
accident that we're a freak of nature, basically, that oozed out of the swamp. And it made everybody feel like they were completely insignificant.
Well,
We are
make them feel
God.
small and take their power. Exactly.
Who
You
am
got
I?
it.
What am I? And people think that they have their self-esteem and their self-worth has been so battered by society that, and by what's basically programmed into everybody. It's and people think, oh yeah, well there is only one of me, but who am I and what do I matter? Like what can I do? It's just me. I'm nobody. I'm
Only
nothing.
you
I'm
know.
just a speck of dust on this great big spinning earth that's spinning and spinning and spinning. Right? There's that perception
Oh,
of
stop
yourself. No, but
flat slapping us.
if that's the perception of yourself, if that's your perception of yourself, then it is going to be very difficult for you to perceive the true reality that you're way more. You're
Well,
extreme. Every single one
you're
of
going
us
to
is
be
important.
exactly what you say you are. You say that you're small and you're a tiny little speck of dust. You're going to fulfill your own prophecy. Out of the mountain's
Yeah,
mouth.
we are self-fulfilling prophecies, aren't we? Each one of us is a self-fulfilling prophecy. It just depends. I guess people have to understand that they can change the prophecy if they want.
That's where I get that's the only place that I get concerned, is that there's some people that will have dreams or have these experiences, and then they'll put them out as like a prophetic, and then they get a bunch of people to believe them. And then what does that mean? We know what that, we understand that if somebody's believing, they're blindly following, they're handing over their power, and guess what? They manifest it. And then it causes harm to other divine sovereigns that don't deserve or didn't, you know what I mean? So we gotta care. That's why it's a renewing of our mind and our heart. We go through a process. It's a process.
I made a video about that a few years ago, about prophecies, about people having prophetic dreams. And
I have prophetic dreams.
Yeah, but one of the things I said in the video, look, I'm not saying that people aren't having these dreams. I'm not saying that these dreams, that these people are just getting on YouTube and lying through their teeth and saying, just making it up, these fanciful tales. I'm not saying that. I'm saying every single person is having what they consider to be prophetic dreams, but they're speaking it as if these people were saying, God showed me this, and
God
this.
told me. Mm-hmm.
God told me this, and this. But then somebody else is saying, God told me this, and this. And it's completely different to what God told this person. And I was just pointing out that if they were really, truly prophetic dreams coming from God, then what's he playing at? Why is he telling one person one thing and somebody else something else completely different? It doesn't make any sense that a benevolent God would do that, because he's just confusing people.
Well,
So
how about this
you have
one?
to
If this God is so, perfect and holy and righteous, then why did he allow evil? Why does evil exist? Well, God didn't create evil. We did. Come on. And understand the divinity and
that's
the
a
power
perception
that's
of
within
evil as
us.
well. That's a perception of evil as being evil, rather than evil being just the opposite end of the scale to
Oppression, to
to
rob
love.
somebody else of their own rights to express and be, and to oppress, to rob them. Even if you steal from somebody's home, you've just oppressed another divine sovereign. If you've taken their life from them, you've just oppressed another divine sovereign. Some of these are just common freaking sense, people. It's not when you realize that we're brothers and sisters, and each person is, and you stop wanting to force your will upon another, and you just allow to let them live and express and expand, all of those things fall away, and we change. We change our perspective, we change our perception on how we view one another. We look at each other more like brothers and sisters, rather than competitors.
Hmm.
I don't want you to believe or follow a faith, or listen to me dogmatically. Do I have prophetic dreams? Yeah. Do I see things that come to pass? Yeah. Do I wish sometimes that I didn't? Yes. So, I think I shared that with you. I think you're the
Do you
only
know
one.
what? Do you know what though? One thing I do remember is that I remember you telling me that you thought Biden was going to win,
Yeah,
and I was
I
like,
saw that.
no, he's not. You don't understand.
I
He's not.
know. I
No,
don't know
this is
why
gonna
I say
happen.
that
This is
shit.
gonna happen. And rah rah rah. And
I
I'm like,
know.
Biden won.
I don't know. And I'm telling you, I have no interest. I saw Trump win too. I had no interest. I have no interest in politics. They have no say so over me because I don't follow them. I don't give them my power. I don't back it in any way, shape, or form. I've withdrawn myself to
Well, apart from with the tax
administer.
dollar. Apart
Yeah,
from with the tax.
well, we'll talk offline about that, but I administer my power to where it is that I want to wield it. I withdrew any outsourcing of anything that was trying to be oppressive. Is it easy? No. And do I fall? Yeah, I fall. We all make mistakes, but you know what? We just get right back up, pull it back onto ourselves. We do the inner work, whatever. So we stumbled up, and we keep on pressing forward, because that's why this platform I've maintained from the beginning. It is not to gather a bunch of followers. I want a bunch of flipping leaders.
If the thing is, if let's say that you're walking along doing something, and then you find out that what you were doing was completely wrong, and you stumble and you fall, you realize, oh, what I was doing, it was wrong. And so you change and you adapt what you were doing. Like, if somebody's going to get up and try and do it in exactly the same way again and just keep falling over the same stumbling block, the same thing every time, over and over and over
The
again.
definition of crazy is doing the same thing, expecting a different result.
You know, yeah. Then you can say, all right, yeah, a person's maybe a bit of an idiot or whatever, but we should all be allowed to fall and make mistakes if we're willing to recognize what we've done wrong and change and try and, you know, try and correct it, try and correct the mistake that we made. Everybody should be allowed to do that, shouldn't they?
Everybody should be have a merciful and forgiving heart for anything in the past. It's the now that matters.
So that, because this brings up a really uncomfortable subject concern when you in the context that I'm referring to it.
I know what you're talking about because I got
Forgiveness.
angry when I saw that person make a comment under a gratitude stream that you or gratitude post that you made. I was like, how dare you? Do you not even know what the word forgiveness or in the past? You can't change the past. If we dwell on our past, then we become depressed. If we worry about the future, we become anxious. We have now, and this is all we have is now. So that's enough. We can plan for the future and enjoy the excitement of unveiling it, but learn from our past and grow from it. But don't hold. If people are holding on, it's more of their problem than it is of your own. That's what I wanted to express to you when I saw that comment, that they better not just, hurt you.
It's not in that context that it's uncomfortable. I'm talking about the subject of
It was
forgiveness.
uncomfortable for me.
I'm talking about the subject of forgiveness. Oh no, because that person's just a troll.
Okay.
They might be watching actually. It's Her Indoors or Magenta Sky. Hey, how you doing, guys? You all right? Sorry, it's just one person, but it's actually just a bot. I think it's not even a real person. I think it's just a bot that's just trying to push buttons. But on the subject of forgiveness, there are people that exist now, that are living today now, that are guilty of, in most people's eyes, the most horrific, heinous acts possible. Right? If those people see the light and realize, and basically judge themselves, should everybody else should be able to forgive them, shouldn't they? Especially when people have been coerced into doing things. Or so when you've got celebrities or world leaders, let's say we've got world leaders that have been coerced into situations that have compromised them and certainly in the public eye, the public should be able to forgive those people for what's, if they come clean and they say, and they're truly remorseful for what they've done and they see the light and they judge themselves. We as fellow human beings, sovereign entities, should be able to forgive those people, shouldn't we?
Yeah, we don't. We aren't their judge. Get off the freaking throne, people. You're not God. You judge self. That's it. You have control of self. That's it. Understanding self and the power that you have and wielding it for what it is that you want to see and what you want to apply it to is amazing. That's enough.
I mean, the sort of relevance of this being able to forgive people, they don't see what they've done, even if they're continuing in their actions. Being able to forgive them, being able to forgive them is so important, because so many people have got so much hatred directed at those people, specifically at those people. And I think all that's doing is helping to fuel the
It's robbing power. It's taking power
yeah
and keeping up a false paradigm. Yeah, I'm with you.
fueling this false paradigm that's been.
It's being deconstructed as we speak. Okay,
Oh, and I mean,
the
people,
question I always ask people is, did you see this yourself? Did you witness
yeah.
this, or or are you
Did
just
you hear it?
hearing this from somebody else? Because the rumor mill is the worst way of making any kind of a decision. Go from your own experiences and grow from there. That's the best starting point to ever, because I'm not going to sit there and say that somebody did something that I didn't see myself. You're never going to hear me tell you something that I didn't experience myself, see myself, or have an interaction with. Otherwise, yeah, they call that gossip. Gossip and murmuring is blasphemy, or whatever you call it. It's that would be bearing false witness, or what? It's one of the spiritual laws. You don't do that to another divine sovereign. I'm not trying to be preachy. I'm just saying we need to bridle our tongue and our thoughts on our perception that is being broadcasted out from anything that is outside ourselves that we didn't see ourselves. Stop judging somebody. If you're sitting on a jury, it's your job, but you're looking at a plethora of evidence and testimony in order to make the best determination possible. Outside of that forum that we have in this construct at this time, until that falls away,
And it
we
has
don't
to be
have the
one
right to
person
point
without.
fingers at others based on our own ideals of conformity of what we think people, how they should behave, what they should do, how they should. We don't have. Who the hell do we think we are? Sorry, I'm not. I mean to but those are the things I'm passionate about. I think it's such a beautiful blessing to go inward and to know ourselves and discover the unlimited. The God, I mean, isn't that enough?
The worst thing about people trying to contemplate what the world should be like, really, and the people say, yeah, but that's impossible. We're not going to be able to get to that because these people exist.
Yeah, they got a reason for everything.
So I say the perfect society, the perfect, for me, I think, as sovereign beings, we should live in an anarchistic society where there are no rulers. Not that there's no rules, because the common law of man, to not hurt, don't covet, don't steal, don't hurt, don't harm another sovereign. It's all about the sovereign rights that we have.
Isn't that instinctual though?
That's isn't that what instinctual?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
that
exactly.
already within our instinct?
It doesn't need to be written. I mean, it doesn't even need to be written down. We all know what the common laws of man are, and those are the only laws that should exist. The only real rules that should exist, because we should be
If there wasn't any law, there would be no law to break. Right?
But we should we should be able to govern ourselves to live within these rules, these common laws of man, where we do not infringe on another person, on another sovereign being. We don't.
And let's
We
define
don't
sovereign
impose our
being.
will or anything, and
What's the definition of a sovereign being? It's not a king or a queen. A sovereign being is another person, another living soul. Everybody.
You're a sentient being, another sentient, self-aware, sentient bloody human being. Human being, isn't it? It is really. It's.
I just want to, because I've said it to you several times, and I'm not talking royalty that's above the law. I'm talking every single divine, uniquely one of a kind, individual, beautiful, powerful being that is alive.
We can see that one of the ways that the ego has tried to take control of the realm back, however long ago it was that they did it, when they said, when they understood sovereignty, and they said, we have been given the divine right by God to rule over you, and we are the sovereign rulers. And they stole it. They used that truth. They used that truth, that knowledge, twisted it, and then used fear to enforce it, to create the kings and queens. And every single one of us was given sovereign right to rule our own lives.
Hello. Yes, free will and dominion. What else do we need to know?
All they did was, with the ego, or the super ego, or whatever, took. You could say it was, if you want to go into a biblical paradigm, you can say it's Satan or archons or whatever it is. I think it's. I think it's the thing that I think it's a teacher. I think that's what it is. It's a teacher. It's meant to teach us.
We created it. We're the ones that have to uncreate it.
How to find balance.
When we regress into self and we go deep, 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 we find out that we were the one that wanted the expansion to begin with, to have an experience like none other, with the soul growth potential that is unlike or unparalleled to what this place can offer. Okay. In the meantime, people forgot their freaking identity and fell into darkness. Really, I mean, it's just a matter of perception. It's not a religious.
I think that only happened. I really think that only happened because of the concentrated effort to basically take that knowledge from the people and hoard it for reasons of control.
As people were being born and multiplying on the earth, it happened exponentially. The people weren't aging and stuff. They were living, if you even look at just the Bible, it says 900 years, 1,000 years, whatever. Okay. They were living like, well beyond what we expect for the man nowadays lifespan. But the reason is because they didn't age. They would be born. They would go to the age of maturity. When they had full gnosis of self, then that was when they were mature and they would go out on their own. Well, some people started to forget and then started to use half gnosis and usurp other divine sovereigns or even their children, thinking that I was first. Since I was created first or came here first, I should have the right to rule over you because I have to teach you everything. And I'm not going to tell you everything that I know through choice. And therefore, now you have just become a lesser being, even though there's never been anything but equality. But they didn't teach them everything that they had the right to know. So others have come in, volunteers, resets have been done to try to scrap. And then, but there was ways of getting around those things too. Because when you toggle back and forth into spirit and into flesh in the Merkaba, you can go ahead and go in your Merkaba, let a flood happen, and then just go ahead and manifest right back and start all over again if you wanted to. But what my point is, instead of getting all like, methodological, because this is all hypothesis I'm talking about, but it really has to do with we have forgotten our identity, and we are in an amazing time right now of restoration. If an average person that is just a lowly person doing their thing, such as myself, can come across such profound gnosis and these experiences, even to seeing who the last two presidents were, and not even wanting to. Do you think I wanted to break your heart because of the guy that you were championing for and tell you that, hey, don't get your hopes up? Basically, it was to kind of have you break away from that control paradigm. Because, by the way, guys, let's let you in on a secret. It doesn't matter who's president. They all operate the same way. It's the same agenda. same perspective, same everything. Just they give you the illusion of choice. Anyways, I'm off that soapbox. But knowing who the last two presidents were was not something that I was seeking. It just happened. Some people were really happy when I said, "Hey, by the way, I seen Biden. He was in you know," and I thought, you know, I met him in a court. It looked like a state court, like court building or governing building. And we were talking about Shannon's law, and I knew months before. I'm like, what the frick are you doing here? Oh shit, you're going to be the president. Okay, I get it, because what would Biden be doing, you know, visiting in my dream the way that he was? But Biden isn't exactly the way he was portrayed to be, you know, on these advertisements. He's not a bumbling idiot. He's just a person, just like the royals have shown their hand as them being humans in the interview that's been revealed, showing biases and prejudice, just like any other human being with multifaceted and experiences within them, where they try to maintain a platitude of perfection and sovereignty and the right by divinely appointed to rule. They're showing to be frail and human, but humans actually aren't frail. We're very powerful. But these things are being revealed to us over time. But if little people from their own little house through introspection are coming into this, it means it's for everybody. Everybody's equal. Everybody makes their own choices, and they have the right to make their own choices by right, by divine right. As a divine sovereign, you have the right to your experiences. You have the right to express. You have the right to be. And you do, you know, to impose my will upon another, I would be violating you. And I don't want to violate anybody's right. And I have not taken any of my videos down from when I started finally talking about this. And you can see that I have backstepped and I have self-corrected, and I have, you know, everything is raw and it's there. You can watch my stuff from when I was doing it from my cell phone, and you can see where I was, you know, in error, and I corrected myself. I'm not above correction. Trust me. We're in this together, you guys, all of us together. Yes, knowledge is power. Gnosis of self brings great wisdom, and with great wisdom comes great responsibility to wield the power that you hold within with your wisdom and your knowledge of self in the proper way that you want it to be used, instead of handing it over to another. Bit of venom. That was to you, babe. You're a very, very astute man. I've been reading your comments. So is everybody is here. Like I said, this is not a cult. This is not I don't want a following. I want leaders. I want people to come into their own, know who you are. And I know, Richie, I know you feel the same way. You wouldn't do the things you're doing if it wasn't about self-empowerment.
It's all about self-empowerment. All I want is for people to realize how much power they have through if they can control their perception of what's going on. You can just completely change your reality.
Yeah, control yourself. Don't try to control another.
It's not
Just
easy.
control yourself.
It's really not easy. I'm not trying to say for a second that it's easy to do it at all, because I'm fighting my own battles with, you know, my perception of what's going on. So it's only because I can see the changes and the differences over the last couple of years since my perceptions have changed, and it's all been for the better for me. Although circumstances might not be better, I feel better inside. I feel 100 times better and 1,000 times stronger inside.
Awesome. Well, I would call that growth. And who can take credit? Who can take credit over the work that you've done within yourself but you?
Yeah, and I give the. I mean, obviously, I still give the credit really to the voice that was in my head. That it wasn't the voice, the thought, the constant
That quiet one.
thing
That
that was
quiet
just
voice.
always there ever since I was a little tiny kid. It's always been there, and that could be me, or maybe it's God, or maybe it's Jesus, or it's whatever it was. It's always been there. So that's what I give. Yeah, I suppose I can take credit for listening. It took me a long time to listen properly, though. It took me a really long time to listen. It took me. I mean, I won't say it took me too long because I think everything happens at the right time. I think divine timing is a
Mm-hmm.
beautiful, real thing. So
Divine appointment.
things only happen when you're ready for them to happen. And I remember somebody saying to me after my car accident that God never gives us more than we can handle.
Yeah, like when I was talking to that guy from that band, that called the day after I woke up for the middle of the night and had the menchies and ran into that guy again. And it was one of those middle of the night menchies where I had to preheat the oven and cook it, and that sweet and sour chicken and all that. And so I turned on YouTube, and there he was. And it was the second time I've seen him, and he belched out, started singing. I was like, oh my God, I've got an ear for talent in that regard. And his location, they're like location. He was like in the awesome spot. And when I was talking to him, I was trying to tell him, I was like, 20 years ago, if I would listen to myself now, I'd be like, she's shit nuts. She's delusional. She's crazy. Who is this person? Because I wasn't ready. I wasn't ready, wasn't, 20, 25 years ago, I wasn't ready to hear. But when we're ready to hear and listen and let it permeate, and then we will hear it. Just like I was talking about with the Native Americans not understanding the concept of a large ship coming. So since they'd never seen one, they didn't know how to perceive it or, to see it. But once it was docked and then they were able to physically touch it, then they can then see what is there. It's like seeing the forest through the trees. You can't see the unseen until you have a concept of it. Once that concept of it, then it becomes tangible, and the unseen realm, which is abundant, becomes plain and visible. I mean, these are just profound truths, and we walk around blind with our head in the ground, handing our power over willy-nilly based on thought and ideals of others whom are just they're wanting to gain it and grow it for their own agenda. It's time for us to serve the purpose, our divine purpose. Why are you here? What are we
I
here
think
for?
it's one of the things that they're doing with, certainly with technology. They're portraying things that they want to be able to do with their technology, knowing enough people focused on it, it will become. So, because my argument about artificial intelligence not really being intelligent at all.
No, it's dumb as a box of rocks.
All it is just that it's able to process very quickly and store information
Yeah, but
quickly.
it still has to be
Able to
as
process stored
data.
information very quickly, much faster than we're able to at a conscious level. That's all
Okay.
it is at a conscious level.
It's one hell of a calculator. Good.
If you think about it, think about the people that have gone on journeys that have lasted weeks, and when they've come back to their body, it's been minutes. Where
Yep.
they've gained information that seems like it's taken weeks or months to get, but they come back and it's been 5 minutes.
Yeah,
So
concept of time in these other places is, I don't have any concept of time. I can't, that I have not zeroed that in yet. So you got me on that one. And you're right. It
the
does seem like
measurement,
that.
yeah, because the measurement of time is something that we've done. We've chopped it up into minutes and
It's a
seconds,
construct. There's
which
places I've been that where there's no nighttime. I mean, it's sunny. Well, and I don't even see a sun. It's just light. It's light all the time. So
mm,
how do you gauge day and night and how long you're in a place like that? That when I got hit by the car, that's the type of place I was at. There wasn't any concept of time. I didn't know how long I was there, but I was 6 days by this time scale from here. But to me, it was like I was there for an eternity. And
mm.
the information I was given was astounding.
So it's fair to say that your consciousness was, or your consciousness, although it wasn't conscious, physically conscious, your consciousness, wherever it was processing information at an astounding rate, because in physical reality, it was only 6 days. In the spiritual consciousness, it was months, or however long it seemed to have been, or could have been. Like you said, there's no real concept of time.
I love talking to people that have had near-death experiences because of, there's a lot of similarity in the experiences. Of course, we go through the life review thing, and I was told I didn't have to come back, and then we went through somebody's lifetime, like and I was able to see many different trajectories of one person if I chose not to come back. If I chose to stay in that realm, so when I made the choice, I knew that it was 100% my own choice to come back and deal with what we're dealing with in this realm, what we deal with in this realm, with all the different paradigms and layers of delusion and falsehood. But I made a conscious choice, and it had to be my choice to come back. Had to be. So there wasn't a God saying, you don't belong here. It was not a hellish experience. It wasn't an experience that I was expecting. I didn't go through any tunnel. It wasn't anything like that. I just saw my body laying in the street, and all I did was turn around, and bam, I was in this amazing place. And I didn't want to leave. I'm going to be honest. I did not want to leave that place, but I chose to. As soon as I did, bam, from my toenails to the ends of my hair hurt. I was like, there was no pain, none. I felt no pain. I didn't even feel the car hit me. But hey, it is what it is. But I opened my eyes even in all that pain, and I recognized the people around me and the relief on their face. Because when I was in that realm, I think I've told you this before, Richie, but my avatar, my physical being, although it was being kept alive, even though that it actually went into the actual death mode, I think 3 times in that 6-day period. I had no recollection or recognition of any of the people around me. But when I came back, I opened my eyes and I recognized my parents immediately. And by the shocked look on their face, I knew something wasn't right. I was like, huh? What? I didn't even know what the hell happened. I was asking for my hairbrush. I didn't know I was bald. I didn't know I had 48 staples in my head. I had no clue of, the gap between when I left and when I came back. Everything there had to be told to me, and through medical records, from my parents, from them coming in and being with me, and from my medical records. Because I was not here. The lights may have looked on very dimly, but I was not home. Not in this avatar home. And I wonder, though, if you touch that realm, does it help ignite things within you to move into the realm of truth? I don't know.
Well, I know that after my coma, I saw everything completely differently. And I thought I was in a parallel universe because of it. It was that profound. The difference was that profound. It's Mandela effect, massive Mandela effect that didn't even exist in 2001. Mandela
I just
effect.
like it being called I just like it me effect. It's the me effect.
You know what? That's so. I mean, that's so perfect, isn't it? Because
Yeah.
for me, this is how it happened. Okay, this is how. This is what I remember. This is how it happened for me, and it's so true, man.
It's exactly right, because it's
A lot of us agree. Oh yeah, that happened for me too.
well, I do find it very interesting that there's a lot of commonality in a lot of the memory or a lot of the memories and changes that but then you've got these little outliers, little subtle differences. So even
You're
somebody
very
could be
local.
affected, but they could have some little outliers that
They're
don't match up completely.
localized.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's localized ones, and there's even personal ones. So
Yes.
I've said it a couple of times. There are a couple of different streams when I had
Doesn't
and
that
I had
scream
somebody
you?
here. I had somebody with me. I was with my girlfriend was living with me at the time. She witnessed it. She can testify to it. I woke up in the morning and I had a deep scar on my cheek, a really deep scar on my cheek, and it wasn't anything other than a scar. I said to Bayer, what is that? Look at that. Can you tell me what that is? That's a scar, isn't it? Like that. It looks like a scar. It's a bloody scar. You could see it was a scar. It was deep and it was big, right across my cheek. By the time I'd got my senses together to say, wow, I should take a picture of this, I got my camera phone, went into the bathroom. It was about 15 minutes. Went into the bathroom, looked to take the picture, and it was gone. My skin was totally back to normal. There wasn't a slight indentation or a red mark or anything. Completely back to normal in the space of 15 minutes. And she witnessed that. So Bayer witnessed that. She can testify to that. It wasn't just in my mind. That was real. I didn't think quickly enough to get photograph. To take a photograph of the scar, and then to be able to take a photograph afterwards and say, look, this is 1 minute, and this is the next minute, and it's gone. Then people would be able to say, yeah, that's happened. So that is a total me effect. Well, me and Bayer effect. And I think that happens a lot. I think that happens with a lot of people.
Mm-hmm. And then they question their sanity when stop doing that. And we don't really need to have a witness. It's your experience, and
You're the
it's
witness.
how we handle it. Yeah, don't go into the hive mind and allow that to be your judge, your catalyst. Just if what it is that you're experiencing it affects you and it doesn't affect anybody else's sovereignty, why does it matter? Forget what the hive thinks.
The thing is, what you should do is just explain what your experience was, and then maybe it matches with a whole bunch of other people's experience. But there might still be elements of it that don't. It's just the general feeling of that experience, or the lesson that you learned, or whatever it was, is the same running through. But still, each individual experience is completely unique.
Mm-hmm. To that unique individual.
Individual.
Yep, I agree with you wholeheartedly. I mean, there's no other way of explaining how precious each being is. I don't know. And I will be the
It
last
doesn't
person
matter
to
what
ever
my mummy told me.
disqualify somebody's experience. I won't disqualify it because who am I? I don't have any right to tell you what you experienced and what you didn't. You know what I'm saying? I would be the last person to disqualify somebody's experience. I just hope people are being
If
honest and
it's an
authentic.
authentic, if what they're saying is authentic, is true. Because if somebody's just using their imagination and inventing something that's happened, that's their right to do that. But yeah, because that happens, doesn't it? That does happen with people. That's why delusion exists. That's why people are
I
able to
only
get
think,
deluded.
to be honest, I only think that people would stretch something into that kind of a spectrum because they might be afraid because they're not having such experience that something's wrong with them. And
Mm.
to be honest, there's nothing wrong with anybody. There's no reason to even stretch because it happens when it's time. And when it happens, when we put expectation and see if we start telling mistruths and stop being authentic, what happens is we're setting up expectations for ourselves, and then what we're doing is we're boxing in and limiting instead of allowing it to flow into, which ends up being much more. Because when I lay down to go to sleep, I'll put intentions out on something that I want. Okay, do I get what I want? Hardly ever. It's always something that's jaw dropping, but I grow from it. So I'm putting intention out, but without expectation. So I'm not expecting that because I said I want to see Shannon, that's exactly what I'm going to get, because that's been far from the truth. So if we're being untruthful, we're kind of limiting our unlimited. So I would say, if you're feeling like you're oppressed or feeling that you have to make up things in order to feel like you're keeping up, then maybe need to go dive a little further inwardly, because there's nothing that one can do. Because if you are Christian, look in the Bible, it says God is not a respecter of persons. Everything that one can do, all can do. The gifts are given to all liberally as we are ready for them. They are unlocked. There's nothing off limits, but if we lie, we're limiting.
And there's nothing wrong with having a different experience. Just because everybody else is saying that their experience is this, it doesn't matter that your experience of maybe the same thing is different. That was the whole point of us, was to be able to have unlimited individual unique experiences. So really, you should expect that your experience is going to be slightly different to everybody else's. You should expect it, instead of thinking, well, why isn't my experience like everybody else's seems to have been? Well, because it's your experience, man. Own it. Own your experience.
Exactly. Because you're unique.
Mm.
There's nothing wrong with being unique. There's only one of you. Only one. There's a reason for that. You have your own frequency. You have your own vibration. You have your own energy signature. You're unique. You're identifiable through your uniqueness. So own it.
So Prelim's comment there, I have certain geographic changes. A few of us have the same memory of. I wonder what that means. Was I on some lesser common earth? Yeah, I don't think, like, given it the determination of being a lesser earth, it's not necessarily lesser, because there's not, but they're not. It's not a hierarchy in that sense. But I know of changes. There are for me, they're geographic changes. There are geological changes as well, and also the pyramids have changed. God, there's so many changes on that level for me as well, and I think that it's because of perception. I think that because perception rules, because perception is the key to reality. So the collective perception is going to actually is going to move matter. Is going to create matter. It's going to it's going to form solid structures. And if the collective perception of the earth and the shape of the earth and the size of the continents and all of that, if that's changing, then I think the earth will change with it, because I think the earth reflects what we are perceiving. So,
That big giant mirror. We've talked about that, yeah. Yep. You know what? We've been rolling for several hours, and
4 hours,
I need
40 minutes, man. 44. Awesome.
we don't have to stop. I'm just gonna play something while I take just a short little break. If you guys don't mind, if you guys still want to hang out, or we can zip it up, whatever. I'm easy. Okay, so if I'm not back, you just hold down the fort, sir. Let me pull up something to play them. So let me pull this away. Hang on. Let's start with this. Oh, wait. I gotta go back to this first. I gotta take that down. I liked that comment. Most people don't want to know the other room. It doesn't exist for them. Yeah. That was excellent. And I don't give compliments. I speak truth. So own it. Just own it, man. Just own it. Okay. I gotta get rid of this banner and put up this one. Well, we're not over. Okay, now. And I'll be back in just a minute.
I'm just going to make a quick coffee.
Hi, I'm Puddles, and Awaken Activate is now depending on you. It's a community-supported platform. We can do this several ways. When we're live, it could be done on YouTube with super chats and super stickers. There's also YouTube channel membership, and they get special posts just for them, things that only they can see. There's also Patreon, and on Patreon, you too get special posts that are just for you. There's also PayPal. PayPal and Patreon are usually the best bet because there's no waiting time or mandatory minimums to help the platforms that you appreciate the most. We appreciate all the help that you give. We love you so much. Be blessed in everything you do. Be grateful for everything you are. Remember, you're unlimited. The only limits we have are the ones we put on ourselves. So let's break through anything like that and move into the unlimited realm of infinite potential. Bye! Bye! I love you! Don't forget to support the content creators that you appreciate. Bye!
Sorry, guys. I'm back. Apparently he's still away, and that must not. I must not have played something long enough for me to go use the girls' room. It happens. It happens to all of us. You know, one of those things of nature. What goes in must come out, and I drink a lot of Dr. Pepper. Ah. Anyways, while he's still doing his thing, the
I'm back in the room.
musician. Okay, the
I'm back in the
musician
room.
that like the divine appointments which we just talked about just a second ago, where I heard that guy singing on wobblies that I'd never heard before, and then he just so happened I wake up in the middle of the night and he just happens to be streaming and singing, where I was able to then talk to him a little bit, see, are you in a band, and then talk to the person that I was thinking of introducing this guy to, or at least putting him on the radar for him to go check him out, that they end up living close together, then contacting me the next day. Synchronicity. Wow. But this guy, I asked him, I said, what was, because when you jam on this guy, the guy that I talked to, I mean, this guy can play the guitar, the lead guitar. Just, I mean, like, talk about playing the crap out of something. I mean, oh my God, melt your heart talent. I mean, just, oh, he kills it. He
Blows me out of the water then.
Oh,
Blows
huge,
me out of
man.
the water on the guitar.
I'm not trying to be mean, Richie, or anything.
No.
Listen.
Talent.
I know my limitations, and I cannot play lead guitar like
guy,
Steve Vai and all of that.
This guy rips it, and I have an ear, and it was because I told you about. I don't know if you were here, Richie, when I was talking about in Pomona, they would rent these big. Like they're like warehouses, it's like a storage, but a warehouse, and the bands would go in there and they would practice, and then you could come and listen to a practice or whatever. And then they would, like, the three bands that would rent that one area would have like a party night, and they'd jam, and all three would play, and they'd open it up to the public, and I'd come in, and Poison was in there, and two other bands. I don't want to get into. I don't want to name the other band because I think people would recognize it, and never ever put the cart before the horse. But I asked him, I said, why were you so interested in talking to me way back then? And he said, and he knows, because when we talk about all of this kind of stuff, he knows exactly where I'm at on the spiritual journey and all of this stuff. Okay. And he says, because you were fun and you were freaking crazy. And I said, and you think I'm tame now? I think myself back then would look at this self now and say, and you think I was crazy then? But he's like, he used to like follow me around and stuff because of I was interesting. Never knew what to expect. But you got to understand that was post visiting another realm, and when I came back, I had no fear. I mean, like, I wasn't afraid to do anything. Just be, just do it, enjoy it, whatever came my way, handle it.
Free spirit, man.
Maybe he found that exciting, but he said, because you were crazy back then. And I said, no, I'm not crazy now. But but for him to call the next day, and mind you, not happy with this lead singer. It's also, I think, the bass is going to get that, also. But that's one thing about this guy. He's the lead guitar. He rips it. I mean, she tears it up. He stopped me dead cold when he was playing in an apartment. I met him before I actually seen him, them jamming at the whatever, I don't know what I would call it, because it was big. It wouldn't be like a storage, like one of those where you store your furniture. It was huge. It was like a because they kind of like a warehouse, kind of, but there was a bunch of them. Like, like an airport hangar kind of a thing, but it wasn't at an airport. I don't know, because they built a stage in there, the sound system, everything was in there. They actually ended up putting a bar in there eventually because it started opening to public, and so many people were showing up for when they would do these open things. And then, when they made it, of course, they couldn't have people having that kind of direct access to them because the dynamics change. Life changes. Life evolves as things go on. But for him to call the next day after heading to bed and come back, where are you located in California? Inland Empire. Okay. Are you in a band? No. Are you interested in being in a band? I wanted to get his permission first. Yes. So, and then for him to call the next day, and he's looking for a lead singer. I mean, these kind of, we were talking about divine appointments. And this guy, I mean, I think that, what's it called? His name's Plugface, I think is his channel name. I even explained about the raw talent, and he was pretty happy with the raw talent, the no bad habits, but he's humble. He would be a great front man, and he doesn't even realize his own talent. And that's how this other guy that rips the heck out of the guitar, when I first saw him in the apartment, he was like that, humble. He doesn't understand his own talent, but man, I could hear it. Oof. I was like, wow, caught my ear. I was at my friend's apartment. We went downstairs. I had to go see who was ripping that guitar, and which didn't need a drummer, didn't need a bass, didn't need a singer. I knew exactly what song it was because of the way he was ripping that guitar. I mean, I don't know. So I hope that works out for him. He's going to let me know after he listens to the guy if he's going to move forward with them. But I get a feeling that was like a divine appointment that was meant to be. And I honestly think it's, that pug face guy that was on Wobblies. His schedule, guys, I hate to say it, may change dramatically with his practices and his performances going out there. If you want to get to know him now, you better do it while he's still on YouTube and humble, because he's probably going to hit a different spectrum of existence, as even though we know all things are equal, but just amazing things just happen. I don't know why, but when I was going to the restroom, that just like popped back in. I think it's because you brought up that Biden thing, where I broke your heart about Biden, and we see things, we trust it. We have to trust those intuitive thoughts that we have within us, and be authentic. Why lie when my gosh, the truth is so much better. It's so much bigger. It's so much grander than anything that we could attempt to put a cap on through any kind of tomfoolery, or even if you exaggerate an experience. How could you exaggerate such an experience? You really can't. You'd either have the experience and tell it how it is, or feel like you are less than another and make something up. And then what you're doing is putting a limit on yourself, and don't limit the unlimited, because there's nothing that one can do that is not available to another. Does that make sense? I got to switch my earbuds. I can't hear out of one of them. I have to wear them a certain way. Double L unmute so I could check my earbuds. Or did you go grab your guitar or something? And by the way, Double O, you're way too far.
No, I'm just having issues with my what I'm using as a monitor, which is an old plasma TV. But it seems to have it's got possessed. It's switching itself off and on again. And the resolution, something's gone. Sorry?
I said, if you ever do move to the States, introductions are always good, especially in that industry, to get some bookings and things like that. Because he also manages the group. So the guy that I still stay in contact with, he manages the group.
Yeah.
He's like the I'm just going to call it what it is. He's the best player in the group, but he also manages it, and he keeps an even keel about himself of equality. So
Oh no, what group it is? You'll have to let me know off live when we come off live. Let me know who it is. What band?
Not until I find out. I'll tell you, but not until after I find out what's going to happen with Pug. I guess Pug Face Media is his YouTube channel. Pug Face Media. Because I don't want extra, because everybody is so freaking powerful that I don't want to muddle it or muddy it, or you know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
so
yeah, absolutely.
I want it to just kind of naturally work itself out, because what will happen is, if he reaches out to him, he's not going to know who the hell this guy is, because stage names and real names, or whatever his email is, or whatever, will be very incognito. It'll be a matter of, does he respond to the email? And you know what I mean? Because of most people, when they make it, they have a stage name presence, or a one name nickname. Like, what's the guy in Guns N' Roses that wears that hat? Yeah, Slash.
Yeah, you got Slash, and you've got Bono, and
and the guys in Poison. There's only one that was even remotely worth a conversation, and that was the guy that stupid Rock of Love. Oh my God! I'm like, are you that desperate now? What's about it?
Basically, it wasn't Alice Cooper. No, Alice Cooper sung Poison, didn't he?
No, there's a band out here that is they're called Poison.
Yeah.
Do you know who they are?
I get confused with the song Poison that Alice Cooper sung. You're poison. You're poison running through my veins. Do you remember that?
Yeah, that song sounds very familiar. But see, because they were so big-headed, and I think they knew that they were going to go somewhere, they kind of limited themselves, because it's good to have grandiose thoughts and have a big perspective and to see and project that out there, but to the point where you're treating others less than who they are, then you stumble yourself up, and you'll only go so far. Where the other two groups didn't behave like that. They came out and partied with everybody else, had a good time, and I don't know. Good times back then when I was a kid. Nobody would have ever thought. When I told Voynich that I went to jail for speeding tickets, I thought I was about to crush him, because he couldn't handle me saying, yeah, I've been to jail. It sucks. Because I had a heavy foot when I had bought my first car. I like to go fast. Remember, I had no fear. I was crazy. But anyways, okay, what were we talking about before we took our break? Concept of perception, observation, growth, uniqueness, divinity, power. Have we covered it?
Your sovereign right to an individual unique experience.
And perception. Oh, I know what we were talking about. Truth, authenticity, or making things up, or
Yeah. So the people that people that kind of use imagination more than actual real life experience, they're doing it just because they want, because of a fear of not fitting in, because they think other people have had this experience, and so they want to have had it themselves, and so they pretend that they've had it. But maybe they just had a different experience. It was still just as valid.
Yep. And we should never gauge our own personal development based on what another has achieved or is going. You could look at it as a potential you, but don't ever put you down. You're the hero of your own story. You're the leader of your own life. You're the
You're the
navigator.
protagonist in your own movie.
Yeah, you're the sovereign of your own choices, and you're the one that wields your power. And that's the most important part of consciousness, of becoming conscious of self, is to wield the power that is bestowed in each of us in the direction that we want to see it go in life. What way we want to direct, instead of having it directed through delusion and confusion. We take the authority back. That's more power. I mean, that to me would be more important than any type of a journey experience or anything of that nature. I think learning who you are in truth is like the icing on the cake. There's more power in that than anything else, in my opinion. That's just my opinion. I'm preaching to you. No.
I think people have to appreciate as well that what is it that you're looking for? What is it that you're trying to achieve, or is it that you just want to be more comfortable, to not have, you don't want to have worries like financial worries and stuff, so you think that maybe you more money or a better job or something like that. What are you striving to actually achieve? Like where do you see value? What do you think, what do you perceive as real true wealth? Because that will determine how successful you are in your journey.
Yeah, and David talking about that guy, talking about pug face media. If he joins this group and goes, plays, and ends up at the forum, is that going to change the equality between you and him? No. It may change his schedule. It may, when you got girls throwing themselves at you like crazy. I mean, it's a whole different life. It's a lifestyle change. But he struck me as the type of personality, and you know this, Richie. You're very talented in your own right. That women, will throw themselves, but you got to understand what kind of women.
Actually, hang on, because obviously your perception is that I seem to maybe have had that happen at some point during my performing career, and it's actually only ever happened once in my life when I was 21 years old.
It happened, right? So you know what it means.
It happened once when I was 21.
Hey, just because you ignore it doesn't mean it doesn't happen.
No, I don't. I haven't ignored it. It's weird, believe it or not. I haven't perceived it.
That's it.
I have not perceived that at all, not once, really. I only perceived it from this one girl because she was stood at the bar and she was just staring straight into my eyes every time I looked at her.
Maybe it's because you're too busy trying to perform for us on YouTube. You don't see what we see.
No, I don't. I still don't ever. No woman has ever thrown herself at me. Most people keep a distance for whatever reasons. They keep a distance. Like nobody. I don't. I was actually discussing with somebody yesterday about how, for the first time in a long time, in months, yesterday I felt really lonely. I missed having female company, and like all the elements of female. I miss intimacy, because I'm a very intimate person. I love intimacy, and I'm not talking about sex necessarily. Just passion and cuddles and all of that. I love all of that. So I was just really, really missing it yesterday, and I was like thinking, what are the chances of that? Can I see that happening at all any time in the near future? Can I actually
Can I see that happening?
Hmm.
No, in every single way. As soon as I try to visualize it, all of these things pop up that say,
The monkey
no,
mind.
that ain't gonna happen, man.
Do you
That ain't
remember the gig that you were doing and you'd gotten back to work, which I told you were? You're your own worst enemy on this stuff. We work things out and then they transpire in your life and then you sabotage them, you sabotage her. But do you remember this was during this plant? Oops, I almost said pandemic. Oh, I did say pandemic that time. During this pandemic, you were able to go back to work and play live and everybody was outside and stuff. And do you remember yelling at those girls? They were getting so close and dancing closer and closer to you. And you're like, you have to back away from me. You can't come this closer. I will not be able to play live for you guys anymore. You've got to back off. And then there's like 3 of them and they kept dancing close. And they were all
dancing,
girls.
yeah.
Really?
600 euro fine for dancing and
Okay, see it from our observation now. We're seeing these girls and the way that they were dancing, the way that they were looking at you, the way they kept coming closer and closer to you. Okay, perceive it or not. Okay, musicians are a chick magnet. Okay, so I know you know what I'm talking about when I say they get women thrown at them. It's a different lifestyle. It's a busy lifestyle. It's a hard lifestyle. Ever being on the road and traveling, doing the things that these entertainers do.
Performing live takes it. It's like you do a 2-hour performance, and that's like 8 hours of work in 2 hours. It wipes you out.
Oh yeah, yeah. And then be on the road and all that. It's a different lifestyle. So I'm not saying that I don't think the guy will change in his personality. I just think his schedule will change. Yeah.
And perhaps his focus.
Yeah.
His focus might shift.
Yeah. Man, can he sing? I think you would really love him, Richie. I think you'd really enjoy listening to him. But if you're ever in California, I'll call my friend.
I was in Cali in 1997. I flew out on the 30th of October, 1997. Or 31st. No, actually no, because it was after I missed Thanksgiving. I flew out just after Thanksgiving, so yeah. But I was out there for 2 weeks. Stayed in San Diego, Carlsbad, San Diego. I stayed in. It was lovely. Went up to Orange County. Went to Los Angeles.
Mm-hmm.
Went down to didn't go down to the Mexican border, but went to the last sort of cowboy town before the Mexican border. Can't remember what it's called. But it was like a cowboy town, man. It was a proper cowboy town.
San Diego's pretty big.
San Diego, huge. What struck me about San Diego was the width of the streets, man. The streets, because you go to London and some of the streets are tiny. But you go to San Diego and every street is, God knows what the distance is between the shops on opposite sides of the road or between the curbs. They're huge. And the smell as well. The smell in the air. It was different to the UK. It's like you could smell all the catalytic converters or something. The people that I was staying with told me that, yeah, the emissions laws in California are basically, they're so strict that you could lock it, like he had a Lexus, he had a really posh, nice Lexus. And he said, technically you could sit in your garage with this thing running and it wouldn't kill you.
Yeah,
people would find it difficult to asphyxiate themselves with cars in California because the emissions are just so low on them now.
Yeah,
that was in '97, man.
Okay. Bullshit. If you think the emissions are going to hurt you in one country, they'll hurt you anywhere. If you don't think they'll hurt you in one country, they won't hurt you anywhere. Well, I guess if you believe that they won't hurt you, then they won't.
I think there's a certain amount of science behind if you sit in a car in a garage with a closed garage with the engine running on a car with really high emissions, the chances are you're going to be asphyxiated.
Well, it's the CO2, hun.
Yeah, yeah. Well, it's the carbon dioxide, isn't it?
Isn't that what CO2 is?
That's carbon monoxide. Or no, carbon monoxide. Sorry, it's the carbon monoxide.
It's what we exhale.
That's
But-
carbon dioxide.
But the
Cars
okay,
emit
but
carbon
if there wasn't a plant in the room, you know, I mean, we all kind of synthesize together. But you know, they say that, you know, they have people get their vehicles smogged. It's just another way to make money or whatever. But back in the day, like of what you're talking about when you're talking catalytic converters, oh my gosh, those things would, I call it like they would fart. I mean, they would put out this odor every once in a while that was so freaking foul. And I'm like, really? And you're thinking that the emissions of the car are bad? What the hell did you just puff out into the air when you just let that go? I mean,
it's like methane, isn't it? Or sulfur. It's very
it's awful.
Very pungent smell. Yeah.
It's a skunky sulfur smell. Yes.
That was the early day catalytic converter, wasn't it? And it was particularly when they'd shattered. Like if you drove through a puddle or something in the UK, if you drove through a puddle, your catalytic converter might shatter because they had ceramic and stuff in them, didn't they? So they got so hot in the exhaust and they'd hit cold water and just and then start thinking of eggs.
We got more talent in the room. We got Wobbly Boost in the house. Look what he wrote. Instead of wearing a mask, I want a small petrol motor mounted on my lips. Same at Awaken Activate.
a small petrol-driven fan
with the catalytic converter.
I could place just outside of my lips to blow all the air away.
So Wobbly knows that's where I met that, or first heard that Pug Face Media. Am I saying that right, Wobbly? I have only met the guy twice. I subscribed to him from Wobbly Boost channel. Are you subscribed to Wobbly, Richie? If you're not, I'll give you his channel.
I'm sub to Wobbly, yeah.
Ah,
yeah,
awesome.
I went over to the stream last time.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. You jammed together. Gosh,
well, we jammed together on your channel, but yeah, and then we went over afterwards, and there was a big discussion afterwards. But yeah, I've just seen the time. It's 1:45 in the afternoon here.
Yeah, it's almost 6. I didn't wake up until I got my days and nights mixed up. But
you've been up for 5 hours.
You're like, well, okay. It was political, but my husband was about to bust his freaking technology because he was freaking out over there. So I kept getting distracted. All I kept hearing was Wobbly say, "It's been 15 minutes, so I'm going to sing another song." Kept raising the vibration and the emotion and the level of the consciousness of his room. It's one thing I tell you, he's, I know a bit of it said I was complimenting him. I just tell the truth. Here's the truth about Wobbly. I'll say it with him in the room or without him in the room. He's one of the most level-headed, down-to-earth people I've met. He's stable in his thinking. I've seen him out in nature. I've seen him in a home. He's the same person. He's very kind and gentle. He's very talented. He sings, and he can raise the mood of a room in a moment. So, it is what it is. I mean, there's some
and he looks like my friend Bill.
You should have seen him when he had more hair. He looked like a bushman out in the wilderness, the old hippie. He's my old hippie buddy. But yeah. So, hey, Wobbly, if you talk to your friend Pug Face Media, he gets a very strange email that he doesn't know where it came from. Tell him he should open it. That's all I have to say about that. We'll drop it. Boom, like a lead balloon. I'm not ready, but yes. eternally sweet. I am
Pugface
not
Media.
eternally sweet. This guy.
Pugface Media. He's got 11.6 thousand subscribers. Is it that? That guy.
I don't know. What's his channel? Wobbly. You're a mod. Can you drop it? I think Bit of Venom's a mod. One of the mods. Drop Pugface Media's Chan in the chat.
This guy doesn't seem to be a musician, so
No. See, I went to his channel and I was like, because the guy had sent me a message, a text message, and I was like, oh shit, I didn't expect it to happen this fast. And I went to his channel and I'm like, holy crap, because I saw a bunch of police cars and it looked like different content, and I was like, what am I supposed to tell him to look at? So I tried to send him a message, but then the guy contacted me and I just sent him to the channel. But in the meantime, what I saw was on there's like a 5-hour one there, and it has like a drone on there. He did a drone giveaway, but him was singing in that one. So that's the one he's going to go to and check him out. Not you, Wobbly. He's talking about Pugface Media. He's wanting his channel. Do you have it handy? Ah, Bit of Venom. I thought you were already subbed to Wobbly. What? Oh, maybe I see Bit of Venom over at Voynich's house. But yeah, Wobbly. I met him. I seen him. I have not met this man. I've seen him the first time on Wobbly. And if he's on Wobbly's channel, I know he's good people.
here we go. Nothing to see here. Practicing a few of my favorite songs. It's a 5-hour stream.
I'm sure you singing, and then he lets other people come on and they all sing. You'd probably really like it because he brings on all the talent to come on and jam with them. Don't get me a copyright strike for lyrics. Wobbly already did that one.
Will o' the Wisp. Yeah, I think this must be it, because this is basically what you've just described on this Pugface Media channel. So I'm guessing this is it.
Okay, cool. I think Wobbly also put it in.
There being another Pugface Media that has a 5-hour video with exactly what you've described in it. That's pretty. It was streamed 7 months ago.
No, it was streamed the other night.
Oh, crikey! Well, I found one.
It was just a couple days ago because I just talked to the guy a couple days ago. This all just happened. Like I see him on Wobbly, and then I got up in the middle of the night.
How funny would it be if this is another pug and exactly the same thing? Shall I put the link in the chat and you can go and have a look? Or I'll have to put it in the. You can go and have a quick look and see if this is it.
Wobbly put the actual guy that I'm talking about because Wobbly knows him because he's put
the link in there, is he?
Yeah.
Where is it?
Right there. See it now on the screen? That's the Pugface Media.
Oh, I'm
but yeah.
In the bloody chat. Hang on. I wasn't even on the thing. Yeah. Yeah, that's him. That's it.
Okay.
Well, he did one. He streamed one 7 months ago as well. That's what YouTube is saying it was 7 months ago. But I know from personal experience that YouTube is changing the dates on videos that have been uploaded. They're changing dates on them because there's a couple of my videos that the dates on them, I know for an absolute fact that is not when I uploaded those videos. So they're lying about when I uploaded those videos.
Oh, come on. YouTube's, I told you, it's listed as a gaming site now. It's a game. It's all a big game. It's all smoke and mirrors. You got to wade through the agendas to get to the authentic. But I'm naming off, people that now Pugface Media. I don't know them. I know Wobbly Boost, and I'll stand with Wobbly Boost because I've known him for years. Actually, I'm surprised you hadn't come across him. I think you came in after Wobbly, but uh, um, we all kind of met on a server together, and everybody branched out, but still kind of stays in contact with each other. It's really kind of cool because we're spread out all over the world and colorful in every form of what a rainbow would be. And
We all sort of, it's like we all came together, we all got brought together in this one place, but unfortunately, so did a lot of other people that weren't necessarily on the same journey or had the same intentions or whatever. And so we went, but because those connections were valid and authentic and like soulful, proper, they were real connections. So the platform didn't matter. Once we'd made the connection, that's what's remained, isn't it? That's what's.
Wobbly just called me a morass.
A what?
He called me a morass.
What's a morass? Isn't that a type of eel?
Is he telling me I got a big old booty?
You're a good hub in that morass. No, he said you were a good hub in that morass. In that morass. I don't know what that is. Is that a colloquial turn of phrase?
Yeah, Wobbly. Explain
You're
thyself.
a good hub in that morass, Michelle. I don't know. I can't remember where Wobbly's from.
It's M-O-R, separate, ass. She got some more ass. She got big old ass. I think that's a good thing, all right?
In the morass of Discord.
Yeah, open the stream up.
In the morass of Discord.
I know it's called Discord. How do you come into Accord?
You know how
respect and unity if it's called Discord already, right?
You know how they tricked us with that, right? Because people went in, they're hearing the word Discord, but what they're thinking they're hearing is discord. They think that it's a place for discourse, for us to discuss things, but no, it's Discord. It's a place to.
It's a gaming platform, and it's got hackers and all kinds of craziness goes on in there. Be careful in the Discord. Now, Discord actually is conversation. Discord,
I think Discord is a shame that it was infiltrated. I mean, it was infiltrated for a specific reason as well. But it's a shame because it was actually a really, really cool place where you could do video chats and you could get into rooms and all chat in a room. You could all get into a room and listen to music or a meditation or watch a video or, it was beautiful in that way.
There's your definition. You guys, I put the link in there for anybody that wants to come in. It's open. Come in and share, jam, enjoy. I just went TT. I'm good to go. Richie and I can bullshit for hours and hours. We went pretty darn deep. And I have to say kudos to everybody that has hung with us when we swam into the deeper end of philosophical, spiritual, the evolution, and they all hung in and participated because you know why? You know why they did that? Because they're a bunch of flippin' leaders, not flippin' followers.
Do you know what occurred to me? Well, much earlier on, it was like sort of early on in our discussion when we actually started going really deep. What occurred to me, and I meant to say it at the time, was those were the discussions that I craved when I was in my teens. I really craved those discussions in my teens, but I couldn't get them. I wasn't having them, and then sort of in my early 20s when I started smoking weed, talking to people, and other people would talk about those sort of really deep philosophical things, but it's such a shame that we don't get the guides that we need when we're at that young age, when we really need them. Because you know, there's no point in regretting it or thinking, oh God, I wish it had been like that. But you know, just for a second, imagine what I could be now if, when I'd craved those discussions back then in my early teens, and had somebody that was able to actually discuss it with me and guide me, and you know.
I think that's going to start changing because people are coming into their own, and they're going to start teaching their children the truth about themselves and to hold on to what is precious to them and their uniqueness. And they're going to also appreciate that, you know, bearing a child is a gift. It is a gift. It's a responsibility to care and nurture and develop that sovereign divine being into being able to not be a good worker in society, but to be a divine sovereign, holding and yielding their power and allow their dreams to come true. Dare to dream and dream big and allow those dreams to flourish instead of the old conventional way of, you need to go to school, get good grades, you need to be a good compliant little servant, sit at that desk, don't move, don't question. Do you know what I'm saying?
Don't
Right.
daydream.
No independent thought. You know what I'm saying? I think we're coming into a fluctuation of an enlightenment, another, you know, like we go through periods of restoration, like from the Renaissance into the industrial where technology boom, and then we're coming through another evolution of restoration into the golden age, and we will teach and upbring our littles. My grandchild is what I'm looking at now to make sure that there's no restraints on her. As long as she's not oppressing somebody with what she is desiring out of life, there's nothing wrong with what she wants. Or I want her to dream big. Don't limit yourself to thinking that you have to sit behind a desk and not ask questions. Question everything. That's the whole wondrous part of this mysterious place. And now I'm going to say, honestly, my husband and I were talking about this. This place is full, jam-packed with mysteries. And I'm not talking surface levels of investigating through books and things that people conceptualize or try to put their own interpretation on. I'm talking about the true mysteries of how this place has come together, how it actually operates, what's really behind that curtain, who's the wizard, you know, and then pull back the curtain and find out it's you and how much say so and how much mystery. I don't know. This place is marvelous. I can't put words on it after I've gotten, and then I grow every day. The understanding that I have of this place and what we're able to do here, the expansion that we gain from existing in this realm of growth, our soul growth that we take with us when we leave from this place and move on, because infinity means infinity, no beginning, no end. The growth that we get from a place such as this, that when we designed it and created it and put it into place, the excitement of coming into such a phenomenal place to have such an experience, there's nothing else like it. We don't think that when we're here because we get lost in the delusion and the confusion. And then there's, of course, agendas and all of this. But let's pull back from that and start looking at it from the perspective of the growth from each experience that we get. What do we learn? What kind of wisdom? I mean, wow.
I feel like it's weird. I feel like every time I go out into the three-dimensional, out into reality, out, you know, outside of my room and engage with society, that's when I'm in rough water and I have to navigate my way through, you know, people and perceptions and energies and whatever. And then when I get into chats
discussions and stuff like this, that's when I find, I find these islands where I can stop and actually feel calm and look at everything. I'm not dodging anything. I'm observing everything, and it's all, it's the rivers passing by, and I'm just watching it, and sat on this island discussing with you, with you guys, what's going on. But we can't stay on these islands. I have to keep getting back in the boat and navigating my way to the next island.
You are an island. Hello. Just like Preliminal brought up earlier, am I on my own earth? Maybe. Who's saying that's off the table? Not me. I'd be the last one to pull that off.
We're all on our own earth, aren't we? Every single one of us is on our own version through our own perception. It's our own version of Earth. So that's absolutely, completely valid. Yeah. Every single one of us is holding an entire reality within our
so why limit yourself to a freaking boat? Don't get in no damn
weird,
boat.
Yeah. No, just for that analogy, that's how I was seeing it. I was like, yeah, because it's just dealing with going out into society and having to deal with the common, with the collective hive mind.
Hive mind's boring.
No, I know, but you still have to engage with it. You have to engage with the hive mind if you're going to function in society. If you can't engage with the hive mind, then like just even if it's just through simple things like your basic going out, going to the shop, going to the grocery shop, going to the bank, dealing with people on the phone, all of that. Quite a lot of the time, you're dealing with the hive mind because it's the corporate entities that you're dealing with. So those
Which
corporate
is not
entities,
alive. Corporate.
Yeah, I know they're not alive, but in the eyes of the law, on this within this earth realm, they've managed to write it so that corporations they have all the rights of a living entity.
And just like I was explaining earlier, I'm getting my notary certificate back. Hopefully I can make just a little bit of money to throw towards the YouTube channel to keep things afloat. But that's common law. Okay, and people don't understand that common law is the law of the land, the law of the living, and maritime law, which is where they wear the black robes and things like that in the courtrooms, is maritime law. That's lost at sea. That's dead law. So the law books are the dead letter laws where they wear the black robes. But we have already in place common law, and it's still active.
To living entities.
And it is the law of the land. It's called common law. I'm gonna go ahead and get recertified. The reason I stopped is because of that guy buried that had a power of attorney of a guy that died, or he killed him and buried him under his freaking concrete. He had sidewalk poured over him.
Maybe all that happened. I mean, maybe he didn't kill him. Maybe it's just that the guy was sick and he died. And he saw an opportunity.
Yeah, but he just wanted to steal his money. But his wife and him separated, and so they sold the house during the divorce. He was so afraid that the wife was going to tell on him that he had this is how he got busted. He had the guy that did his yard, hit the lawnmowers, his landscaper or whatever, break out the concrete with him and help dig up this body. Ugh. And he tried to lure me down to San Diego to go and get a new power of attorney instated from this man that he knew was buried underneath of his sidewalk. This is after I wouldn't sell him my journal. I wouldn't, this guy, and my husband's like, this is not worth $10 a signature. Forget it. This guy's shit nuts. My house was filled
with things like that, right? It's quite common, isn't it, for people that do things like that for their crimes to
escalate. So maybe, who knows, man? Maybe he was thinking, do you know what? I could just kill this one and steal a book and bury her at the sidewalk. I've got away with
And
burying that.
the gentleman that he had power of attorney on was probably sick. That's probably why he had power of attorney over him anyways. But he was affiliated with the tribe with stipends and dividend checks. And he was using this power of attorney to grab these funds up. And this man is under his sidewalk, and he tried to buy my journal from me. I wouldn't. And then my car got broken into while I was out on a call. And then he tried to lure me down to San Diego, which is like 8 hours from my home. He said, first of all, he couldn't afford the pay me the mileage. And second of all, get a notary from down there to do it. I don't need to go down there. I'm not going down there. So my gut was in the right place, but it could have escalated. But then the police arrested him. And then my house was filled with, there was 2 detectives and police officers everywhere in my house. My husband was asleep because he works nights. And so he's in the bed. My son's over in the corner of the kitchen with his eyes as big as saucers, like, what the hell? And I had a surgical procedure on one of my legs, and it had gotten infected. So I'm sitting there in this chair. I could barely move, surrounded by these cops. One of them was a detective, a homicide detective, and the other one was a financial crimes detective. And they had to clear me that I wasn't in on it. Like, I'd be in on something like that. I wouldn't even let him near my journal. He wanted my journal because I thumbprinted his ass and I put all of his information in there. So it pointed directly back to him. So that's why he wanted that journal so bad. But yeah, my husband was like, $10 for a signature, forget that shit. He said it's not worth it, to deal with someone like that. It was right after we moved back out here, and I was like, this is crazy. You're right. I'm not gonna do, but now at least I can run. Back then I was on a cane, headed into a scooter chair. Now I'm not on a cane or anything, and I could at least outrun the fool, take my journal and run. I don't know, but it was crazy. Oh my God. And so he was moving the body to his new house that he bought because he was afraid his wife was going to tell on him, and he got caught. It was crazy, crazy, crazy. But that law, back to the moral of the story, I let my certification lapse in 2014 because of that was like way overboard for me. And then I was thinking about, I was like, I can do that. I'm very, very fluent with that, with the common law. I understand it. And, maybe I can earn a little bit. I can still work whenever I can, when my body lets me, and put some money towards keeping the software up or whatever I need to do to keep things afloat, for this benefit, for all of these leaders, for all these amazing people, to keep the format going. But common law, just understand this, you guys, it's already in place. If we could just revert back to the simpler things in life with self-governance, sovereignty, respecting for each other, common law is already in place. And it's not an overbearing. It's not with taxation. It's not like that. If you get a petition in the common law, the judge can be a different person. It's not somebody that's seated there, that's a permanent fixture. And if the judge knows either party, they have to recluse themselves. And you can have your peers heard, and then you just give your grievance. There's no attorneys. You state your grievance. There's a decision made, and it's over. It's done. It's not a big drawn out ordeal. You don't get locked up and put behind bars until your grievance is heard. I mean, it's just a whole different way of living. And that is still the law of the land. And that's where we need to conceptualize and understand there's a huge difference between the law of the land and maritime law. Otherwise, we're considered dead and lost at sea. You understand?
Yep.
The difference. Yeah. Most people that have been in the truth community for any amount of time understand what kind of law is being practiced just about in every country. Every country is practicing maritime law. So You know, and we're not a corpse. We're not a corporation. We are land-bearing, living souls, unique. So that's what I thought would be. Sorry.
The trouble is the legal. Basically, when you go into a court of law, words no longer mean what you think they mean. So, like when dealing with the police in the UK and stuff, because it's all based on consent, every law is based on your consent to it.
Compliance.
And so when a police officer addresses you and says, "Are you such and such?" or they ask for your ID or whatever, as soon as you consent by either answering their question or giving them your ID or whatever, as soon as you consent, you are then you're then held by that law because you've consented to it. So you have to then you're then putting your straw man, the identity that you've been given when you were registered. That all goes into play then because you've consented. But technically, when the police come and if you haven't done anything wrong, like if you haven't done anything wrong at all, and the police come and ask you a question, you can absolutely, totally legally refuse to answer any of their questions and tell them to move on, go on their way. If you've not done anything wrong, you do not have to answer any questions at all. You don't have to present any ID, nothing. You don't have to do anything because you haven't done anything wrong. But that's where police are misusing their power, largely through their own perception of what their power is as well. They think they seem to perceive themselves as something that they're not. And that ego gets in the way. And I tell you, got to give me your ID because I'm a copper and I've got authority over you. People just don't realize.
We used to call them peace officers, never police officers.
Yeah, and in the UK they were police constables.
And most people, whenever they're pulled over or have an encounter with they're still going off of the law of the land, common law. So when we quote like constitutional rights and things like that, that's land law, not maritime law. You see, when we're practicing two separate laws here, it keeps the people confused. They don't know what they've done wrong or why they're being, because they're under maritime law. And maritime law, you actually are not alive. You're not a living being. You are, lost in under a corporation, registered and working for a corporation.
Yeah, you're a dead entity, and your body is property of the corporation, stock basically of the corporation of whatever country it is that you've been registered to. So
do you see why the argument doesn't work and why it looks bad when you see people arguing with a peace officer and saying, you don't have the right to pull me over? Well, they're going by the law that they are told to enforce, which is maritime. You're going by the law of the land, which is common. So one's got to go. We can't be practicing. It's confusing. People are confused. And when they're quoting constitutional land law versus a corporation maritime law, then of course you have to comply because you're not following the law that they are enforcing. They're enforcing a law that we are not aware of, and because of our ignorance, we're thinking we're still under land law. We need to focus our, if we want to give our power anywhere, and I'm saying be sovereign, you guys, discern and use your own thought process. It would be to go back to the simpler times. All of those law books need to go. Most of them are outdated laws anyways. You could pretty much be arrested for anything under the maritime law because you're dead anyways under that law. So to go back to common law, constitutional law, rights. And I pulled this up what Wobbly posted because there's truth in what he says. You're born, therefore your right to land, food, water, and shelter is sacred. It is yours. It is already your divine sovereign right as a sovereign divine being that's been bestowed free will and dominion. So, that you're born with all of that. So why are we even settling for maritime law? Why can't people do the connecting of the dots and understand that it's two different laws being practiced and enforced? So you really can't fight it. They can't arrest you because they're practicing maritime.
The thing is, people are probably thinking, well, yeah, but I'm just me, and if I come up against this system, then I am just me. And how do I fight against this system, even if it's wrong? They're pushing maritime law, and I'm a living entity. I'm a living being. I'm not dead, and I'm governed by common law. How do I enforce that as a sort of in my own reality when all of the authorities are absolutely enforcing the maritime law? The thing is, if every single person knew and took ownership of their own sovereign right and all went out on, peaceful non-compliance, whatever you want to call it, everybody went out onto the street and, linked arms, held hands, whatever, and in one voice said to the government, you're done because we know who we are, then it would be done. There'd be nothing they could do. But the problem is the unity. That's why they've worked so hard to set us against each other. Because if we all held hands and stood there in one voice, like, you imagine if every single, person that's under the yoke and wanting to wake up in the UK and wanting to get out of slavery in the UK, if they all went out onto the street at the same time, all holding hands and all in one voice at the same time shouted, you imagine how loud that would be.
Can you imagine the power that people have when they wield it for what it is that they choose instead of falling for the delusion? But
it's the walls of Jericho.
Well, the emperor has no clothes. Come on.
The emperor has no clothes, and the walls of Jericho can be brought down with the combined voice of a nation. All we need is unity.
Did you know if you go into a maritime law, black robe type, with a notarized documentation, the notarized documentation throws out anything that's going on inside that court? It has more weight to it than anything that would go on in that courtroom. People just need to, the more that we become self-aware, the more we will see that the answers are already there. It's just a matter of grasping it.
People, yeah, I mean that's like ignorance of just people not understanding that notaries exist. Powerful reason. If you notarize things, it carries a lot of weight. Like you said, it can blow things out of the water in a court of law if it's notarized.
A notary is just one small office of the common law of the land. There's definitely.
I don't understand what a notary is. I'm fascinated. Maybe could I become a notary?
Sure. Now, I could say sure, but I don't know. I mean, you have to have a background check. Yeah,
no,
upstanding citizen or whatever. I mean, but that has to do with because we don't want, and even as a people, as a populace, even not hive mind. I'm talking about as an individual, sacred, divine being. We want to forgive and move forward and allow growth and allow bygones to be bygones. Yes, but if it comes to appointed or some kind of an official to hear grievances and to be impartial, would I be impartial if I had been forgiven for something in my past and then it comes across into the common law? Would I favor the person, the victim of, or whoever was wronged, in favor of whoever wronged them because I was once the person who did the wrong and had been forgiven? Or am I going to look at it completely unbiased and not subjective, but objectively? Now, notaries are not going to be the judge or whatever. There's judges there and then jurors. There's no attorneys. You just state your
They
grievance.
just
You come in with
notarize
evidence.
facts, don't they?
But a notary is an office type official position in common law of the land. And yes, okay.
You notarize. You make note, a legal note and record of certain facts, depending whatever it is that you're notarizing.
Mhm.
It makes a
Wills, sales of property, any kind of documentation that you don't want tampered with or altered in any way. You have it notarized by a public official in the common law spectrum. And in having that activity done, if let's say it was a will, okay, and in California you don't have to have those notarized, but you could write up a handwritten will. But anybody can contest that, and then what happens is you go into the maritime court system, and they take a happen portion of it through what they call probate. Okay, now you've got that same handwritten document, and it's been notarized. They go into court with that, and I'm just talking on a civil. I'm trying to keep this really simple. You go in with that document and you present it to that court. That court cannot touch or put probate on anything. The will of the wishes of the one who wrote the will be carried out to the fullest without going through any kind of contesting, argumentation, or going through any kind of where they end up taking like a fourth plus all the attorney fees and everything else. I mean, they take most of the inheritance and then they tax it too on top of it. Where if it's notarized, guess what? You walk right back out of there. The will is intact without everybody dipping their hands in it. They don't have any rights. It strips them of their rights. Hey, Rain on the Plains. Hi, William. Welcome, welcome. So these things are in place, and I can guarantee you they're in place in every stretch of land, in every continent, every country. It's just that an agenda has been, put into action a long time ago about manipulation of the power of the people into producing something that is a delusion and making it into a reality. And what is the steps? First is get to know yourself, know your power, control your power, wield it to the best of your ability, and then take the steps that you need to in order to restore any kind of civility that you would like to see by being awake and activated into the life that you'd like to see.
Yeah.
Did that help you understand what a notary? What I do is I will verify that you are who you say you are. I will take your thumbprint, and I will journalize what it is that I am notarizing for you, so I have a permanent record of it. So any kind of contesting comes up, and they see my seal, they contact me. I show them proof that it was truly you that was in front of me, and I swear an oath by it, and that makes whatever that document legal, binding, and unchangeable. That's what a notary does.
Yeah.
And it is a part of common law.
Hey, William. How you doing, man?
And
Good to
rain
see
on the
you.
plains.
And rain on the plane. I
Oh, I
was
got you
thinking
back.
the rain in Spain falls mainly on the plain. And then
We
when
made
I,
two
as
people
soon as I
mad.
thought that, I thought, no, it doesn't. That's a load of rubbish. The rain in Spain falls mainly in the mountains.
Hey, it rains in the plains over here. I don't know where you're talking.
It's a thing from the 80s. The rain in Spain falls mainly on the plain. The water in the Majorca.
It's
The
been a
water in
while,
Majorca
beautiful
tastes like
sister.
water.
I've met Rain on the plains, and I've been on a panel with her before. Very, very lovely lady. Everybody
That's the
that
thing that
pops in
always
over here
gets
is
me.
pretty awesome.
A lot of basically androgynous titles, don't they? Because Rain on the Plains. How I don't know if that's a man or a woman.
I can feel her
The same
energy.
with Bit of Venom. I don't know if Bit of Venom's a man or a woman.
Man, he's a man. Can't you
Whereas
feel his
William,
energy?
obviously, yeah, no, actually, that's true. I can feel no, because yeah, I know Bit of Venom's, but from the name Bit of Venom, until you feel the energy from that person, you've got no idea. Yeah.
And that's a 3D perspective of being able to discern male or female. It doesn't really matter because of, we know when you travel out, you're androgynous, but she's got a very divine energy because she's so nice. She's very sweet, very, very sweet. Bit of Venom is everything that he says. Bit of Venom, be careful because he'll bite you if you screw with him. But is there anything wrong with that? No. He has every right to defend himself.
I remember a Bit of Venom from a couple of years ago.
Yeah, he's a nice guy though. I'm just saying his name will tell you straight up, don't tread on me. And I like that. I appreciate people that will, don't tread on me. He has the right to be. So did that explain it to you a little better?
Yeah,
So
man,
anybody could be a notary. Anybody. Just follow the procedure. I don't know. I think they only go back 10 years. Actually, I'll find out on your records. I think it's just 10 years.
I've got another 5 years to go then. 4. Another 4 years to go.
I'll find out. I'll find out for sure. But 2 people didn't like us. Richie, peeked over. We got 2 thumbers down.
Thumb down. Yeah, don't worry about it. It might be.
I'm not.
It could be. Could be my trolls.
I got my own.
We've all got them, man. They're funny.
What happens is when you go into the deeper stuff and religion kind of falls away, and you get into the nuts and bolts. People still have, they hold on to things, and you know what? There's nothing wrong with that. I don't care. It doesn't matter to me if you love your religion and you're growing and moving from it, go for it. I personally have no bias towards it whatsoever.
All I can do is speak from experience. I know what I've experienced over the last few years. I know who I've asked, who I've spoken to in prayer and stuff, and all I know is what I feel, what I perceive, basically, and the way I perceive it, although names, because we have to use names and labels, basically, and so it because those names and labels already have narratives associated with them, to try and associate or attach a different narrative to those names is difficult for some people. So
I only use names like Jesus Christ. I think Jesus Christ is an extremely important character, person, entity, being, spirit, whatever. You know, was a really important part of my journey. Me recognizing what the lesson from that story was. So, you know, but that doesn't mean that I'm now suddenly a Bible bashing Christian that's going to tell you, you know, that we're all going to get swept up in a divine rapture, and there's the Father, Son, and Holy Ghost, and it's all as it is, you know, in the Catholic Bible, and that's it. No, because that's not what I feel I was shown, and that's not how I've perceived it. I perceived it in a different way, and it's a lot of people find it uncomfortable to try and perceive it in the same way, or to see how I'm perceiving it. And a lot of that, most of that is just to do with fear, because most of the people that really don't want to try and look at it like that are devout Christians who are terrified that if they do anything to offend God, that God's going to punish them and burn them in hell for the rest of eternity.
Yes.
That's, you know, it's like, no, man, no, that's not. Even if I'm wrong and you're right about me being wrong, you still, it's, you know, it's no, that's not how it is, man. So yeah, fear.
It's out of fear. It is
Fear
completely
is
out
the
of fear.
mind killer, man. Fear is the mind killer.
And
Red pill.
it's not the devil. It's not anything like that. It's man. It's man and his choices, and man giving away his sovereignty and his power to an ideal that's not really him.
Right. I think that the devil or Satan is the super ego that was created by our own collective
responsibility shifting.
It's like Satan is the super ego of each individual selfish person's ego. People that, you know, don't want the best for everybody else.
I look at it a little differently. I look at it as blame shifting. I look at it as not taking responsibility for self and the actions that we make. We outsource it and say, oh, the devil made me do that. Or like that we did with that example of I went out and dented my neighbor's car because their music was too loud because I was too lazy to knock on the door and ask them to turn it down. You know what I mean? And I say, oh, the devil made me do it, or it's their fault because they, you know, we can't. We have to take responsibility.
But there is a definite aspect to reality which is governed by darker energies that and potentially entities that exist within those darker energies, whether they pre-existed or whether we created them. They feed on that dark energy. They feed on that lower vibration of fear. And I mean, the cheeky monkeys.
Yeah, but what do you gain from that? When you get your population in fear, what do you gain? What is the gain? You know that there's and where do they get the power? Where did they usurping it, right?
Yeah, they usurp your own power. They make you think that you have no power, that they are the only ones with the power. Well, they are the only ones with the power because you've just given it to them by believing that they are the only ones that can protect you or whatever.
Exactly.
It's a really clever little trick that they've done. It's a clever little trick.
Smoke and mirrors, like Bit of Venom said earlier. It's all smoke and mirrors.
What's it called? It's the little something two-step, or the switch and bait and switch.
That's the bait and switch. There you go. You thought you had the power. You didn't. You just gave it to me. You didn't realize. But that can be demonstrated very easily, right? I forget who it was I was watching the other day, and he demonstrated it by having somebody in front of him put their hands together. They put their hands together, and then he said, right, so kind of hypnotizing them, saying, now imagine me, I'm tying this string. I'm tying the string around and around and around and around your hands. It's not tight, but you can feel it. I'm tying it round and round, all the way up to the top of your fingers. There you go. Now try and pull your hands apart. And they pulled their hands apart because they were perceiving this string to be holding them together. But they were only perceiving the string to be holding their hands together because they agreed to that perception from him when he said, right, imagine now, just visualize me wrapping the string around your hands. He did it in a nice, hypnotic voice, whatever. But they agreed to that perception by visualizing that thing. And so then, suddenly they couldn't pull their hands apart. It's like, and it's all because it's not because they thought that that person had power and had created a magic string that tied their hands together. But that's not what had happened. What had happened was they agreed to the visualization of string being tied around their hands. So it was all through their own consent.
I agree.
You still there?
Yeah, I'm listening to you.
Yeah.
Because it has to be through consent. Or smoke and mirrors and the fear's a mighty weapon, and that's what Rain on the Plains just said. Fear's is a great enemy, and she's right. It's a good weapon too. When you have people afraid to step out of line or to question, then they will comply and they hand it over, not realizing what exactly they're handing over. I mean, oh my gosh, if people only knew.
Why do bullies intimidate? Why do bullies intimidate people that they feel that they can bully? Because they intimidate to create that fear in that person, and that gives them a sense of power. And they feed off that fear that they're creating in the person that they're bullying. And it's a
Well, a lot of times bullies bully because they were bullied. A bully bullies a bully. I mean, it's a learned behavior from somewhere. It's not like a bully just crops up. A bully is usually bullied or feels silenced or it needs to be heard in some way or validating themselves in some way.
Yeah. I mean, it is I think it's pretty textbook, isn't it? That all people that are big bullies are being somewhere else in their life. They're being belittled and diminished and felt that they feel small. So that's the only way that they can feel like they're getting their power back.
Right.
Like men, right? A lot of men, married men, get they're under the thumb at home, and they get beaten and bullied by their wives at home, and then when they get out, they take that out on their workforce or whatever, or on their friends, or the other way around. People that are at work, bullied at work and getting belittled and made to feel really small at work, then go home and take it out on their families to and intimidate and cause fear and whatever in their families, because they're just trying desperately to get the power back that they've given to that other person. or to those other people.
Hey, preliminary.
Minimum. Nice.
Hi, Michelle, Richie.
Hello. Okay, you two take the floor. I'll be back in a minute.
How's it going? Minimum.
Good. I just woke up from this dream where I was working for a publishing company, like a magazine comic book studio.
Cool, man.
Yeah, wow, that was fun. I like fun during. I usually have confusing dreams where I'm in the 70s in a shopping mall. But this wasn't like that. This one was.
How did you know it was the 70s? Was it people's clothes and stuff?
How did I? Oh, it's a reoccurring dream. I one of my reoccurring dreams is I'm in the 70s and I'm at this shopping mall that resembles the one I used to go to. And it looks like the set from Space 1999, the old TV series.
Yeah.
And everyone's wearing white and everything's in a funny retro modern kind of way. And so that one just I know it because it has it has my old neighborhood, and it has I don't know, like in dreams sometimes you just kind of know things like that, but you don't know how you know it.
Yeah.
But this one is different. This one is where I was actually working, and I'm an actual. I'm working at it was just, and I was only gone for I think an hour. I mean I was watching this show. I fell asleep, and I wasn't asleep that long.
But in the dream, it was a long time. You were going to work in what was a comic book?
Yeah. They made really large, like.
Do you remember what sort of comics you were drawing? Do you remember any pictures?
Yeah, really large panels, like instead of just a small usual.
Do you mean comic like oh God, what was that artist?
It was a fun dream anyway. So.
Like a pop art type. What's that bloody artist?
Yeah, it was Andy Warhol.
Liechtenstein.
Right. Oh, I was telling Richie about the dream I had about working at a publishing studio for a magazine. And,
you know what? That could have been a little glimpse into the future.
Maybe.
You might have just having a little glimpse of 10 years from now or 5 years from now or something.
Mm-hmm.
After all, you are an artist.
So I didn't mean to change the subject. So you guys are.
No, dude, that's cool, man.
Really having a great.
Cool. I love hearing about cool dreams like that. I wish I could remember the last time that I had a cool dream like that. I think I can.
Yeah.
I can't remember, and it was when I was a kid. I had sort of semi-prophetic dreams when I was a kid. I have had dreams about me when I was older that have since come true, but they weren't dreams about. They were dreams about me, my appearance. Like I dreamt what I'd look like as an adult, and so since it's been like, have I sort of sculpted myself into a subconscious memory of that dream, or was that dream a vision of me now. Do you know what I mean? It's like a bit of a paradox. Creates a bit of a paradox.
Yeah. Thing is, the dreams are always so unrational and illogic. They're always kind of warped and surreal, and so they feel real while it's happening. Yeah, they don't feel like they could be like
Was
some
it
alternate universe, because it feels more like just the subconscious is creating a collage in a way, a collage filter.
was it a lucid dream?
Yeah, I felt like I was aware that I was dreaming towards the end. I didn't know how I got. I don't. Oh wait, I was on a bike. That's right. I was bicycling. I was falling asleep while I was on a bicycle,
Huh.
and then I thought I almost got hit by a car, and then suddenly I met somebody I met this woman, and she took me up to this art studio, and then they hired me.
That's so cool, man. That's crazy, because that like.
Wait a minute. Didn't you tell me a while ago that you dreamed like 5 years into the future all the time?
No,
Dude,
I
that
dream
reminds me.
mine's about the past. Except
Right,
that
that reminds me.
You weren't the one that had the dream about all of the buildings being all uniform, all the same, all white, boring looking.
Oh,
That wasn't you that
it
shared
might have.
that?
It might have been. I would have to see. I don't remember it offhand.
Right,
And-
dude.
Okay.
Your dream could almost be the entire backstory of Spaced. Right, there was this British comedy called Spaced that was on in the 90s, and it was before mobile phones and all that stuff, and it's about this. It was, oh god, Simon Pegg was the main protagonist, and he was a comic book artist, but he couldn't. He wasn't getting work. He worked in a comic book store, but as he worked in a comic book store, he didn't work as an artist. He was aspiring to be an artist, and
I think I've seen that.
he was sending he'd sent his work to this comic book publishing house that was in near him, and the guy had laughed him out, and then eventually I think it's by the third season, he gets a job there. The guy's like, this sort of strange turn of events happens, and the guy's like, right, we need a new artist. What's that? What was that guy? Whatever his name was. Yeah, and it was it's that sort of story. He eventually got his job in the comic book store that he wanted to work in. Man, it's cool. They were really good illustrations.
I think I've seen an episode of that. Of that show, and I know it wasn't something that was on a regular basis here. It might have been on. I might have seen it online.
Yeah, and that storyline was
British comedy.
Yeah. So that storyline was something that they were popping in, sort of like one episode in each season would be about that. It wasn't that. It wasn't the whole thing was about him become a comic book artist. All these different things going on. That was just like one of the underlying narratives that was running through the season. I'll tell you what, I've got it right. I've got it all on. I've got all 3 seasons on my hard disk, so I could pop the relevant one into Dropbox or something and send you a link. You could have a look.
Dropbox doesn't work on my MacBook for some reason. I've
Ooh,
had a
ooh,
lot.
check you out with a MacBook.
What?
Ooh, check you out with a MacBook. Gosh,
Oh, I've tried PC. It never works for me. It's my mind works differently. I'm
I
not.
love MacBooks. Are like any. Sad to say, anything
Yeah.
Apple really is.
I've tried PC. Like I've tried working on my sister's PC, and it gave me the runaround with everything I tried to do. It was really hard to work with.
Mac, like Apple Mac is just common sense, isn't it? It's really fluid the way it works, the way you can just click up in the top right corner and find anything you want. You just click up there and it finds it. As you're typing it, it finds it on your hard drive.
Yeah.
Whereas if you want to try and do that with Microsoft, you go down. Like they try and do the same thing, but it doesn't work quite as well.
Yeah.
Listen, guys, it's 10-1 in the afternoon.
No.
I've got stuff I need to crack on with, man.
Well, yeah, great show, you guys. I just want to
Well,
stop.
stick around for a minute because Red Pill Paul wants to talk. We're going to discuss dream states. If Richie wants to go, that's cool.
Okay.
I want to touch on different dream states real quick because of this is open floor now. We're open format, and we'll go ahead and get into those since that's like I've got the most. I'm most active, or the most. I've had decades, I guess, of activity in that realm of awareness, of consciousness, and dream state. So we could share on that just a little bit. And you guys, the StreamYard link is in there if anybody else wants to come and open share before I zip it.
I'm really sorry. I'm going to come back and listen to it.
That's okay.
I'm going to come back and listen to it.
What's the name of that series? Where
Spaced.
How do you say it?
Spaced. SPACED. Spaced, as in spaced out.
Oh, okay.
With Simon Pegg, and I can't remember what the other two actors in it. It's
Great, yeah.
I love it, man, because do you know what? It's really nostalgic for me. It takes me back to the 90s, before mobile phones, before social media, before the internet, man, before any of that, when everything was still analog. I miss those times, man. I do miss those times. Anyway,
I miss the 80s and the 70s.
Oh, the 80s.
Yeah,
they were.
That was a incredible decade. Wow, especially the first
green tongues in my high tech high tops. Oh, crazy. Anyway, I love you all loads, man.
All right, be well. Talk soon.
Speak soon. Thank you, Michelle. Love you, babe.
Hey, much love to you. Always, 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 always a pleasure.
See you soon, guys. Ciao.
Okay. Okay, I just wanted to, because it is we're on open format. We touched on all the topics. We've been going for quite a while, but dream states. He was talking about a lot of times we have dreams and we try to rationalize what is going on in our mind. In our conscious expansion, and I call them pizza dreams because it could be something that we're watching, something that we're dealing with, a conversation that we heard, and it's still rattling around within us, and we go to sleep and we're trying to still put that puzzle together and make sense of whatever convolution to tie it into a nice little package so we can comprehend it and move on, digest it. But there's other dream states. There's lucid dream states. There's prophetic dream state. There is astral travel of other realms. But each of these dream states have a very different feel to them. If you're traveling, because for myself, I hear the buzzing, the hum of the Merkaba of oscillation, and then you hear it in your ears. Prophetic dreams are very vivid, and they show in detail things that are to come.
I had one. Can I tell you about it?
Oh yeah, because we're
gonna get some, okay.
Yeah. Let me just give the last one more example of a different dream state, and then yes, absolutely, I want to hear that. My gosh, you know better. say, do you want to hear that? Shoot, yes. The other is introspection. A lot of times we're shown in parables or riddles or
Right.
an analogy on things
Yeah.
that we need to work on in self. And
Right.
so it's a matter of learning how to discern the different dream state and what we're observing and how to apply it towards whether it is something we need to introspect and work on in ourselves, or whether we're seeing something that is prophetic. A lot of times we'll either be observer or participant or toggle back and forth on something that may be coming about in the near future. A lot of times, and let me just put this qualifier on top of prophetic dreams. I have yet to see or hear anybody that has announced a prophetic dream that does not have to do with them directly, either something that's going to transpire in their life or a close loved one's life or impact their personhood or their life in some way directly. I have yet to hear somebody, have a dream that where they say, "Thus says the Lord, the Jesus is coming back on the clouds, and this, and this is going to happen," and have any of those come to pass. The only time I've ever seen anything come close to coming to pass in that regard was a large audience watching, participating, believing, and with their faith giving their power of manifestation into such a creation, and then the calamity would come about. Otherwise, they would always come to naught. So, and it even tells us in the Bible that if it is from God, it will come, and realize that you are a fractal of the divine. You are a child of the Most High, created from the one source. Therefore, if you believe it, you have the power to have it transpire. When we start to understand these things about ourselves, we wield our power in much different and gentler ways towards one another. So I hope that kind of explained a little bit about the, at least four. And then, of course, that one that just threw me off was an actual experience that I was in dream state, but I was taken, but I did not leave this realm. I think it is actually technology that is coming into our awareness for the benefit of mankind.
I remember that. Yeah.
Nothing to fear. Were you here when I played
I was
that
here.
to the moon thing?
You were in a ship.
Yeah, I was in something.
Or in some kind of giant vehicle, and it might have been symbolic of what happened.
What was interesting is that third phase of the moon just posted today, and they've been really hypercritical about what they are putting out for information. A ship that went supersonic speed, and remember, that was one thing I said, "Can this thing go below my back speed?" And they started laughing. And I was like, "Oh my gosh, I can hear my thoughts." And I'm like, "Oh my gosh, I can hear their thoughts." It was really, the whole thing was odd. And even the communication, it sounded like when I was in my bed and I felt that harness thing come on me, it was different than the Merkaba. He was talking to me like he was talking through a radio like thing. And I'm like, voice to skull technology? What's this? And then he was answering me back. He's like, "No, not voice to skull." I'm like, "Wait, I don't have voice to skull. How are you hearing me? I'm not saying anything." It was crazy. But he said that they've had this technology for quite a while. It's secretive, and they're bringing it out to help humanity, and it's very benevolent. Nothing to fear. Why I had that experience, I don't know. I've never had anything like that. It's just when you think you know something, like I say all the time, just when you think you might know something, you find out you know very little about something. There's always room for this mystery to unravel.
I did have some.
I think you were here when I
have
played
some
the
dreams
third
about
phase
space.
from the moon.
Oh,
they captured a video of it, of a ship going supersonic speed. Did you see that earlier on?
I think I missed that part. I don't remember seeing that excerpt. No.
I'll show it here in just a second. Let's let you share it because I still have it pulled up. I'll let you share your dream, and then I'll turn my speakers over because you'll have to you'll have to be on mute so they don't hear you coming echoing through. And then I'll play that little snippet for everybody to be able to see, because it's quite phenomenal that this just came out, and I just had that a couple weeks ago. And we just discussed it, and it was
Oh,
I
oh,
I didn't
great.
know what to
I
think about it.
still, I'm a subscriber to several of the legitimate, the channels that don't play the CGI looking, there are some fake channels, and that they're terrible for the UFO community. But the ones that are actual people, like the one that was just over Las Vegas, was filmed at several different angles, and by different people, like people at different parts of Las Vegas were all filming the same thing in the sky, and they all posted it on the same day, which just validates that that was. And it wasn't one, it was like they were all, it was kind of like a Phoenix Lights except smaller. And that was just, I think, March 3 or March 4. You can look that up.
That's interesting because that's what I asked him. I said, "Are we over Vegas yet?"
Wow.
Because I didn't know the speeds that we were going. Because I was like, "Go blow my hair back speed," and they started laughing. Like, we crossed. We're on our 5th time back.
Huh.
And I was like, have we passed over Las Vegas? And they're like,
Huh.
yeah. It's like, oh, okay. Alrighty
That's
then.
a coincidence. Wow.
Yeah.
Okay, the prophetic dream I had was 2 days before 9/11. It was on September 9 of 2001. And I had just moved from Milwaukee to Madison at the time. And I was in my new apartment, and in the dream, my body was 2 skyscrapers. I had a left side and a right side, and I had tiny people falling out of my butt. These 2 skyscraper bodies, and this was, it was not the night before 9/11, but the night before that. So it was 2 nights before I woke up and turned on the Today Show, and they were showing the first building, and people thought, at first they just thought it was an accident, like a plane accidentally flew into one of the towers. And then I watched live when the second one hit. Anyway, but in the dream, it was kind of like a Godzilla stage set. I was like, it was a big city all around me, and I was like 100 feet or 200 feet in the air, and I'd never had a dream like this before. And there was all these windows in my chest, and my arms were part of the building, and very surreal dream. And I don't think I had I don't remember where my head would have been. I think it was like above the skyscrapers somehow. And when I walked, the whole ground shook. I was trying not to step on people, and I was looking down. I was like, "Oh my God, how do I don't know what I was doing really." And but then I saw a green island in the distance, and I knew I had to get there. And before I woke up, these 2 Greek I thought of them as Greek when I saw them. They were these Greek angels flew down. When I reached the water, I was walking into the sea, or what the water next was, and I was trying to this island, and then these 2 angels swung down, and they spoke in a different language, but I knew what they were saying. And when I was they were asking me questions about something I don't know, and that's when I woke up, and I wish I knew what they had asked me, or it seemed like I wasn't allowed to remember what they asked me. So very, very weird dream. And then when I woke up to the second morning after that dream, is when I saw the 9/11 thing, and right away when I saw it on TV, what had happened in New York, I thought of the dream immediately, like it was connected. So it's weird.
So when this was happening in IRL, in real life,
Yeah.
what was going on and how were you feeling? Like, how was your body feeling? Did you feel buzzy or like deja vu-y or like, oh my gosh, kind of, I mean, how did it affect you?
I thought it was profound. I thought, why would I have a dream about being way up in the air with this giant skyscraper body and I didn't have a center. It's like somehow my left side was able to move at this, like legs and arms, yet squarish cube. I could draw it. I just it's hard to describe it. So but yeah, and then I had feet somehow. So I remember when I was trying to walk really lightly and not step on people. Yet the ground was shaking, and I felt like I was in a Godzilla, movie set.
You were the building.
But yeah, I was the buildings. And then the two angels seemed to symbolic the two airplanes.
Or the towers. Or did you feel empty?
No, I felt like there were tons of people
as the building
all running. Yeah,
as you were the building, as you were being the building. Did you feel like there was a bunch of people in you, or did you feel?
Yeah, I did. Yeah, I could, and they were all.
Did you feel?
They were all
filled with people.
Yeah, and they were jumping out of the windows.
Well, since then, we've seen the imagery where they had the people standing in where they were doing renovations, and this helicopter was taking pictures of people in the windows, and then that ended up being
terrible.
A lot of things have
I couldn't watch those scenes. It's too terrible, too awful.
No, I'm talking about things that have leaked out over the years of some pre-planning here of pictures that were taken of people in the windows prior. They were like renovating a floor and they were standing in a window and a helicopter was outside photographing these people standing in these windows, and it was interesting.
Wow.
It's still findable, just if you want to, just do a simple search for it. People in the towers getting their picture taken. You'll find it.
In one scene of the old Godspell movie, 1974, they're all dancing on top of the one of the twin towers, on the top of it, and you can see and a helicopter. I think they were filming it with a helicopter, but it's. I remember seeing that and thinking, "Oh, that's so strange how they would be dancing on top of the twin towers."
Just how did Building 7 come down on its footprint? How could he say pull it?
Yeah.
Pull is a demolition term, and then all of a sudden it falls into its own footprint. There's just a lot of questions about it. That's why I was just curious to your premonition dream as the building, being the building. You were as the essence, like somebody could have the essence of a consciousness of a stone because they want to experience being that stone. So then they're a stone for a while, so they can understand that. It sounds like you were the consciousness of a building, and you didn't want to step on people that were below you. But that's why I was asking: did you feel empty, or did you feel like there was life forms inside you wandering about? What was your?
Yeah, I felt heavy, and there were tiny people
that you didn't want to step on.
Well, on the ground, but also inside. I didn't want them to fall out. I was trying to catch. I remember reaching my hands trying to catch these people falling out.
Were they? Let me ask you another question. I'm
It
just
was
trying
sort
to
of,
understand your dream a little bit.
yeah.
Did you feel like they were people that were confused, rushing in, thinking they were doing aid? Because I know there was injuries due to emergency vehicles with secondary or actually third or fourth explosions that where they were on the ground level that came down upon, you know what I mean? Like how controls do, they go level, 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 level. So it kind of pancakes down onto its footprint. They rushed in and some did get, harmed in that regard. So when you say I was afraid I was going to step on them, I was trying to catch them as the building being the,
Yeah, the ones falling out, like I had all these tiny windows all up and down, arms and torso area.
mm,
They were just, it didn't make sense why they were falling out. Like I don't know if they were jumping out consciously or if they were falling out when I moved. Anyway, it's yeah. I mean, it isn't a logical dream. I don't think I can interpret it much more. It's more just like a surreal.
well, you're the dreamer of the dream. Is ultimately you that will be able to unravel whatever mystery or whatever secret or what mystery is being or wisdom's being revealed to you will be for you to do the unpacking of it. We can talk and ask questions, but it's
Well,
actually your conscious expansion. It's not mine. It's yours. It's your gift.
I don't know why they were falling out of the windows. I don't know why my body was the two skyscrapers. I don't know what that means.
Did you read Brenda Mitchell's comment?
Oh, I'm looking. I gotta go back.
Here, I'll grab it.
Okay.
I'll pull it up on our screen.
She says, yes, months before there were people doing an art project, supposedly, and they were all standing in the windows.
Yeah, she's talking about the pictures, but the one I put up on our screen is one I want you to look at.
Oh, I see it. Yeah. 6 months of every night dreaming and played it out on the television. Wow.
Sometimes we will have a precognitive or a prophetic dream, and it will be of what we're observing. So we will observe what we're going to observe to prepare us within to be able to handle whatever it is that's being displayed and discern it. It sounds like, she had an amazing revealing to her for 6 months. And as we're watching it play out on television, that there was something going on within her to prepare her for an event to keep her from maybe holding on to her power. I mean, we don't know. Like I said, the dreamer of the dream is the unraveler of the mystery that was given to her, and for the reason behind it is hers, and it's precious, and it's her divine revelation, her mystery, just like yours is yours. I was just curious, being that you were the building, and perplexed on trying to catch people, because you would feel then where are these people coming from? How did you get there? Because if you're the building, you know if you were empty or full. You know what I mean? So that's why I was asking the questions I was asking. It wasn't to rip apart your dream. Your dream's awesome. Her premonition is her prophetic vision. It's amazing.
6 months every night.
That's a hard. I feel for her on that one. I guess I'm blessed. Sometimes I think of this as a blessing and sometimes a curse, because of what I see isn't always what I want to see. I don't always see sunshine and roses. I don't always visit these beautiful realms. Sometimes I see things that are going to happen that I absolutely do not want to see come to pass. But it is what it is what it is.
Mhm.
I couldn't do 6 months straight. It's not every time my head hits the pillow, I don't go into a lucid or prophetic dream or out of body experience, astral travel. It's not like that for me. Maybe twice, 2 or 3 times a week. It wasn't that frequent in the beginning, but
Mhm.
over time but she must be a very, very advanced dreamer of dreams to
Yeah.
have 6 months every night in a row. And my hat's off to you, Brenda, to be able to clearly see into the unseen of the, because there's go into that time of no time and that space of no space, and to see it the way that she's seen it.
And mine was sort of comical, like it was cartoony. It didn't look very photographic, so it almost seemed like my body was paper mache or something. And
Oh wow, you just gave it up right there. You just gave it up.
What?
It's it was cartoony. It was paper mache. It was fake.
Yeah. Oh yeah, you're right. It was fake. I was in a big prop. I was like it was like the Godzilla movie set. And then the angels, I knew what they said in the dream. I don't know why they were Greek. What Greek Greek gods? I don't know. Why were they asking me questions? What was my response?
It was a ritual, ceremonial thing in order to usurp. Wow. Oh my gosh, that's pretty
Yeah, it was like
profound.
it was a fake set. Wow, I didn't even think about that part, that it was fake, or that it was like a.
And the Greek gods, you just think about the things that they worship and the way that they use fear and to control, to be able to play out a narrative or an agenda. And there you are seeing them speaking Greek, and you're like, I don't know why I was seeing them in Greek gods and goddesses. And I'm like, oh my gosh, wow, how perplexing everything you're saying. You're blowing my mind, dude. Quit it. I've been on here too long. You're blowing my mind. What do you guys think that's listening? I mean, what's your feel on it? I mean, you pretty much
I should
sometimes sharing.
I should make an animation of that dream, because it was
You really should.
Yeah.
You really and I know you were talking about how you would put together an animation. It doesn't have to be as difficult as you think. Use your editing software, draw your images, and just do it as if it was a comic strip type of thing.
I hear you.
Yeah, and put it together and let us have that visual of it. Because I use, and like I said, sometimes when you unpack or offload the information that you have, you will unravel in real time, like as you were just going through it and sharing it with the help of all of everybody here too listening. You unpacked it. I was very revealing in itself. How far before this happened did you have this?
It was 2 nights before. It was September 9th.
Wow.
So it was only 2 nights before. And when I woke up, I had to go to work. I had to get up early, so I made some quick breakfast, and I watched. And the Today Show was still a thing. I don't know what it's called now. It was the Today Show, it comes on at like 7 a.m. or something. And I was looking at it. It was the first plane had hit, and it wasn't real dramatic at first. It was just like, a plane accidentally hit the first tower, and that was, strange in itself. And then the whole thing became really dramatic when the second plane came through, and then then I went to work, and then I had to hear about the rest. Like Bush came on afterwards, and I didn't see that till I got back home after work. So yeah.
It's just amazing. And then, now that we could see like aerial views and they've released more information, the building that was like next to the towers has a big hole just in the center. Like it was like something exploded in the center of it, but left all the walls around it. So you couldn't really tell from ground level that one also, it was like a failed pancake, failed demolition. And to set up a controlled demolition, even the size of Building 7, it's not a matter of minutes. We're talking days of strategic planning of where are the support beams and to make it fall in a certain direction. And there's a lot that goes into a controlled demolition. So for them to be able to pull it that same morning, just within hours after the two, there's a lot of questions, a lot of flags. But your dream just kind of like well, Free knew, Patrick knew. Patrick was the building. He saw it. He was there. Oh my gosh, that's amazing.
Why me? That, I mean, why would I be the buildings? And why would the two angels swing down to talk to me? I mean, there must be more symbolic meaning to it. Maybe it wasn't about me at all. Maybe I was just seeing it from whoever. It seemed like the movie or the dream was directed at me, or that I was seeing it from whoever. How some dreams feel oppressed on you, like it isn't coming from your mind, it's someone else's mind. Well, it seemed like that because I have a certain style of drawing, and I don't see my style of drawing in my dreams. I see someone else's style of doing things. So that kind of makes me wonder a lot about dreams too, because it isn't like I'm seeing what would be ideal, like the kind of architecture that I like. I don't see in dreams. I see like something crafted by someone else in their style, and that's for all the dreams in general, including this one. It wasn't drawn, or it didn't have my signature to it. It was directed by someone else.
Well, it sounds like you were a participant.
I was a participant. Yeah,
you were a participant, but not you, not the physical you. You were a participant there you were observing as a participant as the building of that was constructed by another. I could be wrong, and you stop when it doesn't resonate, but that's what it sounds like. You were observing while being a participant of being a building that is not of a construction or even a drawing cartoonish style of yours. It was somebody else's creation.
Yeah.
You were just there seeing it.
Yeah.
And the essence of you was there present because you were trying to catch them and not step on them. So there was a piece of you active or trying to intercede. Well,
since 1981, I've always drawn people inside. Like I've done a whole series of people with box heads, and and like people living in the living room of their mind. It's like a dining room table inside their head, and then walking downstairs into the chest area with a staircase going up their arm. So it does seem related to that. You know, the two towers with tons of people, except it seemed like some other artist was involved in the dream. Like the whole, because I could see all the detail of the city around me and all the people on the ground. And then there was a body of water and the green island that I had to get to. I don't know why. Why did I have to go to the island? Maybe it doesn't make. I don't know. No, it wasn't. Someone else was going to come on and tell their dream,
No,
or did? Oh, okay.
no. I pulled up her dream. I wanted you to see.
Oh,
We were just talking about. I just told Red Pill Paul that we'll talk about different dream phenomena, because there
Yeah.
are multiple dream phenomena that as the beings that we are, being so complex.
a
that
lot
we
of dreams. Do you find a lot of them you just don't like? You wake up and you're like, oh, I don't like that dream. I mean, is that common? Yeah, because for me, I would be a bigger fan of dreaming if they were more ideal to my own taste, my own what I like. They're usually like someone else is directing and I don't want to be there.
because you're observing, and those are.
Yeah.
And I even wrote this in my book. Why do we observe dreams where we can do nothing about it, and the outcome is something we don't want to see? Why? Why do we have? Is it a blessing or is it a curse? I mean, what is it?
A lot of them just feel bleak and like place I don't want to be, and maybe that's symbolic of my life because it does kind of feel like that. I just feel like, oh, why can't I have a pleasant dream, or something that would appeal to me? Instead, they're like someplace I don't want to be, and I don't like the situation. I keep seeing this 1970s shopping mall, and sometimes I'll go up to people in a dream and I'll ask them, where are we? Or what is this place? I saw John Lennon in a dream, and he was in a large a farm, like with strawberry fields. And I was flying and I saw a farmer on the ground, and I wanted to ask them, where am I? And the farmer turned around and it was John Lennon, and he was laughing. He said, why, you're in strawberry fields. And then I looked around and realized, oh yeah, it's all these strawberries. And then he pointed at the sky, and he was still laughing in the way John Lennon laughs. And there was a huge donut, it was a speckled donut in the shape of a UFO.
Did you go to bed hungry?
Probably. It's like a glazed speckled donut that looked like a spaceship coming out of the clouds. And John was laughing, and then I woke up. And that was the end of that one. I wanted to talk to John more, of course, except
for that
I think the dream it was so intense. I think the intensity of the dream woke me up. It was kind of like when the two angels swung down. I think I really wanted to talk to them a lot more. But when you become too lucid in a dream, that's usually when you wake up. When you're so aware of it that it's almost you.
I found that the more lucid that I became,
Yeah.
Over time, I stopped waking myself up and then became able to fly, raise myself up, look at
Oh,
things from a different perspective, glide. Feels like I'm on ice skates
yeah.
sometimes as I
So wait,
through.
so you're able to prolong the lucidity
Oh yeah,
of it?
yeah.
Okay.
It's just like when we talk about the portions, like things come into our consciousness, we remember, and as we remember, then our consciousness expands and it comes more into our knowing. It becomes more of our being, and then we're able to stay in that level of consciousness and awareness and glean more from it each time, and not jump out. I call it jumping out,
Uh-huh.
'cause something will shake you, or something from this realm of existence will
Uh-huh.
creep into a thought and we'll jump out because we'll be like, whoa, I'm freaked out, and but then you become more adapt to that resonance, and then you observe more and you get more. You'll be able to have a full conversation with the being.
Yeah, I will try to do that. I usually can't.
Don't
Usually,
push it. Don't you know what? Everything
yeah,
is in divine timing and patience with self.
yeah. Usually, I wake up when I don't want to. When I'm really fascinated by it, and I want to ask more questions, and that's when I, involuntarily wake up.
I think that after the donut dream, when you woke up, did you go
Yeah,
eat breakfast? Because to me, it just sounded
I
like your stomach was disturbing
that
your sleep.
one
You went
that
to
one
bed
happened.
hungry.
That was in the '90s. The John Lennon dream. I
I love that movie, by the
probably
way.
was probably
Sergeant
was
Pepper.
hungry.
Sergeant Pepper's
Yeah.
Lonely Heart
I
Club.
I had another dream with John and Yoko, and I was their chauffeur. I was driving them around an area called River Hills, and it was their. They had this psychedelic, uh, a classic Rolls Royce. It was, and I was the chauffeur, and John and Yoko were in the back seat. Um, I I don't recall what we were talking about. I just remember the visual of it.
Cool
Oh, it's that one.
observation. It'll come back, and that's a
Oh.
lot of times after I have these after this phenomena.
Uh-huh.
It'll take me a while. I'll have to sit there and quiet my mind and just allow it to unravel to figure out the meat and potatoes of the revelation.
Yeah.
So, it's just patience.
Yeah.
Be patient with yourself. Don't compare one to another. Some have a stronger gifting in another area or aspect than another. Each gets their activations as they're prepared, and it will go along at a pace that is perfect for you. Mine's coming along at a pace that's perfect for me. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I understand the phenomena of being able to realize that reality is changing and fluctuating around you. Understand the how expanded your consciousness and how observant you would have to be to your surroundings to notice such a phenomena as that. And then maybe people will be a little easier on themselves, and stop trying to rush, because it's not a race.
Yeah. Yeah. It's kind of like the message of Willy Wonka, the first one, where Gene Wilder, was kind of trying to teach the children to not get carried away or be anxious or
Greedy or gluttonous,
greedy or gluttonous.
disrespectful. Mm-hmm.
Right. Right. And
Each
then
of
at
them
the
showed
end,
a lesson, right?
I cried at the end of that movie when they went up into the glass elevator.
They broke the glass ceiling. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
The music and the scenery was as a kid, so magic. It was mind expanding movie.
Mhm. And going
Um,
through that tunnel where they were rowing out of control, and he's like,
right.
it's almost like right when you're going through that tunnel, you're unraveling, and those
Yeah.
that could not, or did not want to unravel, they
Uh-huh.
ended up, being removed as the movie went on, and the one that was patient and
Uh-huh.
stuck it out and stayed honest and true to self,
Hmm.
they were the ones that got in the elevator that went up and out the glass ceiling that, not only met the expectations but exceeded
Uh-huh.
them. That movie is good. There's a
It
lot
really.
of hidden
Oh
meaning in
yeah,
it.
it is. It's one of my top movies.
Hidden in plain sight.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Um,
The second one isn't, honestly, I like the first one better than the second.
yeah, the second one just felt like a remake, no big thing.
It seemed to, like they tried to overdo it.
Yeah, didn't have the same magic for me anyway.
No, and Johnny Depp's very talented. Don't get me wrong.
Oh yeah,
It's just,
he's great. In certain movies, he's really good.
it's just the kids didn't do it for me. I think that's a lot of it. The kids that were in the second one, and
Yeah.
just, yeah.
I'm surprised by even the remakes. Like I would think they would try to keep some classical edge to it, and instead they all have this. I'm mystified by Hollywood itself. Everything they've done after about 1990, it feels like the soul is strange. The soul of all the productions that have come out by the big wig companies.
It's plastic.
Yeah, it just doesn't
I think we're here.
have the moral or the.
We're here to see the fakeness of it all and to
Yeah.
discover the realness of self. There's
Right.
only one thing real here. One thing. That's you. Whether this is your own earth or your perspective of being on your own earth, occupied only by you, you're the only real thing here. Or there's others that are real also, sharing an experience with you on a flat or whatever realm of experience. Whether we move from Sagittarius to the Orion, it does seem more plastic.
Mhm.
Now, my dreams and visions and all that stuff started while we were still supposedly on the Sagittarius arm. I mean, back 23 years now, 22, 23 years ago, we were on the Sagittarius arm. It was just in this last decade that we moved over to an Orion spur.
Yeah.
It was an Orion arm, wasn't it? And then it went to an Orion spur.
No, it was the Orion spur, and then it became the Orion arm.
Oh, okay. Well, I knew it was one way or the other.
Yeah, no,
See
'cause
how
it
well
was-
I keep up with it. It's so
Like
fake.
when we were back on Sagittarius, we always called it the Orion spur. And then when we got here, it changed in that first month. Some very weird patterns were changing in the new. Like we were closer to the center at first, and then we kind of moved to the 2/5 mark. But if you remember, or if you looked, we were actually close. The Orion was closer, and it was more of a spire. It wasn't an arm. It was like a.
Before I
It
forget,
was like it was like a belt. at
you
first.
wanted
Isn't that
to
weird?
see that
And
clip.
then it changed. It became a small arm shape between two spires, but it wasn't at first when we first got here. When I first got here, anyway. Yeah, let's see that clip. I'll turn off my sound.
Okay, I'm getting it. Hold on.
What?
I gotta put it to the right place. Okay, hold on. I gotta
All right.
share my screen.
Uh-huh.
And then I'll share the link with you guys in just a second.
Yeah.
again. It's in the chat. But, I mean, we've been going and going and going. Okay.
Yeah, I like I mean, I was able to sleep for a while, and then the show was still on, so that was kind of nice.
Well, I didn't. Let's see. I slept all night, and then I had that vision because
Wow.
I did get permission. I'm gonna dream share with somebody, or
Wow.
travel with somebody, and then, but then I seen this vision, and I'm like, it was so phenomenal. Then I woke up for a little bit and went back to sleep and went right back and saw that vision again. It's like,
Wow.
wow. I mean, it was an amazing. And then after that, I thought, okay, well, I'm going to sleep. We're gonna go on our journey. Nope, I slept like a baby. I mean, just all night and almost. Well, yeah, it was pretty much almost all day. I got up last evening, about 7 o'clock, about 12 hours ago. I woke up. All right, hang on a second. So let's see, share screen, and do okay, and then application window is. Hold on. No.
So now this one it has a very real quality.
Yeah, this is from third phase of the moon. And I got to change my sound. Hang on a second.
So some other stuff.
You're going to come through my speakers now, so just know, you guys, it's going to sound funny. If you hear an echo, it's not my fault. It's
I'll turn it off. Okay.
Okay, and there's it. Okay, share. Okay. And let me up it all the way up for you guys.
Great observatories up there checking out the stars, and they managed to capture some incredible imagery, things that still can't be explained. Watch this.
Sounds not going to be great, but there it went.
So we're looking at this video, and I have to tell you, it was leaked from an insider who works up on the mountain. We're not going to name any names, but they thought Third Phase of the Moon should take a close look at this craft that comes into the camera's imagery, and they managed to capture it. But let me tell you, this leaked information, maybe the world wouldn't have never seen it unless we were given the heads up. So we appreciate people from around the world giving us the information as needed, because people need to wake up. We're not alone. But after looking at this incredible imagery coming in, we could see this craft moving at almost supersonic speeds. It's hard to tell. It's time-lapse video, but it seems to be in the stratosphere, super high. It leaves a trail behind it, and this is pretty unusual, being that the Mauna Kea, it really doesn't capture anomalies such as this. It's one of the first times that an astronomer who worked up there wanted to give us a heads up, and they are scratching their heads, and they want the people to kind of be woken up as well, like they are. We don't know all the answers, but right now, this is kind of unexplained. Brett, any thoughts on this incredible imagery?
Big shout out to the person on the mountain that actually sent this and gave us insight, because if it wasn't for people like you, that's what it's all about, getting the information out. And yeah, hats off to you. Guess what, Blake? What we're looking at here is there's no frequent air traffic in this area. There's some anomaly that's screaming across the stratosphere, and the telescopes on the mountain actually captured it. This is not an event that happens all the time. This astronomer would know what's happening, what kind of traffic is over their vicinity. This is very odd. I'm thinking there's some sort of test. Space Force comes to mind, maybe extraterrestrial, otherworldly craft that made a visit over the Mauna Kea. What we're looking at is not normal, not conventional. The speeds are just enormous.
Absolutely, Brent. To take note that the Mauna Kea is approximately 14,000 feet in elevation. So when you're looking at this video, you can surmise the height of this craft. So it's 14,000 feet. This thing looks like it's at least another 30,000 feet in the sky. So we're looking at something that is, at least in my opinion, 70 to 80,000 feet in the sky, approaching the stratosphere. This is an incredible image. And again, we thank the people on the ground up on the mountain giving us this information. We appreciate it. I want to thank everybody who joined us on this incredible Third Phase of Moon live premiere. Your
Okay.
chat
Hang on.
and
please.
your part.
Let me get my speakers back to going back to the Yeti. Okay, you're good. And we'll share the link with you guys, because the reason this is so interesting is that it just came out yesterday. They posted it, and I just had that weird phenomena happen, and it's just, it was just, I don't know. When I first seen it, it zinged the heck out of me.
Wow.
And I'm sure you know why, Pri. You were here when I was sharing that. It's like, oh my gosh, what
Yeah.
the heck was that? You know, I mean, I didn't, you know, just like I said, just when you think you know something, you find out you don't know nothing. Much to be unraveled.
Mm. Yeah, I think that's why in Zen Buddhism they practice non-assumption, because that way they're neither disappointed or overjoyed or anxious. You know, it's a practice of composure. I don't know why I brought that up. I think because you were saying how what was the last thing you said? You said that
Just when I think I know something, I find out I know nothing.
Yeah, that was it. Yeah, because you know how academic know-it-alls are. You know, they believe in reality so much that they don't leave room for the bigger picture. And nothing against that. I mean, they have very practical, functioning lives. I can't knock, you know, I think there's nothing wrong. I'm not judging them. My sister's like that, and I think I'm grateful to all the people that are holding reality together as it is. What was I?
Which is your earth, your perception, your concept, shared experience. And I mean, it's just just, and when we put expectation, we actually are putting limit. Don't limit unlimited. Let the mysteries unravel and go for it. I mean, dang, because everybody is just so amazing. It's just and that's in one of my videos too. When we put expectation, go into it without expectation, even when you're going to have your third eye opened or the born from above experience, whatever way is easy for you to understand and grasp the concept of it. If you put expectation on it, then you might limit and gap yourself away from something so phenomenal that could have been so much more. But since there was expectation from listening to other people's testimonials, you may, because yours may blow theirs out of the flipping water. You know what I mean? Just
I mean, I don't want to shock anyone, or I mean, I'm just telling, I had this dream. I don't know if it's prophetic, but it seems so odd that it was two skyscrapers and the two angels, which are symbolic of the planes, and the tiny people falling out of the windows in my chest and my arms.
And don't forget that they put that link in there for you on the videoing or taking the pictures. I think Bit of Venom posted it in the chat.
I think I see it now.
Yeah, for you to check that out so you can see for yourself what I was talking about with them taking those pictures of those people standing in that window. It's pretty ominous. the things that have unraveled since, you know, that phenomena happened, and they went forward with the agenda with the wars and all, you know, searching in these caves and whatever was going on. Now that we reach across.
Oh, look at this massive UFO.
Hi, Spirit. How are you? Good morning.
This is amazing. Wow.
Are you going to share it or?
Sure. It's the one that you posted on the, someone posted on. I clicked on it and it took me away from the channel. The one that you just posted about the UFO.
Oh, from Third Phase of the Moon?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the one that I just shared. So you can watch, because there's actually 3 in there.
It has a different scene that I didn't see before.
Right. There's 3. There's 3 of them in there, and they explain, and there were why it's been a while since they've posted, because of they're having to really weed through. And if you look at the other 2 on there, you could see they talk about how they're weeding through authentic versus CGI type made stuff. So, but the last one is the one that I shared, because that's one that zinged me, and it was from a trusted source, and it went supersonic speeds, what altitude it flew at, what the, you know, if you were in that, what you would see, what, you know, if you were in it, but there was no feeling of that motion. There's something going on with that too. You don't feel like a G-force in the motion of it. It's very interesting. But just from when I was looking out the window, that one was flying at the altitude where you would have seen what was out the window. It was just synchronistic. That's why. But there are 3 of them that they share. 3, 3, 3. Always in 3s. I love those 3s. All right, you guys. We have been like power streaming. It's almost 7.5 hours long. And Preliminal's channel is on my homepage. Please subscribe to him. If you haven't yet, please subscribe to Cooking with Mac. That's my dad. He's been putting up some really phenomenal recipes that we can make if you are off grid or camping or just like to grill at home. There are kitchen recipes, of course, easy fixings for, you know, really, you know, living on a budget, but still want to eat healthy. And the recipes the things that he makes on that grill blow my mind. Not only does it every time they make me hungry, okay, because of, I mean, everything looks like, oh, I want that. But the things that he makes on this grill are not things that I would think that to make on a grill. It's just phenomenal. All these Mexican dishes and tacos and just, I don't know, check it out for yourself. And he's on my homepage. It's called, like I said, Cooking with Mac. And he just got started making videos. So you guys support him because he's awesome. And you know, we're talking about people that are.
I'm still learning how to cook well.
They're almost 80. I mean, they're in their late 70s. And my dad's exploring the vast world of YouTube. He's getting his feet wet.
Right. That's great.
Yeah, he's got like 20 subscribers or 20 or 21 subscribers already. And
did you post the link?
It's on my homepage, right with yours.
Okay.
I can. We're not going to show the third phase. I've already given you guys the link. Let me grab it.
Oh no, I mean about your father's cooking show.
I'm going to grab it right now before we go. Let me see. I got to go to my channel. Dun, 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 dun. Okay, and let's see. Where are you at? Where's Pre at? Preliminal.
Oh, you don't have to post mine. It's all just.
Yeah, you are with my dad. I just wanted to make sure you are. Oh. You're right. You're right next to my dad's channel.
Oh, great. Okay.
You two are neighbors in that regard. Okay, let me grab it. Let me grab his link. Okay. Do. And share it with you guys that are left in the chat. And this has been a phenomenal share. Everybody.
Yeah, I missed parts, so I could go rewatch it. And parts
Really?
that I missed. Yeah.
That's a lot to rewatch, dude.
Yeah, that would be a lot.
It would be a very dedicated listen. I'll just put it that way.
Well,
I don't expect what people to go back and watch 7 hours.
Thanks, Red Pill. Yeah, I mean it. Yeah, that's right. Oh my gosh, it's 7 hours. Yeah, it would be too hard. It would be a lot to watch.
Yeah, I may break it down into intervals and
yeah, or the
premiere or something.
Highlight excerpts, something.
Yeah, something of that nature later on.
Propagate just did that. He put 3 different parts of the recent show he was on with Patrick Roberts, and I think he just edited it down to like the parts that he wanted to show, in the episode. And those are great because sometimes you have to wait a long time, until something interesting appears in that. Oh, thanks, Brenda.
Of course, you love Preliminal Stream or Preliminals channel. Oh my gosh, it's amazing. And anytime that you're here, and I need to start telling people this when you're on here or whatever, I'm not monetizing my live streams. This channel is mainly community supportive. Very beautiful team. We used to see ads running on my videos because of what happened with all of that nonsense. But go ahead and put, you could put up whatever on your own because it's your intellectual, it's your share. Only thing I ask is if you could just, say, here's the channel. I mean, you don't even have to do that if you don't want to. Just, feel free to share wherever, because it's more important for the shares to go out and people to be comfortable with their being, with their essence, and with who they are, and than it is for anything else. The top priority is not yourself.
I'm just gonna. Can I share a painting?
You're up.
There's that's a good one. My dishwasher is going. Sorry about the background noise. I'll just go through these real quick. Yeah, I mean, I'm not a profit artist. I would like to, work for some publishing company or somewhere in New York. That would be great. I don't even. I don't have painting exhibits or anything. I just really enjoy drawing. So for me, I think of art as a spiritual embodiment for, a beautiful world where things are humorous. Like, imagine a world that's really humorous and nobody's suffering. It isn't chaotic, yet it's weird, in a way. Maybe just the style of everyone will be weird, yet people are happy, or if maybe some of them are not people, they're some kind of animal, or You know what I'm getting at?
Spirit
Yeah.
says, nice artwork. You are very good. Just wanted to
Oh,
make sure that I read that to you.
thank you.
I pulled off the banners and stuff to not cover your art.
Thanks. Oh, I've seen Spirit before. Thanks, Spirit. This was a poet from the 50s, Tinujevic. I'll go to the next one. My friend Pam, she's been in the hospital lately. I pray for her. This is a cathedral. It's called the Blue Cathedral. This one is using gouache watercolor paint. And I've shown these on other channels before on Voynich. So, see, this one is from 2016. I was doing this character a lot. He has windows for eyes, and he has like a living room. There's people floating by, and like his body is like a house. And it's a common character that I've drawn. See, here's another version of that where the person's living inside. Like this is the spirit, and the body is sort of like a house. This guy is he's like he works he's a guard at the gate that goes. See, here's this sort of a escalator that takes the people to it's like a launch. It like sends them into the sky. It's like an airport except instead of airplanes, they just fling you into the air along this route. That one. Cyclops playing a cliff of a piano. What? Michelle? You still there?
Yeah, I'm listening to you. When you said Cyclops, I was thinking, no, the guy that can see the one eye, the important eye is open, wide open. And you can see everything around him. But I always see a lot of depth. I was making a comment in there about the more you look at your art, the more you see it. There's a lot of depth in your art.
Wow.
I'm here. I'm giving you the floor.
Oh, thanks. This is a couple I know that live in New York. Hawk and Maya. They live at the Hotel Chelsea. And this one is a building with sails crossing a desert. This is kind of like a ship that's made for crossing a desert. That was the idea anyway. And my friend Jeff passed away. This is Lisa. She has 2 eyes in each eye. It's a slightly different tone.
I like the color variation of the hair
Yeah.
The blue being throat, the green being heart, and
Uh-huh.
having double vision, meaning she could see through. I don't know.
Yeah.
Your art just speaks so much simultaneously, plus everything that's going on in the background. It's like she could see it all, even though it's behind her.
Mm-hmm. I write poetry too. Or I try to. It's metamorphic person in heavenly dimensions, patiently nervous, gray margarine, velveted antenna head, melts shivering aluminum, Szechuan mozzarella, meditationally drape the moss vine, clarity in calm, great surrender, stabilized trance of detached neurotic films, heavily coated with antique futurism, crowded loneliness, and miraculous, preposterously, accidentally perfectionist idealism, photographed by the sleeping ink forehead. My hands, hydraulic wrist paper just before I woke up. So that one, lucid living, we were talking about that. There's a color version. Um, that's my mom and dad. Dad playing the piano. Um, I did a bunch of these showerhead people. Maximize good, simplify mind, optimize action. Optimize action plus silence confusion equals pursue idealism. Pursue idealism plus avoid distraction equals accomplished need. Accomplished need plus kind spirit, enjoyable character. So organized system equals love forever. Plant the subconscious with what works. Go with that until it needs adjusting. That's kind of a good plan. What do you think? Plant the subconscious with what works. Go with that until it needs adjusting. I kind of like that.
Me too.
Here's Jesus with a guitar.
Nice.
It's perplexed awakening. At the same place we were at long before birth, into electrified water bodies, wading through our personal future, from the history of a temporary moment until we return to the present again. Outside of atoms, outside of DNA, matrix of genetics, outside of outer space. Every 9 years, I had this theory that every 9 years is a generation.
Yeah, we were talking about that earlier about each,
Yeah.
like going from
You-
10, you got a book, and then from your teens,
Yeah.
you got a book, and then interesting.
Yeah, you could really use any number. You could
Very
say,
synchronistic from our earlier conversation, how our
Yeah.
development physically and then our spiritual maturity, just kind of take it, that is a model, and then just
yeah,
patient.
you could,
Mhm.
right. Yeah, whatever number. Like for me, it's usually 10. I kind of like to round things out in tens for neurotic reasons. Yet you could say 5 every 5 years, every 9 years, every 15 years. In the common consensus, like they say, Generation X, Generation Y, we're like 20 years. To me, that just seems too long. Like, I wouldn't say a generation takes that long. I trim it down to, I would say more like every 10 years. Oh, that one is sorry. That was my cat. I used to have a cat, and this is an older drawing, 2010, clock radio. And I always wanted to have tree branches for hair. I haven't done it yet. This is my friend I've known since college, Karen, as a lampshade woman. I went to college with her, and she came to see my band all the time. And this one is the Angular Blue Molecube portrait of Mark. So that one, still life in motion. Well, thank you, Michelle, for letting me show my art.
I was just thinking, you just need to come on with me one time solo and just show your
Sure.
art and allow people to dive deep and read your poetry and share, because that's what this place is about: sharing and
Thanks.
growing together in harmony, respecting our differences, and appreciating each other for what we each have to offer.
Thank you.
Amazing. Absolutely phenomenal.
I wish I had some better stuff to show you.
Okay, better stuff. All right. I mean, you've shared art here before, but only a couple of them were I'd seen before, on here. But ever since, it was only a couple, and then you've went on, and this is new. I mean, you've got a plethora of deep introspection and profound understanding. I think you sell yourself short a lot of times on how much you know of self through your expression in your art.
This one's about the mask.
Oh, yeah, it's obvious.
They're called Air. It's kind of scary. Here's about the house of my head kind of falling apart, or the windows. I think at the time I needed new glasses, and so it could be about that. Here's my friend Liv. She's a guitarist. She loves that one. This one you guys saw already. Time step dial of the sky ribbon. Here's this one. It's kind of like, I can't explain it. It's the octopus woman. Saw that one. You saw that one. I think that's it. Florence, Italy. My friend in Israel. Her name's Natalie. She's pretty cool. Here's driving around. I used to have a van, and there's a motorcycle over here. Just driving around town. See, they're in the suburbs, I think. There's a cat in the window. That one. See, here's what I was describing before about, living in a box, or the house is kind of like the sky is a desk, the sun is a bush. Restless mind cube pauses to a calmness, slow conveyor belt of tasks learned from the human dimension while thinking outside the flesh box. See, I draw these I call them ice cube tray buildings because they're like ice cube trays. If you could see that. So what's going on over there, Michelle?
I'm here. I'm listening.
You're here.
I'm tired. I'm sorry. That's why
No,
I
I'm
wish you would
tired too.
I wish you would
You
have
can
pulled the
tell
art
I'm.
up
Yeah.
earlier.
Oh,
I
I'm
mean,
sorry.
no. Don't stop it. Please
Oh,
do not apologize. You do not owe me an apology. It's not your fault that I'm tired. Don't go there.
No, see, people in Wisconsin, people say "I'm sorry" like every sentence. Well, no, they don't.
Don't speak that way over yourself around me. You know how I get about that.
Okay.
You speak. You say
wait,
I'm great. I'm great. You can say that all you want, but not the
Oh,
other.
okay. I'm good. But this one, I don't. Oh, this one's called Stonehenge because there's these stones around him, or he's just really stoned, which I don't do anymore. But I miss those days. There's Robert again. I think we saw this. Oh, here's an art exhibit.
Awesome.
Yeah, there's me. You can barely. Well, I had a portrait table. I was doing all these portraits at this table in a mall. Oh, that was fun. I want to do that again. More stuff.
So do you want me to email you the next time I'm going to stream so you can come on and be prepared with your art and do a little
Okay.
expedition?
Yeah, or just send a message to my inbox on FB.
Yeah, that's what I meant.
Oh, okay.
And don't forget this week is invite somebody you think will resonate into that private space and also share a content creator that has not been shown that we all may have interest in checking out, and let's start communicating more to keep that connection, keep our connection strong with one another. And yeah, absolutely. And share some of your art in there too, man. It's very moving, very moving. Wow.
Okay. All right. Well, that's enough of those. Yeah, that sounds great. I'm gonna catch up once. I'm gonna go try to continue my dream about the working at
the comic.
Yeah.
Nice. Well, it sounds like you're getting ready to create your own animation. Yeah. So I'm looking forward to that too.
Yeah. That's and I know how to do that I'm using the iMovie system. So I just gotta
oh shoot. What? I'm so sorry. That was not supposed to happen. Oh my gosh, you guys, you could tell. You could tell that I'm tired. I threw him out and I did not mean to do that. Preliminals channel, I'm sorry, you guys, I'm tired. Is on my homepage. Cooking with Mac is on my homepage. I look forward to John Benny. It's supposed to be sometime today, but I got to get some sleep. I'm super tired. But he's on a different time schedule because he's in a different country. Also, I want to have Spirit on again. He's an amazing cat. And of course, the share shows where we can grow together. Because you guys, we're in this together, unique. And sharing our experiences with one another brings strength and helps us to continue on that narrow path that is narrow because you're the only one on it, instead of being in the hive mind, in the collective way of being. Be yourself and live and let live. Allow others to be themselves and express. We don't need to be one world governed, one world religion. We're way too unique for that. Keep life interesting. We add and enhance to the experiences that we have here just by being and being ourselves. And we are very capable of doing that without trampling down anybody else's sovereignty and rights to life. So, Liminal, that was not supposed to happen. I'm so sorry, my friend. So look forward to an art stream with him. I want to do a stream with Spirit and John Benny. It's going to be sometime today, but I got to get some sleep first. So we will. So keep your eyes peeled for that. Anybody that's around and loves his music as much as I do, he should be joining us this weekend sometime. So this is Sunday. Oh God, I got to get some sleep. Okay, hold on. Let me get over to the right place here. I want to get rid of this. And goodbye. And with that, always you guys share what you know. If you are a member of that private area, that private space, make sure that you invite at least one person in. Remember, it's not my space. It's not my place. It's our place. And share somebody that you think is interesting, that we would all enjoy and grow from, having awareness of. Maybe you've seen that nobody else has. And, we're in this love together. So always share what you know. Hang on a second and listen so we can grow. I love you guys all so much. Thank you for spending an entire night with me. Peace. I'll talk to you soon.